You're an idiot, Naruto, the Kyuubi's voice came through, completely devoid of emotion. Naruto sighed in annoyance. The Kyuubi's mindscape image of itself grew larger. Don't you fucking sigh at me, you pathetic brat, its usual furious tone echoing. Naruto responded with a roll of his eyes. What do you want, Fox? I'm tired, he said, his voice laced with exhaustion. While he would usually be ready to go in a few hours, the demanding battles against Kimimaro, Teiuya, and Suzuki had left him completely drained. The large Baijuyu inside him grumbled at its jailer, sometimes pondering what it had done to be cursed with such a foolish shinobi. I don't care if you're on your deathbed, brat. You will fucking listen to me, you ungrateful sack of meat, the Kyuubi roared. Naruto once again rolled his eyes at the loud voice of the nine-tailed fox. Fine, what is it? He asked. You're an idiot, the Kyuubi stated again, causing a sweat drop to form on the side of Naruto's head. You deliberately put yourself in a situation where you nearly died, and for what? For some arrogant brat and that obnoxious teammate of yours, of course, the Kyuubi yelled, then cut the mental connection. The fox sat in its cage, seething with anger. Jiraiya then entered the room, his face uncharacteristically serious. This surprised Naruto, as he'd only seen Jiraiya like this when they encountered Itachi and Kisame, and later during their second meeting with Orochimaru. Hey, Naruto, how are you feeling? Jiraiya asked, his expression somber. Naruto grinned widely. I'm feeling great, Dadabia, he shouted. Jiraiya nodded, then stood and walked over to Naruto, lightly tapping his arm, which caused Naruto to shriek in pain. Jiraiya sighed. Naruto, you have exhausted your chakra reserves, he explained, looking at the blonde Uzumaki. Naruto looked confused. What are you talking about, Erosunin? He asked, his expression deadpan and lost. Jiraiya ran his hands through his long, white hair. What I mean is that you pushed your body to its absolute limits. While this might be beneficial during training, in the heat of a real battle, it could be lethal. Naruto, you are incredibly lucky to be alive, Jiraiya said, taking a seat across from the genin. Why wouldn't I be alive? I never give up, Dadabia. Naruto declared. You are lucky to be alive because that final jutsu, and using the Kyuubi's chakra when you had almost none left, could have ended your ninja career permanently, Jiraiya stated, which shocked Naruto to his core. The knucklehead shinobi couldn't believe that he could have died, but the stubborn part of him insisted he would never give up until he brought Suzuki back and became the Hokage. While I came here to tell you about the dangers of overusing your chakra, I also wanted to have a serious talk with you, Naruto, Jiraiya said, his voice lacking any of its usual playfulness. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What do you want to talk about, Erosunin? He asked with curiosity. Despite his face being wrapped in bandages, Jiraiya knew the genin had raised his eyebrow at him. I want to talk about giving up on that foolish promise. Now, before you start yelling, hear me out, Jiraiya said, watching as Naruto was about to speak but then clamped his mouth shut. I am aware of your ninja way to never break a promise, but you are making the same mistake that my sensei, Sarutobi, and I made regarding Orochimaru. But Naruto, you should know that Orochimaru wasn't always a cruel, cold, and evil shinobi. He was once like me and you, he grew up without a family, and back then, I could actually call him my best friend. But even after he began experimenting on people, I wanted to believe that the person I once knew was still my friend. But over the years, I realized that the person I once knew was no longer there. Because of my greatest regret, my feelings, thousands of innocent people have died. I just don't want you to make the same mistake as me. And Naruto, we are leaving in 7 days, so do what you need to do, Jiraiya said, walking to the window and leaving, allowing Naruto to be alone with his thoughts. Naruto sat in silence for 2 minutes before a look of determination and confidence appeared on his face. I don't care what that old pervert says. I'll bring Suzuki team back, and I'll show him, or my name isn't Naruto Uzumaki, Dadabia. Naruto yelled with his famous, idiotic grin. Flashback ends. Naruto glanced at his sensei, then back at the road. I don't care what Erosunin says, I will bring Suzuki team back. I always keep my promises, Naruto thought to himself. He then looked at Jiraiya and squinted his eyes. Hey Erosunin, where are we going? Can you teach me a new jutsu? I want to spit acid out of my mouth. No, wait, I want to shoot lava out of my eyes. Naruto yelled. Jiraiya grinned at Naruto's enthusiasm. How about no and no? Besides, I'm not teaching you anything until you've mastered the Rasengan, Jiraiya said in a tone that allowed no argument. Naruto let out a long whine. But I've already learned the jutsu, and where are we going? Naruto asked with a pout. Jiraiya scoffed at Naruto, not in an arrogant way, but in a playful one. Naruto, you still need a clone to create the Rasengan. Until you can truly create the Rasengan with a single hand, we can't talk about what to teach you next, brat, Jiraiya said. Naruto glared at Jiraiya with a pout. No fair. Hey, wait a minute. You never told me where we're going, Erosunin. Naruto exclaimed. Jiraiya just rolled his eyes at Naruto's impatience. I heard you the first time, Naruto. I just chose not to listen. And will you stop calling me Erosunin? It's embarrassing, Jiraiya whined. Naruto crossed his arms. Never. Not until you stop writing those perverted books, Naruto said defiantly. Jiraiya glared down at him with a smirk. Never. Your tiny brain can't even comprehend the magnificence of my masterpieces, Jiraiya yelled with a full-blown grin. He then lost his grin and became serious. And we are going to Tsunagakure. That will be our first destination. I guess you could say it's a side mission ordered by Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya said, turning to Naruto, who was smiling broadly. Naruto began bouncing up and down like a child who had consumed too much sugar. We're going to Suna. That's awesome. I can see Gaara. Come on, Erosunin, we're wasting daylight. Naruto yelled as he began to run, then turned to Jiraiya with a nervous expression. Where is Suna again? Naruto asked, a large sweat drop on the side of his head. Jiraiya face-palmed. Okay, note to self, get the rashness and is running into battle without thinking out of his head. The brat will last longer in the world, Jiraiya thought. Naruto, let me lead the way, Jiraiya said, walking past Naruto, who quickly followed behind him. So, why are we going there? Naruto asked curiously. While he was happy to see his fellow Jinchuriki, he was also curious about why they were going there. I guess you could say we are going there for a political mission, but this also involves your future training, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya's expression, wondering what the perverted sage was thinking, but he then shrugged his shoulders. Probably something perverted, no doubt, Naruto thought, placing his hands behind his head, but Naruto couldn't have been more wrong. He was. Flashback. Inside the Hokage's office, you would typically find Tsunade sifting through stacks of paperwork, drinking various bottles of sake, or taking naps, but not today. Tsunade could be seen staring at Jiraiya with a serious expression as he sat across from her. Jiraiya, I need to know what you plan on doing during this training trip, Tsunade asked. Jiraiya let out a sigh. Initially, I was planning on having Naruto complete the Raise-Nan, the Shadow Clone technique, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, working on his Taijutsu, and having him focus on controlling the Kyuubi's chakra, but that's not going to work. So, I will have to take a different approach, Jiraiya said as he picked up a notebook and started writing, but it wasn't the notebook she was familiar with. Tsunade raised her eyebrow. What do you mean by a different approach? Tsunade asked, narrowing her hazel eyes at Jiraiya. Jiraiya gave her an all-knowing look. Tsunadeheim, are you really asking me this question? You've seen how he fights. His taijutsu is terrible, the only ninjutsu he knows is the clone technique, sexy clone technique, Warwick no Jutsu, the summoning technique, Kukios no Jutsu, and the Raise-Nan. Naruto hasn't even learned all of the chakra exercises, and the boy probably doesn't even know that he has a secret talent for Fuinjutsu or what chakra papers are. Tsunade, you can't deny that he has been poorly trained, Jiraiya said. Tsunade let out a tired sigh, even though Naruto wasn't physically there. Just talking about the knucklehead shinobi seemed to be giving the Senjukage a headache. Agreed, these flaws in Naruto should have been fixed months ago. I will personally look into it. I cannot have someone like Naruto getting killed on the next high-level mission. While his team was able to complete the wave mission, his fight against Gaara, and his mission to protect Princess Yuki Fujikaze, he won't be so lucky next time, Tsunade said as she massaged her forehead. You know this is all Kakashi's fault, right? Jiraiya stated. Tsunade then glared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what are you talking about? How is this Kakashi's fault? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya then began to tap the giant scroll placed next to him. Come on, Tsunade, it shouldn't be hard to figure out. Kakashi openly favored Sasuke over Naruto and the pink-haired girl. You and I both know how much Kakashi would try to repay Obito, even if it meant ignoring his sensei's son. And we both know that Minato never favored Obito, Rin, or Kakashi, Jiraiya said. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, letting out a sigh. Alright, Jiraiya, you're right about Kakashi. It's pretty obvious that he shouldn't have favored one student over another, it could have caused problems, but it's already too late for that, Tsunade said. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. If only Minato or his teammates could see him now, Jiraiya thought. He then turned to Tsunade and glanced down at her chest. Tsunade, what are you going to do about the pink-haired one? She's obviously incredibly weak, even for a genin's standards. Not to mention, she is hopelessly obsessed with Sasuke and has her own fangirl delusions, making her believe she's in love with him and has this false image of Sasuke, Jiraiya stated. Tsunade then grabbed a bottle of sake and started drinking. Honestly, I'm not sure. I was originally thinking about training her, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, she has good chakra control, but her obsession with Sasuke Uchiha could present some troubles, Tsunade said. Jiraiya then grinned at Tsunade. What the hell are you grinning for, you old pervert? Tsunade growled. Jiraiya just shrugged his shoulders. Oh, nothing. Just wondering if you'd be open to hearing a suggestion I have in mind, Jiraiya said. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya. What kind of suggestion? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya just waved her off nonchalantly. Oh, nothing, just wondering if, instead of training that Sakura girl, you train Ino Yamanaka? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade's eyes widened with a glare. Would that be a smart move? I mean, they are friends, Tsunade said. Jiraiya just waved her off. Tsunade, you and I both know that friendship has nothing to do with it. After all, if that were the case, Orochimaru would have been the fourth Hokage and not my former student Minato. While her taijutsu is poor, that's not surprising since her clan focuses on their ninjutsus, but other than that, she's quite intelligent, more level-headed, and is better at coming up with plans on the fly. Also, her chakra control is quite good, probably thanks to her dad and Asuma. Besides, you know I'm right, Jiraiya grinned. Tsunade let out a groan at the fact that Ino would be a better candidate than Sakura. Alright, you win, you damn pervert. That Ino girl would make a better student, and with her clan jutsu, she'll be able to perform some truly groundbreaking techniques. But back to Naruto, what will you be doing with him? I care about him as family, but also as an asset, Tsunade said. Jiraiya nodded. True, but he's also probably the last remaining family you have. After all, both the Uzumaki and Senju are cousins, so in a way, you are the only family he probably has. But we are getting off track. As I was saying, I want to find out his chakra nature first, then I'll start teaching him the true power of the shadow clone. I believe that with the full mastery of the clones, he could not only successfully learn the Rasengan but also move on to the next type of Minato's jutsu, and I want to teach him the Flying Thunder God jutsu, Hiraishin no jutsu. I also want him to learn this, Jiraiya said, pulling out a medium-sized red scroll that had the kanji for toxic on it. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya. I have some questions that need to be answered, Tsunade said. Jiraiya nodded. That's fair, Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded at her fellow sage. Alright, my first question is what is the next step in the Rasengan, my second question is are you sure that having Naruto learn the Hiraishin is a smart thing? And my third question is what's in that scroll? Tsunade asked with suspicion as she glared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya continued to grin at Tsunade. Well, Tsunadeheim, the next step in the Rasengan is to add your own elemental nature into the jutsu, but as you know, Minato died before he could complete the Rasengan, and as for me, I haven't been able to complete the jutsu, although there was that one time I used the Rasengan and then fired a fire release jutsu and created fire release, great flame spiraling sphere, Katan Gon Rasengan, but the way I did it was incomplete. But to your second question, yes, Naruto should learn the Hiraishin, after all, it's his birthright, if not me, then who? Kakashi? The man knew the Rasengan but didn't bother teaching it to him or how to truly use the shadow clone. And as for your last question, my spy somehow got this, I don't know how, but he did, Jiraiya said as he rubbed the back of his head. Tsunade then glared daggers at Jiraiya. What's in it? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya nonchalantly waved his hand at Tsunade. I think it's better if I show you, Jiraiya said. He unsealed the scroll, and another smaller scroll and a Kusarigama puffed into existence. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the Kusarigama. Is that? Tsunade asked, pointing at the Kusarigama. Jiraiya, now with a solemn expression, nodded his head. Yes, Hanzo's weapon. You know it still has his poison on it, right? Jiraiya asked. But how? Tsunade asked, stunned. Jiraiya shrugged. Like I said earlier, I'm not sure how, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade then glanced at the scroll. And the scroll, she inquired. Jiraiya chuckled. Believe it or not, inside the scroll are Hanzo's taijutsu, ninjutsu, kayakujutsu, gunpowder techniques, and Kusarigama jitsu, chain sickle technique. No doubt he probably expected someone to end his life and he took extra steps to ensure his teachings wouldn't die out with him, Jiraiya explained. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Can you believe that one day Hanzo would be helping Konoha, she asked? Jiraiya grinned back at Tsunade. Heck no, but this will help advance Naruto's training. But I'll have to excuse myself. I need to do some research, Jiraiya smirked in a perverted manner. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's temple. Before she could strangle or punch the toad sage, he quickly shunshined out of the room. Damn that fucking pervert, Tsunade muttered. Flashback over. Both Naruto and Jiraiya found themselves at the gates of Tsunagakur, also known as the village hidden by sand. Jiraiya let out a groaning sigh. There's no way I'll be able to do any research, he groaned, his shoulders slumped. Naruto, who was sweating profusely due to his heavy and baggy jumpsuit, glared at Jiraiya. Research? Who cares about that crap? I'm dying here, Naruto yelled. You fool. You simply don't understand, and I'll have you know my loyal fans care. And you're hot because of that awful jumpsuit, and Suna is a desert, you idiot, Jiraiya yelled back, slapping Naruto on the back of his head. Naruto groaned. But it's so hot, he whined. Jiraiya just waved Naruto off. You'll get used to it, Jiraiya said. As the two shinobi continued walking toward the gate, they encountered two Suna Jounin. One of the Jounin was dressed in a puppeteer's clothes, while the other, Beiki, was a very tall man. He had two distinctive, red markings on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest covered by a turban-like headpiece and a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. He wore the standard Sunanin attire, complete with a forehead protector and flak jacket. The two Suna ninjas bowed to Naruto and Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, we've been waiting for you," the puppeteer said. Beiki nodded. "Shirobei Dajuto, Silver Dust, is right, the council awaits," Beiki said. He then turned his gaze to Naruto. "So he's the one that cured Gaara of his psychotic tendencies. He does look like an idiot, but if it weren't for him, Gaara wouldn't be a possible future choice for Kazekage," Beiki thought. He then bowed to Naruto, shocking the young genin that someone was actually bowing to him. "Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki. If it wasn't for you, Gaara would still be insane," Beiki said. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "It's no problem. Me and Gaara are alike," Naruto said with a wide grin, shocking the two Sunanin. That's right, Temari did say she felt the same kind of chakra from Naruto when the two were fighting, but Naruto's chakra was much larger than Gaara's, Beiki thought. "But where's Gaara? I've been dying to see him," Naruto said, literally bouncing on his feet. Beiki and Shirobei Dajuto chuckled at Naruto's excitement. "Gaara is actually at home. Shirobei Dajuto will show you the way," Beiki said, shocking the puppeteer. Jiraiya chuckled at the shocked face of the Sunanin. "Have fun," Jiraiya said. Beiki grabbed onto the sage's shoulder and shined him to the council room. Naruto grinned at Shirobei Dajuto. "Come on, let's go already," Naruto yelled. Shirobei Dajuto got a sweat drop on his forehead. "Damn my luck," he groaned. With Jiraiya and Beiki, as they entered the council room, each member of the council bowed to Jiraiya. Well, if it isn't Jiraiya of the Sunin," said Cho. Jiraiya sweat dropped at Cho. "Hello, Cho, it's nice to be here," Jiraiya said. The old sage knew that even though the years had passed, Cho still disliked Konoha, but he could understand that since Konoha disliked Kumo and Iwa. Jiraiya then glanced at Ebizo, who had coughed into his hand. "Now that you are here, we can get on with this meeting," Ebizo said, staring at the Konoha ninja. Goza nodded. "But before we start this meeting, the council and Suna would like to apologize for our actions toward your village, Jiraiya-sama," Goza said. Jiraiya waved his hand in a nonchalant manner. "Don't worry about it, Goza. You were a victim of Orochimaru's schemes. We are slowly regaining our friendship thanks to my new student, Naruto Uzumaki," Jiraiya said. Cho's eyes widened upon remembering that a genin had a hand in curing Gaara. "If I may, could I ask you something?" Cho asked. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at the elder woman. Sure, what is it?" Jiraiya asked, confused. Cho then narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya. "You say you want to strengthen the friendship of Konoha and Suna. If that's true, then could you fix the seal on Gaara? It would do both villages good if Gaara no longer had to worry about losing control," Cho said. After a minute, Jiraiya thought it over, then nodded in agreement, causing Cho to smile, since she was the one who sealed Shikaku into Gaara in the first place. "Now it's time to start this meeting," Yura said. Seijo nodded, agreeing with his fellow councilman. "Agreed. Now, Jiraiya-sama, I believe you know why you are here," Seijo asked. Jiraiya nodded. "Of course, this is about strengthening our relationship. Tsunade had told me you would be having one of your ninjas come with me on my 3-year mission, but she didn't really tell me who it was. But why are you doing this?" Jiraiya asked. "We are doing this so the bond between our villages can be stronger," Cho said in a personal tone. Yura nodded, agreeing with his elder. "This is to repay our debt to Konoha for not canceling the treaty. And the person we've decided who should go with you is Temari of the Sand, daughter of the late 4th Kazekage," Jura said in a serious tone. Beiki nodded in agreement. "Temari, while young for her age, is quite talented in her own right," Beiki said. Jiraiya nodded. "Yeah, I remember watching her fight against Shikamaru, she almost had him, and her wind release is quite powerful," Jiraiya said. "Thank you, Jiraiya. We will make sure our shinobi are well trained and ready to go on missions, but Tsunade also said you have important information for us, is that correct, Jiraiya-sama?" Ebizo asked. Jiraiya nodded, gaining a serious expression. "Have any of you heard of the Akatsuki?" Jiraiya asked. Each of the councilmen shook their head negatively. The Akatsuki is an organization made up of S-class shinobi. Their goal is to obtain all 9 Baijuyu. Their intentions are unknown, but there are 2 members we know of, and that is Itaki Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, Jiraiya said. Each of the councilmen narrowed their eyes upon hearing about the Akatsuki. Beiki narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What could the Akatsuki want with the Baijuyu? Whatever their reason can't be good, Beiki thought. He then turned to Jiraiya. "So, what should we do, Jiraiya-sama?" "Whatever plan this Akatsuki has won't be good," Beiki said in a cold tone. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "True, we can't allow the Akatsuki to gain control of the Baijuyu. It will only mean more trouble for us as a whole, but I suggest both the Leaf and Sand start to strengthen our shinobi. I do know one thing, though, the Akatsuki will start making their move within 3 years," Jiraiya said. Everyone looked shocked. While they had found out that Itaki and Kisame were part of the Akatsuki, it had everyone wondering, if those two monsters were part of this terrorist group, who else was? 3 years doesn't sound like a lot, but we have no choice in the matter. We must stop the Akatsuki, Josuke yelled in anger, with everyone agreeing. Ebizo turned to Cho with a curious expression as his sister had a serious, concentrated look. Cho, what are you thinking about? Ebizo asked. Cho turned toward Ebizo. I'm thinking if these people are as strong as Jiraiya says, it's time for me to do something I never thought I would do until this day, Cho said. With Naruto, within the backyard of the Kaze Cage household, laughter could be heard, not the laughter of a child but the laughter of someone crying from laughing. Within the sandy yard, you could see Naruto laughing his ass off, Gaara with a small smile, Temari who was grinning, and Kankuro, who looked like he wanted to strangle Naruto. Gaara had fair skin, green eyes, and short red hair. He lacked distinctive pupils or eyebrows. He had tanuki-like black rings around his eyes. As a child, he carved the kanji for love, AI, on the left side of his forehead, which his hair was parted to keep visible. Gaara wore a reddish-brownish outfit with longer sleeves and an upright collar, and he wore mesh armor on his wrists and ankles. Kankuro wore a black, baggy, full-body suit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wore a black hood that covered his head completely, with cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. Kankuro at first sported a triangular face paint design but changed to a different cross-like design. Temari had teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which was gathered into 4 consecutive pigtails. She wore a long-sleeved purple blouse under a gray top, a dark blue skirt, and a longer sash arranged in a bow. Are you telling me that, ahahaha? Kankuro used to take your makeup and put it on himself, laughed Naruto, tears rolling down his face. Temari had a wide, cocky grin. Yep. What did you use to say? Temari asked as she placed her finger on her chin. She then smirked. Oh yeah, now I remember. He would say, fear me, the great and stunning Kankuro-sama, master of puppets, or something like that, Temari said as she shrugged her shoulders. Naruto then began to laugh silently with fresh tears rolling down his face. Kankuro glared at Naruto, but Naruto paid him no mind. He then turned to Temari. Damn you, woman, Kankuro roared. I also find it quite amusing, Gaara said, causing Kankuro to faceplant. Why must you always make my life so difficult, Temari? Kankuro groaned. Because you make it so easy, Temari said in a teasing manner. Makeup boy, Naruto whispered. Kankuro then growled at Naruto. I am not. Fuck you, idiot, Kankuro roared. Temari let out a giggle. Hee hee, makeup boy. You know, I like that name. From now on, you will be called Mikwapa boy, makeup boy, Temari said. Never, Kankuro yelled. Gaara, who was drinking some tea, stared at Kankuro. I like it, Gaara said. The 4 genin then heard footsteps. They turned around and saw Jiraiya and Baki. Baki, Jiraiya, finished with the meeting? Gaara asked. The 2 shinobi nodded. There's something we need to tell you but before that, Jiraiya-sama needs to check something out, Baki said, causing the genin to give the sage and Jounin a questionable stare. Jiraiya then pulled out some chakra induction papers. Chakra induction papers, Kankuro said in a confused tone, wondering why Jiraiya had those papers. Naruto glanced at Kankuro. Chakra induction papers? What's that? Naruto asked. Baki turned toward Naruto. Naruto, every person's chakra has an affinity toward one of the 5 basic nature transformations. Affinity can at times be genetic, or at least common to a particular family. Most members of the Uchiha clan have an affinity toward the fire nature. One's affinity can be determined using pieces of paper made from a special type of tree that is grown and fed with chakra. When this so-called chakra induction paper, chakra kanashi, is exposed to even the slightest hint of chakra, it reacts according to the chakra's latent element, fire, the paper will ignite and turn to ash, wind, the paper will split in 2, lightning, the paper will wrinkle, earth, the paper will turn to dirt and crumble away, and water, the paper will become damp, Baki said in a lecturing tone. Naruto then got a confused expression, causing everyone to shake their heads negatively at Naruto's idiocy. Naruto, just pour your chakra into those papers, and then you'll find out what your elemental affinity is. Basically, if you have fire, you can use fire release, Temari explained in a professional tone. Naruto then got an understanding expression. I get it now, Naruto grinned. He then turned toward Temari. Thanks, Temari-chan, Naruto grinned. Temari just shrugged her shoulders. Jiraiya handed Naruto the paper, and as instructed, he poured some chakra into the paper. The paper split in 2, surprising everyone. So, he has wind release, just like Gaara and Temari, not to mention he's from Konoha, which is rare, Kankuro thought. But to Kankuro's and everyone's shock, each of the 2 pieces became damp and crumbled into dust. No way. He has wind, futon, earth, doton, and water release, Suten, a surprised Kankuro yelled. Gaara smiled at his friend. You continue to amaze me, Gaara said. Naruto rubbed the back of his head nervously. Thanks, Gaara, Naruto said with a sheepish smile. Now that we've got that done, it's time to drop the bomb on you, temari, Beiki said, getting the genin's attention. Jiraiya turned to the female Sunokunoichi. Your council has declared that you are to be joining Naruto and me on our 3-year training trip, Jiraiya said. Gaara just stared at the Toad-Sunin with a surprised expression on his face, his green eyes wide open. Kankuro just stared at Jiraiya with a stunned look on his war-painted face, and Temari stared at Jiraiya with a shocked and disbelieving expression. WHWH what? BB but, why? Temari stuttered, shocked beyond belief, but as for Naruto, he just stood in confusion, not even knowing Temari was coming with him on his 3-year training trip. Naruto stared at Jiraiya with a confused look. Hey, what the hell, Ero Sennin? I thought you were only training me, Naruto yelled. Jiraiya then hit Naruto on the top of his head. Quit calling me that, brat, Jiraiya yelled. He then turned toward Temari with a serious expression and then turned toward Beiki. Beiki, since she's your student, I believe you're the one who should tell her, Jiraiya said as he stared at the Tsunejounin. Beiki nodded in agreement. Yes, of course, Jiraiya-sama. Temari, the council has decided you will go on a 3-year training mission. This is also a mission for you to grow strong enough to protect the village, Beiki said in a serious tone. Temari narrowed her eyes at Beiki. But why would I need to leave the village, Beiki-sensei? There's something you're not telling me, Temari stated with a glare. He then released a hollow chuckle. Always the perceptive one, Temari. The reason you must leave and train with Jiraiya-sama is because there is a group of S-rank ninjas after Naruto and Gaara. No, that wouldn't be right, they're after what each has, their Baijuyu. As far as we know, the only members of this group are Itaki Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, Beiki said, shocking the 3 siblings. Gaara glared at Beiki, not with the same intensity as his old glares, but still a noticeable one. What are they called? Gaara demanded, his eyes turning cold. But Beiki didn't back down. They call themselves the Akatsuki. We're not sure of their motives, but both Konoha and Tsunagakure must be strong enough to handle the threat, Beiki said. Cho then walked up to Temari with a serious expression and shook her head negatively. No, if what Jiraiya-sama said is true, then each village will have to be strong. If not, then who knows what they might be, especially with monsters such as Itaki and Kisame. But just you joining Uzumaki here on a training trip with Jiraiya is not enough. I will be taking a student, something I thought I would never actually do, Cho said. Really, Lady Cho, who are you planning to take as your student? A shocked Temari asked. But instead of answering her, she just pointed her finger at Kankuro. Congratulations, Kankuro, you will now be my student, a smiling Cho said. Kankuro pointed at himself, and she nodded her head. Me? But why me? I'm not ungrateful, Lady Cho, but why me of all people? A bewildered Kankuro asked, his brown eyes widening in utter shock. Cho smiled warmly at him. It's quite simple, Kankuro. You are one of the most skilled puppeteers in the village, and it's about time that I accept my mistakes and move on, as only by moving on can we truly progress, Cho said. Kankuro then bowed toward Cho. I'm grateful that you'll be taking me as your student, Cho-sensei, a respectful Kankuro said. He then turned his attention toward Beiki. When will Temari be leaving? Kankuro asked. Beiki then turned toward Jiraiya, who had a sweat drop on the side of his head at having the attention on him. Well, honestly, I wasn't planning on coming here, but I've had to change my original plan, but the sooner the better. We must be on the constant move, we can't allow the Akatsuki to know Naruto's whereabouts, Jiraiya said. He then turned toward Gaara. But before I do leave, I must finish the request, Jiraiya said. Gaara raised an eyebrow. What is this request you speak of, Jiraiya? Gaara asked. Jiraiya grinned at Gaara. To fix your seal, of course. Hey, Lady Cho, do you have anywhere I can take Gaara to fix his seal? Jiraiya asked. Cho nodded her head. Yeah, there is, actually. I'll take you, Cho said. Jiraiya nodded his head. He then turned toward the 4 genin. Naruto, you're coming with me, I plan to teach you Fuinjutsu, and you should watch me. Temari, use this time to pack what you need, Jiraiya ordered. He then walked with Cho, with Naruto running up with Gaara, hoping to talk to his fellow Jinchuriki before they knew it. They were in an underground location below the hospital. Naruto then turned toward Gaara. Hey, Gaara, do you think Temari is okay? I mean, she is being ordered to leave her village. I would be pretty down if you ask me, Naruto asked. Even though he wasn't that bright, he understood the serious tension. After all, when Kakashi had brought him back to the village, he had to leave Konohagakure, not really being able to say his goodbyes. Gaara crossed his arms and just stared at the buildings around. Gaara had surmised that this level was ancient and could be where people had gone to be sealed by Shikaku. I believe she will get over it. Temari is not someone who has a weak will, she understands this must be done to protect her village, but she is saddened by the fact she must leave for 3 years, Gaara said. He then turned toward Naruto, who had his hands behind his neck. Naruto Uzumaki, can I ask you something? Gaara asked. Naruto's puzzled face turned into his notorious fox-like smile with a wide grin. Sure, Gaara, we're friends. Naruto exclaimed with a wide grin. Gaara smiled at Naruto. That's good to hear. I want you to watch out for her. I know this might seem strange since Temari is strong in her own right, but with my eyes open, I feel horrible about how I acted toward her in Kankuro, Gaara said. Naruto just grinned at him with a thumbs up. You don't have to worry about anything, Gaara. Naruto Uzumaki is on the job, Databia. Naruto exclaimed. Cho smiled at the two Jinchuriki while Jiraiya smirked at the fact that these two were once enemies and now appeared to be best friends. Gaara smiled at Naruto. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki, you are a true friend, the youngest son of Raza said. He then turned toward Jiraiya. How will you fix the seal? Gaara asked. I will place an 8 trigram sealing style, Haka no Fun Shiki, on you. This was the same seal the fourth Hokage used to seal the Kyuubi inside of Naruto. Now, Gaara, remove your shirt, Jiraiya ordered. Gaara nodded his head and removed all of his clothing. Jiraiya then placed his hand on Gaara's stomach. Both Naruto and Cho were treated to a sight of the sealing formula moving from the Sunin's arm to Gaara's stomach. Gaara then fell back on the ground. Naruto quickly rushed to help his friend up. Gaara, are you okay? Naruto asked. Gaara nodded his head with a smile. I feel better than I've ever felt, Gaara stated. He then turned toward Jiraiya and bowed to him. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, Gaara said. Jiraiya waved him off. It's no problem, forcing you to live with a flawed seal is just cruel. Besides, now you can get some sleep without worrying about the Shikaka taking control over you, Jiraiya grinned. He then turned toward Cho. Yes, what is it? Jiraiya asked. Does that boy know of his heritage? I'd recognize that seal from anywhere, even though I'm just a novice at Fuinjutsu. That was an Uzumaki seal, Cho whispered. Jiraiya shook his head negatively, which shocked Cho, as she believed the child deserved to know of his origin. After all, when she was younger, the Uzumaki clan was nothing to joke about, and their Fuinjutsu was the most powerful. No one could match them in Fuinjutsu. But those red-haired clans were just all around powerful. No one would dare fight a group of them, especially Ashina and Mito Uzumaki. Those two were a powerhouse in their own right. After all, Mito was the one who taught her granddaughter about medical ninjutsu. I know he has every right, but the problem was I couldn't tell him in the village, mostly because of Danzo, Jiraiya whispered. Lady Cho narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya. He was one of the third Hokage's teammates, Cho whispered. She remembered the man clearly. He was not one who represented what Konohagakure or There Will of Fire was supposed to be. He's not to be trusted. I'm sure you know this, but from my spy network, I found multiple files of every dirty deed he's done, like having one of his root ninja attempt to assassinate my sensei, Sarutobi. I'm not sure why my sensei hasn't done anything, but Tsunadeheim plans to fix that, Jiraiya whispered in a low tone. He never really understood why his sensei allowed Danzo, but luckily, both he and Tsunade won't make the same mistake their sensei had. He already planned to make sure Naruto won't make the same mistake as him. Jiraiya knew his teammate, Sasuke Uchiha, was just like Orochimaru. They both hungered for power. Those two would do anything to achieve power, and he knew Orochimaru would sacrifice as many lives as needed to achieve whatever dark, cruel experiment. While he didn't know Sasuke, he knew his type. The Uchiha is the power-hungry type. He would do anything to achieve power. The white-haired Sunin knew that even if he somehow managed to kill Itachi, he wouldn't go back to the village. No, he'd just direct his hatred somewhere else. Sasuke wasn't the type to let go of his hatred. Cho smiled at Jiraiya with a sly smile. It seems like both our villages struggle with their own problems. But your student is amazing, you know, to be able to save Gaara from his own darkness and was able to save his own village from Gaara's rampage. I have to say that's quite impressive, Cho said. Jiraiya smirked at Naruto and Gaara. Yeah, I do. He's not like any genin. He has untapped potential just waiting to be unlocked, Jiraiya said. Naruto, come on. We have a big schedule, and I'll teach you something, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Naruto didn't even say anything and rushed toward him. He then began to bounce up and down in excitement. Really? What are you going to teach me? Am I going to learn how to shoot fire out of my eyes or shoot knives out of my hands? Naruto yelled with excitement. Jiraiya just rolled his eyes at Naruto while Cho snickered at his enthusiasm. Just come on, brat, we have much to do, Jiraiya said. Both Cho and Gaara followed the Konoha duo. When they returned to the gates of Suna, they were greeted by the councilman, Kankuro, a fellow Kunoichi Maki, and Temari, who had her iron fan, Tessin, with her in a bag on her back. Jiraiya smiled at her. Ready to go? Jiraiya asked. Temari just shrugged her shoulders. Ready as I'll ever be, Jiraiya-sama, Temari said. He just nodded his head. Alright then, let's go. There's a lot we have to do, Jiraiya said. Both blondes nodded their heads. Time skip location, Land of Rivers, Gunraku Forest. The land of rivers, Kawa no Kuni, is a small country that is situated between the borders of the land of wind and the land of fire. The small country has a calm climate. Most say this country is a country of spring with large and wide grass fields, medium-sized trees, but they don't overshadow the land as much as the trees in Kanahagakure. Even the very mountains are covered in grass. Temari stared at Jiraiya. So, what will you be teaching us? There must be a reason why you've taken us all the way out here. Even the village Tanagakur, village hidden in the valleys, is a small village that isn't well known, Temari asked with a look of suspicion. Jiraiya chuckled. You're quite perceptive, but you're not wrong. I've chosen the land of rivers because it's not very well known, but people mostly come here for a relaxing vacation of nothingness and to have a new start. This place is mostly very quiet. Plus, with its open wide field, it would be a good training area, but this also takes us on our route to the land of metal, Kin no Kuni. It's also where one of my colleagues lives, Jiraiya said. Naruto scratched the side of his head in confusion. Land of metal? Naruto replied. What's that? Temari questioned. The land of metal is a country south of here. The landscape of the land is that of a rocky, high desert, with most of the environment being composed of dry soil and with the rare appearance of wildlife, such as trees or even large-scale animals. Minagakur, hidden in the mountain peak, also known as Village Hidden by the Ridge or Hidden Ridge Village, is a hidden shinobi village in the land of several villages. Instead of a cage, the village's highest standing individual is the village leader, Sato Osa. But you shouldn't worry about it, we won't go there until 1 month later, Jiraiya said. Temari narrowed her green-colored eyes at her new sensei. Wait, are you saying we are staying here for a month? Temari asked. Jiraiya grinned at her. Yep, but I also need to know what you can do, Temari. I've seen your fight with the Nara kid during the Chunin exams, but I obviously know you are very intelligent, even able to give Shikaku's kid trouble, and he's a born genius. I know you're skilled in wind release photon, and you seem like you are even able to easily deduce an opponent's strategies and weaknesses soon after a battle begins. But I also see some missing holes, Jiraiya said in a teaching tone. Missing holes? There are no missing holes. I was able to easily kill an elite sound ninja, Temari said in a prudent tone. That may be true, but you rely on your fan too much. What if someone was able to separate it from you or destroy it? Have you actually used your element without your fan, or how about your taijutsu, and I mean without your fan? Jiraiya said. While you are a skilled kunoichi, you must not overlook these holes, or it will cost you your life. But luckily, I have various wind, earth, and water release scrolls on me. But first, there's something that must be done, Jiraiya said. Temari couldn't help but look down in shame, since no one had actually reprimanded her, everyone had always praised her skills. Naruto then scoffed at Jiraiya, causing both Temari and Naruto to turn toward him. What's that? Are you going to peep on her, you perv? Naruto insulted. Jiraiya glared at Naruto. You fool! Your tiny brain just doesn't understand the true work of literature. And I've told you, I'm a super pervert. Jiraiya yelled. But the perverted Sunin forgot he was in the presence of a female. He turned toward her and was smacked against the head by her steel fan. Try anything, and I'll do worse. Temari threatened with her fan ready. Jiraiya quickly recovered and rose from the ground. Ha ha ha, silly girl, I have no interest in children, Jiraiya said. He then glared at Naruto. I told you it's research, brat. You are just too young, a grinning Jiraiya exclaimed. His foolish persona then crumbled and became one of seriousness. But no, Naruto, I'm not talking about my books. What I'm talking about is the true purpose of the clones, Jiraiya said. What do you mean, Erosenin? Naruto asked. Do either of you know who actually created the shadow clone technique, Kage no Bunshin? Jiraiya asked. He watched as both genin shook their heads negatively. The jutsu was created by Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. He created this jutsu to be the perfect spying and information gathering jutsu. While the jutsu creates a clone, it also has a second function that allows the user to gain the knowledge of the clone once it dispels, Jiraiya said. Temari looked shocked while Naruto just looked completely lost beyond belief. Ha! Naruto replied in a dumb way. Jiraiya groaned at this moment. He knew the teachers didn't really teach him, but the Sunin knew that getting the boy's intelligence where it was supposed to be was anything but easy. Temari then turned toward Jiraiya. So you're saying if Naruto sent a clone into the city and it popped away, he will gain the memory of the clone? Temari asked. Jiraiya nodded his head. Naruto then got an expression of realization. Ooh, I get it now. Naruto exclaimed. Jiraiya turned to Naruto so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash. What? You understand her example and not mine, Jiraiya roared. Naruto grinned at Temari. He then turned toward his Toad sensei. Yep, I sure do. She makes it easy to understand, Naruto said with a bright grin on his whiskered cheeks. Jiraiya smirked at this. Okay, maybe this could work in my favor, Jiraiya thought. He turned toward Naruto with a wide grin. If you understand, then you can finish learning the Rasengan, Naruto. Jiraiya roared. The blonde Konoha shinobi stared at Jiraiya with a wide expression. What? But I already know the Rasengan, Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. Jiraiya ran his hand through his long white hair. Naruto, you have to use a clone to create a clone, so you haven't truly learned the clone. Naruto, what if you go up against someone who's faster than you or someone who uses a long-distance jutsu? What are you going to do? Jiraiya asked. Naruto looked down. The Rasengan is a powerful jutsu created by the fourth Hokage. You do wish to surpass him, don't you? Jiraiya questioned. Naruto gained a million-watt smile. Hell yeah, Naruto roared. Then create 100 clones and split them into a team of 10, and send every clone far apart from each other. I also want you to dispel each clone every 10 minutes. After you are able to completely learn the Rasengan, we'll start working on your taijutsu, Jiraiya said. Wait, what are you going to be doing? Naruto questioned with a dubious glare. He bet the Sannin was just going to run off and peep on some women. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at the blonde, knowing what his male student was thinking. I'm going to be working with Temari's wind nature. Now, before you start yelling about me ditching you or something, I'm going to send 5 clones to oversee your progress, Jiraiya said. Naruto slowly nodded his head. And how long will I be doing this? Naruto asked. You will be training to complete the Rasengan from morning to dawn. You're going to be here for a while, and like you said, there are no shortcuts to becoming the Hokage, Jiraiya said, making Naruto blush in embarrassment. Temari gave Naruto a deadpan expression. Wait a minute, was Naruto really thinking of having a clone help him? Temari thought. Jiraiya then created 5 clones in total. Each of them then split up into different teams. Jiraiya and Temari didn't stop walking until they arrived in a grassy field that wasn't surrounded by trees. Jiraiya then surveyed his surroundings with a thoughtful look. This'll work, especially with the trees out of the way. Alright, Temari, I'm positive you've learned the wind nature exercise, correct? Jiraiya asked. Temari, who was leaning against her fan, nodded her head. Yeah, it was taught to me at a young age, but we had our own wind nature exercise. I'm not sure how Konoha does it since there are very few wind users in your village, Temari said. He nodded his head in agreement. That's right. Right now, the only wind users in the village are Asuma Sarutobi and the retired shinobi Danzo. There are 2 phases Konoha ninjas use. The first is to cut a leaf in half with their chakra, and the second phase is to use wind to halt the flow of a waterfall, Jiraiya said. That sounds pretty hard. For my village, we had to use our wind chakra to cut through a rock, and then we have to cut through a strong dust storm, Temari said in a flat tone. Well damn, but now let's teach some wind jutsu. I'll be teaching the most well-known jutsu, wind release, great breakthrough, futon, daitapa. You must channel a stream of wind chakra expelled from your mouth. The hand signs for this technique are tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, and snake, Jiraiya ordered. He then showed her the required hand signs. Ready? Jiraiya asked. Temari gave Jiraiya a nod with a cocky smirk. Yeah, I'm ready, Temari said. She then went through the proper hand signs and channeled the wind element through her mouth. Wind release, great breakthrough, futon, daitapa. Temari yelled, but instead of a gust of wind expelling from her mouth, she was flown back by the input of the jutsu. She then groaned in pain. Damn, that hurt. Temari groaned. Jiraiya knelt down in front of her with a snarky smirk. Well, I knew you wouldn't be able to get it down at first, Jiraiya snickered. The female kunoichi glared at Jiraiya's smirking face. If you were able to get it down, it would be astonishing, but with you neglecting your wind nature, I expected that to actually happen, Jiraiya said. So, what did I do wrong? Temari asked. Well, you channeled way too much chakra through your lungs, which is why you were thrown back. But it seems like we'll be going through the basics, Jiraiya said. Temari then gained a curious look. Jiraiya-sama, I have to ask what exactly we are going to be doing here. I mean, I doubt we're going to be staying here just for me to work on my wind nature and Naruto to complete the Rasengan. We're here for something else, aren't we? Temari questioned with a serious expression. Jiraiya then gained a serious expression. Yes, there is. One of my spies informed me that the mining town is being used as a hideout for Orochimaru. He even informed me he saw Kabuto, one of Orochimaru's servants and a member of Root. Root is a disbanded, emotionless group who serve and only serve Danzo, who's a traitor. The only reason why he has lived so long is because my sensei allowed it. But my spy had informed me that in the lower levels, there have been dead bodies coming into the village. These are the diseased bodies of the Uchiha, Senju, Kurama, Hyuga, Kagaya, and Yuki clan. And they even have a level even farther down, but he doesn't know what's in there, Jiraiya said with a serious, lecturing tone. Temari stared at Jiraiya with shock and horror. She couldn't believe someone would mess with the dead just to create a new breed of shinobi, but then she was forced to remember that Orochimaru was the same person who killed her father and manipulated her village, but this was horrible. So, that's why we are truly here, to stop whatever experiments are going on down below, Temari stated. Yeah, that's right. This would be an A-rank mission. I'm not sure how good your espionage skills are, but I'll be training both you and Naruto in assassination, Jiraiya said. She raised an eyebrow at Jiraiya. Are you sure you're going to be able to train both of us? Our levels of skill aren't exactly on the same level, Temari asked. Jiraiya just waved her off. I know that. Have you forgotten that I've trained the 4th Hokage? Besides, I've had 4 students in total. Besides, training you 2 beats will be no problem. Jiraiya laughed, ignoring the annoyed Tsunagakure Kunoichi. Back in Konoha, Tsunade stared at Sakura with a hardened glare while the young pink-haired girl just looked surprised and confused. She then shifted her shoulders nervously as she was being glared at by the Senju woman. Tsunade-sama, I didn't quite hear you. Can you repeat that? Sakura asked in a respectful tone. Tsunade mentally sighed, hoping what she was doing was right. You heard me loud and clear, Sakura. I said I won't train you, Tsunade said. She honestly hoped what she was about to do was right. She knew what she was about to do was harsh, but she was the Hokage. But why? I have to rescue Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled in a heartbroken tone. She didn't understand, she was sure Tsunade would teach her. And that is why. You are only focused on Sasuke. You have no true drive or goal other than Sasuke. Sakura, what if Sasuke returned but he didn't accept your feelings? I'm sorry, but I will not train a fangirl. Not only that, but you've never trained. Besides, even if you, Naruto, and Kakashi went after him, would you be able to fight him, kill him if you have to? What would you do if he came after you, intent on ending your life? Tsunade said. Sakura, with tears in her eyes, glared at the busy medic. You're lying. Sasuke wouldn't hurt me. He wouldn't hurt any of us, a crying Sakura roared. Tsunade massaged the temple of her forehead. She then glared daggers at Sakura. Is that what you believe? A stoic Tsunade asked. Sakura nodded. Then you're not fit to be a kunoichi of Konohagakure. Not only have you ignored that Naruto nearly died because of Sasuke, but your fellow comrades nearly died trying to bring him back. But also, Sasuke went to Orochimaru not because he was being influenced or forced, he went to Orochimaru of his own choice. I'm sorry, Sakura, but I will be forced to put him in the bingo book. From now on, Sasuke Uchiha is a missing nin and a traitor. Sakura Harano, I cannot have a ninja who is not committed to protecting the village. Give me your headband. Tsunade ordered. She then watched as Sakura stormed out crying. Tsunade released a sigh. Shizune, come in, Tsunade ordered. Shizune is a fair-skinned woman of average height and slender build with onyx eyes and jet black hair. Her hair is straight and shoulder-length with bangs that cover her ears and frame her face. Normally, Shizune is seen in a long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings, held closed by a white obi, and open-toed sandals with low heels. Shizune entered the room with a bow. What do you need, Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked in a respectful tone. She watched as Tsunade rose from her seat. Shizune, please cancel Sakura's ninja license. There's somewhere I must be, Tsunade said. She nodded her head. She then turned toward Tsunade with an uneasy and concerned expression. Tsunade-sama, do you think you've made the right choice? I mean, canceling her license? Shizune asked. She released a sigh of tiredness. I believe so, but this is right for the village. I cannot have a weak ninja in my village. You've gone through her file, correct? Tsunade questioned. Shizune then nodded her head. Then you know her only reasoning was to gain Sasuke's attention. Besides, you know how many fangirls became kunoichi, right? Tsunade asked. Shizune then gained a grim look. You're doing this to protect her, aren't you? Shizune asked. Tsunade nodded her head and left the office, making her way to the Yamanaka household. She knocked on the door and was greeted by Ino's mother, Harume, who has light brown eyes without pupils and brown hair which is tied into a bun with a red ribbon in it. Strands frame both sides of her face, hanging over her ears from behind them. She is fair-skinned, and slight wrinkles are visible near her mouth. Her attire consists of a dark teal elegant dress, which sports an aquamarine-colored gem below the collar. Harume smiled at Tsunade. Hokage-sama, what can I do for you? The brunette asked with a surprised expression on her face. Tsunade smiled warmly at Harume. Is your daughter and husband here? Tsunade asked with a warm aura around her. Yes, they are, Harume said. The two entered her home and went into the backyard, seeing Inoichi and Ino training. Inoichi-kun, Ino-chan, Tsunade-sama is here. Both turned toward Tsunade. Both of the blonde's eyes were wide open. Tsunade-sama, what are you doing here? Exclaimed a shocked Ino, who was staring at Tsunade in utter disbelief. Inoichi quickly bowed to the Sunin. He then gave his daughter a hard look. She, in return, bowed her head, hoping to hide her embarrassment. Welcome, Tsunade-sama, what can we do for you? Inoichi asked. He figured Tsunade didn't come here for a visit or to check on them. If he had to guess, it was important. Well, I came to see you, Ino, Tsunade said. Both father and daughter stared at the medic Hokage with a shocked expression. Before I tell you why I came, there's a question I have. If you answer right, then I'll explain why I'm here and why I have sought you out, Tsunade explained. Ino couldn't help but fidget nervously. Tsunade smiled at her. My question is quite simple, actually. What is your goal? Tsunade asked. Ino stared at Tsunade with a confused look. My goal? Ino asked. Tsunade nodded her head. It sounds like something Asuma asked when we first met him. Back then, my dream was to make Sasuke mine, but he left the village to join Orochimaru, Ino thought. She then remembered her friends had nearly died when they were sent to rescue him. Both Niji and Koji were on death's door. Kiba and Shikamaru would have been dead if it wasn't for Temari and Kankuro. She could still remember seeing Koji's shriveled body. It was a sight that would never leave her. Ino then looked down at her feet. After a whole minute of silence, she looked at Tsunade, staring into her hazel eyes. I don't want to be on the sidelines when my teammates are putting their lives on the line. I want to be with them, fighting by their side. I'm done being the hopeless little girl, Ino said. Tsunade smiled at this. I'm glad to hear that. I actually declined Sakura to be my apprentice because of her answer. Her answer was Sasuke, Tsunade said. Ino didn't seem all that surprised. The only thing that appeared to be on her mind was that to hear Sasuke was Sakura's dream was a bit disappointing, especially after everything that had happened. Fortunately, you didn't give the same response as her, which is why I have decided to take you on as my apprentice, Tsunade said. What? Really? You want to train me? Ino muttered. She heard Naruto was being trained by Jiraiya. To be trained by one of the legendary Sannin was a huge honor. Tsunade nodded her head. Ino bowed her head. I'm grateful for you choosing me to be your apprentice. I won't make you regret it, Ino said with a million-ton smile. Tsunade smiled at Ino. Your training starts tomorrow morning. Meet me at the hospital at 6 a.m., and don't be late, Tsunade smiled. Hi, Shisho, Ino exclaimed. Never in her life had she felt so happy. She was being trained by Tsunade Senju, the fifth Hokage, the Slug Sannin, and the world's greatest medic. She knew it would only be a matter of time before Sakura found out. She just hoped her friend could find her own path and realize Sasuke wasn't the dreamboat they would always dream of. After the Sasuke retrieval mission, it was a real eye-opener for everyone. She knew Tenten might feel the same way, since Niji was in critical condition and Lee was also injured when he and Gaara fought the Bone User. With Naruto, Temari, and Jiraiya, next morning, location, Land of Rivers, Gunraku Forest. Temari's eyes stared in shock as she watched Naruto and his clones, who were practicing the Rasengan. She could still remember when he summoned over hundreds of clones to fight Gaara. She knew that was something she would never forget. Hell, she was one of the people who underestimated him. She, along with everyone, didn't believe he could beat Kiba or Niji, but the blonde proved them wrong. He was still an idiot, but at least he wasn't all talk. The blonde could at least back it up. She couldn't help but wonder if, when they infiltrated Orochimaru's hideout, Naruto would be able to do what needed to be done. She could already tell he never got his hands bloody. He was also still quite naive and green behind the ears. Hell yeah, I did it. Naruto cheered. Temari was awakened from her daze and saw the 10 clones disperse in a huge cloud of smoke. She blinked at her fellow blonde in confusion. Wait, what? It's only been the second day, Temari exclaimed. She just couldn't believe it. She then narrowed her eyes at the short genin. Show me, Temari said. Naruto grinned widely at her. He then extended his hand, and the Rasengan formed. You actually did it, a shocked Temari exclaimed. The brat learned it in a week, Jiraiya said, appearing behind Temari out of nowhere, causing her to jump back in surprise. She glared at the Toad Sannin for invading her personal space. Well, a deal is a deal, it's time to fix that shitty taijutsu of yours, Jiraiya said, which made Naruto glare at him. But the white-haired man gave him a deadpan look, at which Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Jiraiya then tossed Naruto a scroll, who stared at it in confusion. Pour chakra into it, Jiraiya ordered. Naruto did as ordered and pumped chakra into it. A cloud covered the scroll. As the cloud vanished, various scrolls appeared along with a Kusarigama. That scroll contains the ninjutsu, taijutsu, Kusarigama Jitsu, and Kyaku Jutsu of Hanzo the Salamander, Jiraiya said. Naruto stared at Jiraiya in confusion. Hanzo of the Salamander, Naruto repeated. Jiraiya sighed at this. He really needed to make Naruto smart. Hopefully, with Temari here, he could get Naruto's intelligence up to Minato's or at least Kushina's level. He was a warlord in a Megakure. He was the one that gave me, Orochimaru, and Tsunade our Sannin title. We also couldn't kill him, and we were in our prime, Jiraiya said, shocking the two blondes. Temari narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya. How exactly did you get that scroll? Getting into a Megakure is near impossible, Temari said. Jiraiya grinned at the Tsunagakure Kunoichi in a cocky, but proud, manner. It was all thanks to my spy network. If it wasn't for him, I might have had to wing it, but fortunately, that isn't the case, Jiraiya said. Naruto and Temari stared at the man in shock and amazement. Jiraiya turned toward Naruto with a serious look. From here on, I won't be lenient with your training. I will be training you harder than before. We don't have time to simply sit around and take our precious time. I can assure you, the Akatsuki and Orochimaru won't take it easy. Now, I will tell you this only once, I am training the two of you to be ready and prepared for the Akatsuki. The truth is, even if Orochimaru did get Sasuke's body, he still wouldn't be a match for some of the more powerhouse members. And I don't want to hear any buts, Jiraiya said in a hardened tone, stopping Naruto from interrupting him. Jiraiya sighed and ran his hand through his long white hair. I know how you feel, Naruto. I was exactly in your spot when Orochimaru left and betrayed the village. I wanted my best friend back, but the man whom I trusted over the years is gone. The moment he slashed his headband, he marked himself as an enemy of Konoha, Jiraiya said. He then looked at Naruto with a sober look as the blonde shinobi had his head lowered and gained a sad expression. Naruto, let me ask you something, can you really consider Sasuke your friend when he joined the man who killed Sarutobi-sensei? Jiraiya questioned. His blue eyes widened. He didn't have the answer. In most cases, he would just exclaim that Sasuke isn't anything like Orochimaru, but Sasuke did try to kill him. He had also tried to use the Chidori on him when Tsunade took him out of the coma he was in. He was also being an ungrateful bastard when he woke up. He honestly didn't know what to actually believe. He really wished the old man was here. Temari then bonked him on the head, knocking Naruto out of his daze. He turned toward Temari with a curious expression. She stared at him with a hardened stare. So, what, you're just going to mope around? Isn't your goal to be Hokage? Sasuke made his choice, now you have to choose yours. Do you want to be stronger to help your village, or do you want to be stuck in a slump like a sick dog? Naruto, you are being trained by one of the Sannin, that's the biggest honor. People would kill for that opportunity, Temari said. Seeing the young boy acting like someone had just killed his puppy was quite annoying. Jiraiya nodded his head. She's right, Naruto, being trained by one of the Sannin is as much of an honor as being trained by the Hokage. But, Naruto, do you forever want to be known as a knucklehead ninja, or do you want to be known as a powerful cage-level shinobi? Jiraiya questioned. If I'm able to open his eyes and get him to ditch the childish persona of his, then he could even surpass myself. I wouldn't doubt it if he even surpassed you, Minato, the Sannin thought. He had faith that Naruto was the one the old sage spoke about. And if he's anything like her, then he has a natural-born talent for fuinjutsu, Jiraiya thought. Does he want to be known as a knucklehead for the rest of his ninja career? He knew his answer. If he wanted to be a great Hokage, he'd need a name to match his strength. Naruto grinned at Jiraiya with a wide grin, and his cerulean-colored eyes shined with a brand new sense of determination and conviction. Naruto then punched his palm. Well, what are we waiting for, pervy sage? Let's get started, Naruto exclaimed. And I swear, Sasuke, I'll beat you, Naruto thought. He didn't like that Sasuke left the village to join Orochimaru, but that doesn't mean he's going to sit back and let Orochimaru continue to destroy any more lives. Jiraiya grinned at Naruto. He may have not given up on saving Sasuke, but at least he was learning. Maybe one day he'll see Sasuke isn't worth it. After all, Gaara and Naruto are more alike than Sasuke and Naruto. Then again, he always had a feeling Sasuke wasn't that loyal of a ninja. Temari's eyes widened. That on his face reminded her of when he and Gaara fought. It was the same expression he had when he saved her from her brother. Her eyes then widened as she noticed her cheeks turning a cherry red. Wait, am I blushing? Temari thought in shock. She then mentally shook her head at the thought of Naruto making her blush. Jiraiya grinned at Naruto. Good, time to take off the kid gloves. Your training starts now, and trust me, you'll hate me by the end of the day, Jiraiya said. Naruto grinned at the white-haired man. Just try me, pervy sage. I ain't scared, Naruto exclaimed, pointing his finger at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched at Naruto's nickname for him. Okay, if this brat wants to be taken seriously, he'll need some manners, Jiraiya thought. His eyes then turned toward Temari. Maybe with her here he'll get smarter, Jiraiya thought. He then dug into his sleeves and took out a blank scroll. The two blonde children watched as a cloud enveloped the scroll. As the cloud vanished, there were 4 black warmers, a black beads necklace, and a black rope which resembled the belt worn by the Sound Four. Here, catch, Jiraiya said, but as the new training gear touched Naruto, he was thrown to the floor. Jiraiya then laughed his ass off. Minato had the same reaction. Ah ha ha. Each of their weight is about 50 pounds, the Sannin laughed. Temari's eyes widened in surprise. She watched as Naruto put on the training gear and struggled to stand up. Naruto gained a strained grin. This is nothing, Naruto said. Jiraiya stared in amusement as he watched Naruto's body tremble. I'm glad to hear that, Jiraiya said. As the Sunin made the tiger hand sign, a dark blue sealing formula appeared all around the new training gear. Naruto then plummeted to the ground. The small child let out a loud groan as he struggled to get to his feet. Did I forget to mention that once the seals on the training gear are activated, it adds another 40 pounds of weight, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Both Temari's and Naruto's eyes went wide with shock and horror. What? Are you insane, / are you nuts, pervy sage, the two blonde teens exclaimed. Jiraiya simply shrugged his shoulders. If that's how you feel, Naruto can always give up, the Sunin said with a cheeky grin. As if by magic, Naruto found the energy to raise his feet and began to run. For warm UPS, do a 20-mile jog around the village, Jiraiya yelled. The Sunin ignored the angry shout of the Jinchuriki. Temari stared at Jiraiya with a deadpan expression. You're a real slave driver, aren't you? Temari asked. Jiraiya snickered at her. Guilty as charged, Jiraiya said in a cheeky tone. But what I'm doing is no different from how I train my own team and those other kids. Naruto must be strong, not just for himself but for the world as a whole. Naruto not only needs to know how to master his Baijuyu's chakra but needs to be a capable ninja who doesn't rely on the Kyuubi's chakra. There's no doubt about it, I have to train him harder. With Itachi and Kisame out there, he needs to be able to handle those two, Jiraiya thought. He knew from his spy network that Itachi and Kisame were assigned to capture Naruto while Sasori and Deidara were assigned to capture Gaara. Jiraiya then turned toward Temari, who raised an eyebrow. What? Temari asked. Get moving, Jiraiya exclaimed, who made a moving along hand motion. Temari stared at him with a look of shock. What? I am training both of you, if the brat runs, so do you, Jiraiya exclaimed. Unlike Naruto, who openly complained, Temari just sighed. Jiraiya then handed her similar training gear. He watched as the two blondes ran. He wasn't surprised that Temari had little trouble putting the gear on, mostly due to her years of training with her large fan. After many hours of what Jiraiya would call light training, the two blondes collapsed to the ground. The white-haired man laughed at the two who had glared at him. Now that the warm UPS are over, the real training can begin. He ignored the groans of protest. Rest is over, Jiraiya said. He then created a single clone and turned toward Temari. My clone will help with your taijutsu while I'll help the brat, Jiraiya said. He and Naruto walked toward a clearing, with Naruto struggling with each step. It felt like his very bones were going to give up on him. He couldn't help but wonder if this was how the old man trained Pervy Sage, Tsunade Bachin, and Orochimaru. While Jiraiya was teaching Naruto Hanzo's taijutsu style, the Red Prey Step, a Kainori no Ken, the clone was teaching Temari the Willow Fist, Yanagi Ken. Now, brat, let's get started, Jiraiya said. Naruto grinned at his sensei. Right, let's get started, a grinning Naruto exclaimed. Great to hear. Now, relax your body, you are too stiff, Jiraiya said, hitting his apprentice on the head, causing the blonde to hit the ground. Naruto groaned in annoyance. The blonde struggled to rise to his feet, gritting his teeth in frustration, but he knew Sasuke must be doing something like this. His body burned, every muscle begging him to stop. But Naruto won't stop, he needed to be strong. He needed to bring back Sasuke. Seeing Naruto back on his feet brought a smile to his aged face. Not going to give up? Jiraiya asked. Naruto grinned at Jiraiya. For a short second, he saw the image of Minato and Yahiko. Jiraiya quickly shook his head of the thought. It was no time to think about such things, he was short on time thanks to Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. Fortunately, he was dealing with an Uzumaki and a member of the Kaze Cage clan. Since we only have 3 years, we're going to have to speed up the process, Jiraiya stated. He then created 5 clones. Alright, brat, I want you to make 20 clones, Jiraiya ordered. He quickly made 3 clones. Before Naruto could question him on his training, he felt a drop of blood across his cheek. What the hell, Ero-Sennin? Naruto exclaimed, who responded very dramatically and waved his hands in the air in a very hyper manner while stomping his foot on the ground in a childlike manner. The Toad Sage then threw another shuriken, cutting Naruto, causing the boy to lose his balance. Damn it, Kakashi. You've really fucked up, Jiraiya thought. The sage sighed at this. If you can't avoid my weapons, then how are you going to be able to dodge from Sasuke and Itachi? What we need to do first is increase your reflexes and strength, then we can start training you how to use the taijutsu, Jiraiya said. He and his clones continued to throw kunao and shuriken at Naruto and his own clones. But being the knucklehead that he is, Naruto had to replace his clones every 3 minutes or so. But as he was dodging the sharp weapons, he couldn't help but think about the wave mission. He knew when he fought him he was unmatched. Hell, even when Sasuke's Sharingan had awoken, it was still an unmatched fight until he used the Kyuubi's chakra. Just like at the Valley of the End, he lost control, but unlike with Haku, he lost and nearly lost his life. Wee it! Naruto roared. Jiraiya accidentally threw a kunao at Naruto's shoulder. Naruto stared at the kunao, then turned toward Jiraiya, staring at him. After 3 minutes of silence, he spoke with anger. You bastard! You stabbed me, you ass! Naruto exclaimed, glaring at his sensei. Temari groaned in pain as the clone sent her on her ass. Her eyebrow twitched as the clone stared at her with a smug look. She then sighed as she heard the yelling of her new teammate and sensei. What the hell is wrong with those two? Temari wondered. It's not my fault, brat. Why'd you scream? Jiraiya yelled in annoyance. Naruto removed the kunao from his shoulder and grunted as he removed the blade. He then tossed the bloody kunao, which dropped to the floor. He then turned toward Jiraiya with a confused expression. I just remembered something, Naruto exclaimed. He then pointed at Jiraiya, causing the man to raise an eyebrow at his apprentice. You said Temari joining us was a political mission, Naruto yelled. Took the brat long enough to realize it, Jiraiya thought. He then gained a serious look. This was made by Tsunade and the Council of Tsunagakure. This mission was made to show both villages still had strong ties with each other. Orochimaru had really screwed Konoha and Suna over with this war. Both were hit hard because of the war. Both villages are on the edge, but with your friendship with Gaara, it does make things easier, but only by a little bit, Jiraiya said. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, then that means both villages are still at odds, Naruto exclaimed. He remembered when Gaara had seen him in the hospital, all the nurses and doctors had glared at him and his siblings. The look they sent them was the same as when the older generation would glare at him. It was the same look they would give me, Naruto thought. We need to build our trust with each other. That is the reason why Temari is here. This is also considered a B-rank mission. I not only have to train her, but we can't allow anything to happen to her. She is from the Kaze Cage clan, Jiraiya said. Naruto gulped very loudly. He knew if something were to happen to her, Gaara would kill him. Plus, he found Baki scary, way scarier than Anko. A cold shiver went down his spine at the thought of the purple-haired woman. Jiraiya snickered at Naruto's scared face. Must be thinking of Baki. Well, he is a strong and capable jounin, Jiraiya thought. He then gained a sly grin. Then you'll just have to protect her, Jiraiya said. Yeah, I'll protect Temari no matter what, Naruto exclaimed. As he slowly realized what he said, his tan skin then turned a deep crimson color. I didn't mean it like that, said an embarrassed Naruto. Sure you didn't, said Jiraiya winking at Naruto, who turned his head to the side in embarrassment. But he didn't mean it like that, he didn't like Temari like that. He liked his pink-haired teammate, not the Sand Kunoichi, but he did have a little crush on Koyuki, but his heart belonged to Sakura, and maybe when he came back, he'd take her on a date. Alright, lover boy, let's get back to training, Jiraiya mocked. Before Naruto could even yell at his sensei, Jiraiya threw a shuriken. A cloud of smoke covered the small weapon. As the smoke vanished, a large shuriken was thrown at him, making Naruto's eyes open in shock. He leaned back a little too far, then cursed as he lost his footing. With a loud thud, Naruto landed on his butt. He then groaned at the soreness he felt. What are you doing? I didn't say you could rest, Jiraiya yelled. Screw you, perv, Naruto roared in annoyance. His back and butt hurt. Of course, the Toad Sage didn't allow Naruto to simply lay on the floor. He continued their training by throwing a kunao at the fallen Uzumaki. For the rest of the day, Jiraiya had spent the day training Temari and Naruto in taijutsu. They didn't return to their room until 9. Once they returned, an exhausted Temari made it to the couch and crashed. The only thing coming from the blonde teenager was her soft breathing. As for Naruto, he had crashed to the floor, not even caring about a blanket or pillow. Jiraiya gave him a few love taps. Naruto just growled at Jiraiya, not wanting to deal with the man, but the Toad Sage had other plans. He then dropped a book on Naruto's face, who grunted in pain. Naruto let out a low groan, ignoring the snickering coming from his sensei. He lazily removed the book from his face. As he flipped the book to the cover, he stared at the title Poisons of a Shinobi by Hanzo. For the rest of the night, you will be tasked with reading the first chapter, Jiraiya ordered. Naruto's blue eyes stared into Jiraiya's with shock and horror. What? You're off, Naruto yelped. He rubbed the back of his head as Temari had thrown one of the weights at him. He turned and saw her tired yet angry teal eyes glaring at him. He shivered in fear. Shut up, Temari growled. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said in a low tone. Seeing her threat had gotten across with her fellow blonde, she quickly went back to sleep. Jiraiya smirked at Naruto and walked toward his room, leaving the child to his own devices. Naruto quickly glanced at the slumbering Temari. He then released a gulp. Temari is definitely scarier than Sakura-chan. It's best not to make her mad, or she'll hit me with that fan, Naruto thought. He then began opening the book and started reading. Still fixated on that teammate of yours? You truly are a fool, Naruto, Kyuubi said in an insulting tone. Naruto narrowed his eyes, not pleased to be hearing the fox's dark voice. What would you know? You dumb fox, Naruto thought. From the large cage that seemed to be filled with nothing but darkness, the red eyes and canine jaws grinned within the cage. I know far more than you, boy. My last container was far smarter than you, she had some talent, Kyuubi said. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. What? Naruto muttered. Oops, wasn't supposed to say that, Kyuubi said. His grin widened, taking joy at Naruto's confusion. Just because he's imprisoned doesn't mean he can't have fun. Naruto was lost for words. He always remembered people saying the Kyuubi had attacked Konoha, but if what the fox was saying was true, then someone had to break the seal for the Kyuubi to be freed. Who was she? Naruto asked in a nervous and almost scared tone. Kyuubi let out a few chuckles, sending shivers down his spine. Isn't it obvious, boy? It's your mother, of course. Ahaha, how sad. She gave her life up, but you don't even know what the bitch looks like or her name. Kyuubi laughed. Wait, what's her name? Naruto asked, but Kyuubi never responded. After more attempts which had no results, Naruto looked down at his hands in sadness, not even caring as his eyes cried in pain, frustration, and anger. He was sure Jiraiya knew who his mom was, but he was uncertain if the pervert would tell him. With his emotions at a high level, he stared down at the book. He sighed, knowing he won't be sleeping anytime soon. As he read the book, he was plagued by what he said. He also kept reading until 2 and finally fell asleep. One would think after a tiring and taxing day, they would have peaceful dreams, but unfortunately, that's not the case with Naruto, whose dreams were filled with his first encounters with Zabuza, Orochimaru, and Itachi. 2 hours later, both Naruto and Temari were awakened by Jiraiya's loud voice. Temari groaned in her sleep, muttering curses and swears at the kabuki-themed shinobi. Naruto simply let out a loud groan. Jiraiya whistled at Naruto, noticing he had read 2 chapters. This caused the Sannin to grin. No time for rest. Time to start today with morning training, Jiraiya yelled as he dragged the 2 half-asleep teens outside. He grinned at their tired expression. It had reminded him of himself when he was a genin, back when he and Orochimaru were best friends. He then shook himself from thinking about the past. It was no time to think about that. After all, he spent too much time thinking the what-ifs. If he truly wanted to honor those who have passed, then he must train the new generation and make sure they don't make the same mistakes. He then turned toward Temari. I hope you're ready for today's training. I'm sure you'll love it, Jiraiya exclaimed. Or hate you, Temari muttered. Jiraiya then threw a scroll at Temari, who caught it. She then gave him a questionable stare. He just smirked at her. She poured chakra into it and was left surprised as the scroll contained 2 small black iron fans. Each fan had an image of a golden moon. She then slowly looked up at Jiraiya, who had a confident yet cocky grin. A special gift from your council. If you look closer, there's something written, Jiraiya said. She struggled to raise the fans due to their weight. As she took a closer look, she saw something written on the blades, just like the wind, it flows freely like the summer leaf. She smiled at it. Beiki-sensei, Temari said in a soft tone. A smile appeared on her face. Naruto's cheeks turned a light pink hue due to never hearing the female Suna Kunoichi speak in a tone like that. Cute, Naruto thought as he stared at her smile. As you can see, each one weighs about 95 pounds each, Jiraiya said. Naruto turned and looked at Temari. He also noticed her arms were trembling. For today's training session, you'll be sparring against each other, Jiraiya said. Wait, does that mean I'll be using the Kyuzarigama? Naruto asked. A strong force hit him in the back of the head, sending him face first with the ground. Naruto could already feel a lump on his head. You idiot. That thing is poisonous, Temari screamed, glaring at him. I would never hurt you, Temari-chan, Naruto exclaimed. With his blue eyes staring into her own, she then turned away from him, hoping he didn't see her cherry-red blush. Tisk, whatever, Temari muttered. Naruto then rubbed the back of his head. He then turned toward Jiraiya with a confused expression. Then what am I supposed to use, my kuno? Naruto exclaimed. Jiraiya simply shook his head negatively and threw him a scroll with the Sarutobi clan symbol. Naruto shot the Sannin with a confused look. It's a gift from Sarutobi-sensei, Jiraiya said, shocking the blonde duo. Naruto poured chakra into the scroll, and a Gion sword was summoned. The sheath of the sword was gray-black in color. The sheath itself was made from a tree. The handle was gray-black with the pattern of an oak tree. The crossguard was the shape of a curved V which was gold and had 3 red ruby jewels embedded in it. The pommel was solid gold and took the shape of a turtle shell. Attached to the pommel was a black iron chain, and the blade was pitch black. The middle of the blade was coated in solid gold. It's called the Sword of Gujian. Sensei was going to give it to you after the Chunin exam, Jiraiya said, shocking Naruto and Temari. The blade itself was crafted with chakra metal and adamantine, while the handle and sheath are made from the first Hokage Smokitan, Jiraiya said. Naruto stared at the sword in awe. For now, you'll be using that sword until you master the Kusarigama, Jiraiya ordered. Naruto simply stared at Jiraiya with a blank face. Temari smirked at Naruto, who was flat on his butt with some cut wounds. Temari had her fair share of cuts on her. I'm impressed, Naruto, you have improved a lot faster than I thought. Maybe, there's hope for you after all, Geki. Jiraiya grinned with pride and amusement. He figured the blonde probably got his talent with the sword from his mother. Besides being the Jinchuriki of Kitsu no Kyuubi and a Fuinjutsu master, she was also a gifted Kenjutsu practitioner. Naruto grinned at the white-haired man. Then hey, screw you, old geezer, Naruto exclaimed, glaring at the sage. Temari sighed at the two. Are all Konoha ninjas like this? Temari thought as she remembered her interactions with another genin like Shikamaru who became a Chunin just like her. But, I guess she'd rather deal with the loudmouth idiot than that lazy bastard. Temari then whacked him in the back of the head, but not hard, just enough to make him stop arguing with their sensei. Aren't you a ninja? Temari asked with a raised eyebrow. He stared at his fellow blonde with confusion. What the hell did she mean? Of course he's a ninja. His first real mission turned from C rank to A rank. He survived against Orochimaru twice, met the infamous Itachi and Kisame. Hell, he fought and beat Neji and Gaara, two people who were far better than him. But here Temari is asking him that question. Of course I am, Naruto yelled. How can this woman say that? He's training to bring back Sasuke. Temari's teal eyes glared at him. Then act like it. Stop acting like you're a kid, a frustrated Temari yelled. She just couldn't believe it. Here she is with Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who beat her brother, being trained by Jiraiya, and he's acting like a child. She then roughly grabbed onto his headband and roughly shook him. This headband symbolizes you, Naruto, are a soldier of the village. You have a responsibility. You can say how you're going to bring back your traitorous friend all you want, I don't care. I care about the S-rank ninjas after my little brother. In the eyes of your village, you are no longer a child. How do you expect to be the Hokage when you're goofing off? Temari exclaimed, losing her patience with Naruto. She had thought after everything that happened, he would learn from it, but no, he's acting like how he did during the beginning of the Chunin exams. Someone like Itachi Uchiha is hunting Gaara and you. They're hunting you, as if you were some animal to be mounted. And Naruto, Itachi is stronger than Orochimaru. Temari growled. She just couldn't take it. She couldn't take how idiotic and naive Naruto is. Damn it, how can this kid be so naive? What kind of things are they teaching in Konoha? Temari thought. She couldn't help but wonder what their academy is doing since they allow Sakura and Ino, two fangirls, to be kunoichi. Those two are such an embarrassment. The only kunoichi from Konoha that actually cared about their ninja career were Hinata and Tenten. Naruto stared wide-eyed, never being told in such a manner. Sure, others have made it clear how much of an idiot he is. You think I can be the Hokage? Naruto muttered in a solemn tone. Well, of course, I do. I saw how you fought my brother, you changed him, you brought my brother back, Temari muttered, shocking Naruto. He had no clue he changed his red-haired friend. He also didn't know what Temari thought of him. Naruto could only count a few people who believed he could be Hokage, but here he has someone as strong as Temari saying she believes in him. He doesn't even think his own teammates believe him, but here, someone who isn't from his village believes him and is scolding him. The young knucklehead ninja finds himself speechless. He bows his head in shame, catching Temari off guard. I am sorry, Naruto apologized. Temari crossed her arms. This isn't the time for a pity party. We're being trained by one of the Sannin, and he's the one who trained the fourth Hokage. I won't allow these people to hunt Gaara as if he was some wild beast that needed to be locked away, Temari said, gripping her fans tightly. So what are you going to do? Sit around goofing off while these people hunt others like you and my brother? Temari asked in a serious tone. He shook his head negatively. No way, Naruto said. Temari then softly sighed. Then take this seriously. If not for me, then for my brother. You are his best friend after all, Temari said, shocking Naruto. He had no idea what Gaara had thought of him, but deep down, he knew she was right. Being a ninja wasn't what he thought it would be, and the wave mission was his wake-up call to reality. And the fact that he has someone like Itachi after him doesn't sit well with him. He then began remembering looking at Sasuke's older brother, his eyes held no emotion. It spooked him, especially with how brutal he took Sasuke out. Then there was Kisame, he hates to admit it, but he actually had a nightmare about the shark man. Naruto then bowed his head down. I'm sorry, I'm just scared, Naruto said. She then sighed at this, not sure what to do in this type of situation. She awkwardly patted him on the shoulder, not really sure what to do. After all, her family wasn't known for group hugs, so she just patted him on the shoulder. After all, physical contact was still a foreign concept to the blondes. But as Blue and Teal met, Naruto, not being one to ever think, simply blurted out the first thing that came to his ramen brain. Beautiful eyes. Naruto blurted. Jiraiya then laughed at the two who had an equal crimson blush. Naruto, not sure what to do, sure he always called Sakura cute, he even thinks Koyuki is beautiful. But there's something about Temari, she's talented, she's very smart, and she's very mature for her age. There was also this exotic aura about her, maybe because she was from a whole other village, and she was the strongest kunoichi in the Chunin exam. So, Naruto does what many others have done, avoid contact and stare at their feet while having a mental debate. Temari's cheeks turned red. Stop trying to change the subject, thank you, Temari said, but she said the last part to herself. Jiraiya then laughed loudly, ruining the moment. After all, seeing their teen drama was funny. Temari's blush was then replaced with annoyance. She swung at her sensei, nailing him in the face. They watched as he bounced off the ground, causing Naruto to have a sweat drop. And you, act your age, Temari snarled in annoyance. This pervert was her sensei and somehow trained a cage. She wondered why all Konoha ninjas lived so laid back. Jiraiya dusted himself off and grinned. Okay, enough of your lover's spat, Jiraiya joked. The man enjoyed watching the two blondes turn a deep red. He couldn't help but chuckle. Just like Kushina, Minato? Jiraiya thought. Naruto might be a hidden gem, but he was definitely his mother's son, his personality was so much like hers, it was scary. We are not lovers, the two yelled. Naruto was really just thinking of summoning Gamabunta just to flatten the smirk off of Jiraiya's old, wrinkling face. They both calmed down, seeing the serious expression on his face. Naruto, she's right. This is the real world, but this isn't the time for this. In 2 weeks, we'll be going on our first A-rank mission, Jiraiya said, shocking the two. Our mission is to infiltrate one of Orochimaru's labs. This warehouse has many records of various things from his time as a shinobi of the Leaf, to a root agent of Danzo, and to his time with the Akatsuki, Jiraiya said. Just as Naruto was about to ask about Sasuke, Jiraiya held his hand up, stopping him from speaking. No intel says the one at this hideout is a Kekii Genkai woman named Gurren. She's one of his top jonin. Leave her to me. You two will head to the below level where the documents are kept. You two will be facing Jonin and Shinin. Do you understand? Jiraiya asked. Temari nodded her head. We'll be on our own, Temari said. Yes, this woman was once an ideal body, so he kept her because of her usefulness, Jiraiya said. Do you think she might know where Orochimaru is? Naruto asked. It's a possibility. Tsunade trusts us to complete this mission. Are you two ready? Jiraiya asked. They nodded their heads. Good, we don't have much time, but with clones, anything is possible, the man said. For the next 2 weeks, Jiraiya had increased their training. Naruto could now properly use the chain sickle with the help of Temari. She had taught him a few wind jutsu. Jiraiya had also taught him a few toad, earth, and water ninjutsu. The three stood at the secret entrance of the warehouse. You two remember your part, right? Jiraiya asked. This question was more directed at Naruto. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, I remember. We have to find the documents when you deal with the Crystal Lady, Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded his head with a smile. From here on, you two are on your own. Be careful, you two, and watch each other's backs, Jiraiya said. The two nodded their heads in agreement. Right. You can count on me, I'll protect Temari, Naruto said, not even noticing Temari's rose-red cheeks. Yeah, what Naruto said. We won't fail you, Jiraiya-sama, Temari said. The toad sage grinned at this. He then body flickered away. She then turned to Naruto. Are you ready? Temari asked. Naruto's response was a cloud of smoke. Naruto now stood with his Kyuzarigama. She smirked at him, at which he flashed her his fox-like grin. They then entered, and of course, with Naruto's luck, it's never easy. Standing in front of them were 4 men. Ah, shit, Naruto groaned. The 4 men charged at them. Temari unleashed powerful wind blades with her 2 iron fans. Each man was then flung back, hitting the wall. You could even hear the sound of bones breaking as their bodies hit the wall. Naruto released an audible gulp. Man, I do not want to be on the retrieving side of those things, Naruto thought. Sure, Sakura scares him with her short temper, but Temari scares him even more. Plus, she didn't even need to use her fist, just her fans. Come on, Naruto, we have a mission to complete, Temari said. Naruto dumbly nodded his head and followed her down a flight of stairs. From what Jiraiya-sama had said, these are at least 3 more levels we have to go before we reach our destination, Temari said. Right, and we'll run into more of Orochimaru's henchmen. But I can't help but to wonder if he's here, Naruto wondered. Who? Sasuke? Temari asked with a raised brow. Her fellow blonde shook his head negatively. No, Kabuto, Orochimaru's right hand, Naruto said. Kabuto? You mean the guy who took part in the war? Temari asked. She never knew he was fearsome, the only thing she knew about him was that he was a spy for Orochimaru and took part in the war. Yeah, he's strong. I fought him when Arosenin and I had to bring back Baa-chan, and he totally kicked my ass. He's as good as a medic as Baa-chan, but as ruthless as that snake bastard. Arosenin told me he's as strong as Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. Temari's eyes looked on in shock. Kakashi was Konoha's most talented and skilled shinobi, and for someone like Kabuto to be on even ground as Kakashi was scary. And how did you manage against him? Temari asked. A sweat drop appeared on the side of his head. I had to let him stab my hand, then I used the raise non on him, the blonde Uzumaki said in a low tone. Temari stared at him with a blank look. Idiot, Temari muttered. But somehow, this didn't surprise her. After all, she watched him fight, and she knew he took unnecessary risks just to win a fight. Hopefully, you won't have to do that again, Temari said. Yeah, you and me both, Naruto said. Fortunately, now that he managed to use the raise non with one hand, getting stabbed wasn't really necessary. Boy, you aren't alone, Kyuubi said. Naruto then came to a stop, looking around. Temari then turned to Naruto. What is it? Temari asked. We aren't alone, Naruto said. The two blondes were then back to back, looking at their surroundings. They even looked above but didn't see anyone. Where are they? Naruto asked, but Kyuubi didn't respond, causing the blonde to growl in annoyance. Suddenly, Naruto got punched in the face, making him land on his face. Temari swung her fan but hit nothing. She then felt as if someone kicked her knees, making her lose her balance. She then felt as if someone kicked her in the gut, sending her flying. Something then wrapped her neck and hurled her at Naruto, who caught her. Sound cry, Oto no Sakebe, a man exclaimed. A powerful sound blast knocked the two against the concrete door. They groaned in pain. Did Konoha and Suna really send two stupid brats? The man mocked. He then deactivated his jutsu, showing himself to the two young ninjas. He looked like any regular Oto shinobi except the fingers on his left hand had sound devices similar to Zaku, and he wielded a chain kunao. The man grinned darkly at the two. The name's Ryoga. The last thing you stupid brats will ever see, soul bullets, Tamashii no Dangan. Ryoga yelled. He extended his hand, firing sound bullets from his fingertips. Naruto quickly tackled Temari down, narrowly avoiding the sound bullets. The two looked at the walls. There were 5 holes. Both narrowed their eyes at the man. Just like that guy back at the Chunin exam, but with his fingers, Naruto thought. He then unleashed a volley of kunao at Ryoga, but the man skillfully blocked each one with his kunao. Naruto quickly went through a few hand signs. He then clapped his hands together. Wind release aerial wall jutsu, futon kuku cabe no jutsu, the two blondes yelled. Naruto released a powerful blast of wind from his lungs while she released the same blast from her two fans. Bleeding Ragnarok technique, Ragunaroku shuketsu no jutsu, Ryoga said. A powerful sound beam. Both sound and wind collided, shaking the very foundation of the building. Even the walls themselves began to crack under pressure. Naruto then threw a flash bomb, blinding him. Naruto then created 2 clones, each of them threw an exploding tag. Temari unleashed a gust of wind, increasing the blast even more, burning the man. Ryoga snarled at the two. He then grinned at them. He then used the snake, boar, rat, and tiger seals. Hiding chameleon technique, Kame Rayon Okakusu no Jutsu, Ryoga said. He then turned invisible. He then charged at the two, knocking Temari to the side. He then kneed Naruto in the gut, then uppercut him. He then grabbed Naruto by his jumpsuit. He then punched him in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. This blow had sent the blonde flying. Naruto then screamed in pain as the kunao stabbed him in the gut. You're done for, brat, Ryoga said. You could even hear the smugness in his voice. He then yanked the kunao back, wrapping his hand around Naruto's throat. Sound technique, Demon Knight, Oto Jutsu Onai no Yuta, Ryoga whispered. Naruto then released a silent scream as his eardrums were assaulted by a powerful sound blast. His ears and nose began to bleed. Get your damn hands off him. Twin Whirlwind, Futaigo no Senpyu, an enraged Temari yelled. She unleashed a powerful blast of wind, knocking him away from Naruto. Her teal eyes glared hard at the invisible man. I don't know where he is, but with this, it shouldn't matter. Wind release, Blades of Spirit technique, Futon Tsushin no Hajutsu, Temari yelled. She unleashed a volley of wind blades. Ryoga tried his best to deflect them, but he wasn't able to deflect all of them. He snarled as cuts appeared on him. With him taking that much damage, his chameleon jutsu deactivated. He glared at her, seeing blood dripping from his body. You damn bitch, you'll pay for that. Slicing serpent, Hebayo Sureja Suru, Ryoga said. He then twirled the blade, slicing the roof. He then grinned and attacked her with sound blades. She released a scream in pain as the sound-based blades cut into her. He then blasted her with a sound blast that threw her to the ground. He then grinned at the two children. He then walked to the downed Temari and glared at her. I really hate kids, Ryoga said. He then picked her up by her, then wrapped his chain kunai around her neck. She punched him in the face, but it didn't even seem to faze him. You were foolish to think you could beat me. You will die like fools, Ryoga grinned as he tightened the chain. Temari's eyes began to water. Naruto looked up, seeing Ryoga strangling Temari. Stop it, let her go, Naruto yelled. Ryoga grinned at the downed Naruto. No, I don't think so. I think after I kill the bitch, I'll have some fun with her. Ryoga grinned darkly with a perverted look in his eyes. Temari looked at him with fear. The man then grabbed her by the breast, roughly cackling darkly. This angered Naruto even more. A red cloak then began to cover him. Sensing the foul chakra, he turned and saw Naruto entering his two-tailed Kyuubi cloak. Naruto gritted his teeth in raw, unadulterated anger. You bastard! Let Temari-chan go! Naruto roared. He then charged at Ryoga with blinding speed. The man then coughed out blood and dropped Temari, who began to cough. The Oto shinobi looked down, noticing he'd been cut. Damn it, poison, Ryoga muttered. He then fell face down, throwing up blood. The Baijuyu cloak vanished, and Naruto fell to his knees and stared at his hands in shock. Oh my god, I killed him, but he was evil, and he was gonna Tema. Naruto groaned as he was tackled by a yellow blur. He soon found himself smothered by a hugging Temari. She kept muttering thank you. She then surprised herself and him by kissing him on his cheek. Both blondes blushed crimson red. Realizing what she just did, she jumped away, looking away, and failing to hide her deep red blush. Right, thank you again for, saving me, Naruto, a blushing Temari said, who twirled one of her pigtails. Naruto, who was also blushing, rubbed the back of his head. It was no problem, Temari-chan. I'll always protect you, a blushing Naruto said. With that being said, Temari's face matched the same color as her brother's hair. Temari could have sworn her heart skipped a full beat. Cough, cough, you stupid kids. Ryoga groaned. He slowly rose to his feet, glaring at the blonde duo. He then dug into his pocket, pulling out a syringe that contained purple liquid. With this, I'll make you and your Sunahor pay, Ryoga smirked. He then coughed up blood and grinned darkly at the two who glared at him. Kukyaku, after I kill you, I think I'll torture that sand whore. Kukyaku. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Ryoga grinned in a perverted manner. Just before he injected the syringe into his neck, Naruto's Kusarigama cut off his hand. While this happened in a split second, for the Oto shinobi, it happened in slow motion. He stared at his now missing hand in shock. Temari threw one of her fans at Ryoga. The fan pierced Ryoga in the throat. The man collapsed to the ground, choking on his own blood. Jiraiya vs Gurren grinned at the Toad Sage as his kunai clashed with her crystal blade. The aged shinobi gritted his teeth in annoyance as the kunai began to crystallize. He quickly threw the weapon to the side. Orochimaru may be a bastard, but he sure knows how to pick his soldiers, Jiraiya thought. Weapons seem useless against her, and some elemental ninjutsu. After all, he just witnessed her turning his mud dragon into a crystallized snake. I have to say, I'm impressed. I've seen my share of unique Kekii Genkai, but I've never seen a crystal user before. You could become a great kunoichi for the village, Jiraiya said with a smirk. And coming from a Sunin, that means a lot, but flattery won't help you, Gurren said. She slashed at him. Jiraiya ducked down and open palmed her in the stomach. She then hurled crystallized shuriken. Jiraiya took a sealing paper and watched as the weapons were sealed away. His hair hardened. He then unleashed his needle hair senbon at the woman. She quickly summoned a crystal shield. She narrowed her eyes as the crystal slowly began to crack. If Earth Release ninjutsu won't work, then maybe this will work, Jiraiya thought. He quickly made a clone and released his fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet, Katon Gameoendan. Gurren gritted her teeth as more cracks formed around the shield. She then went through the hand signs of bird, ox, horse, snake, boar, and then stopped. Crystal release, crushing Jade Hunter, Shotan, Hiswai Hanta O Funside, Gurren said. A crystallized wolf emerged from the shield and met his flame jutsu head-on. A huge explosion occurred, blocking their vision. This caused Gurren to narrow her eyes. Jiraiya grinned at this. Summoning, Toad Mouth Bind, Kukiyos, Gamaguchi Shibari. It's over now, there's no escape, Jiraiya said. The stomach then began to bind the woman. No matter how much she struggled, she then used her crystal release. It soon began to crystallize the inside of the toad, but Jiraiya charged at her with a Raisnon, ramming it into her. But instead of blowing her back, she then shattered into jade crystals. A clone, Jiraiya muttered. He watched as the crystal clone began to laugh in a mocking manner. Sorry to disappoint you, Sunin, but I have no interest in getting captured. But don't worry, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, the clone said. She then shattered into pieces. Jiraiya glared at the shattered crystals. Jiraiya growled in frustration. Ugh, well, that's not a good sign, and Haim-chan won't like this. Hopefully, the brats have better luck than I do, Jiraiya said as he rubbed the back of his head with a sigh. Jiraiya's surprise. Sometime later, Jiraiya met up with his students and found himself surprised, not just because they had found the document but because of the state his students were in. I take it you hit a few bumps too, the aged man asked. The two nodded their heads in agreement. Yeah, that's the understatement of the year, Temari thought. She turned to Naruto, who dug into his jumpsuit and took out a syringe. Their sensei raised an eyebrow at this. A jonin we fought was about to inject himself before Temari-chan and I took the bastard out, Naruto said with a wide grin on his face. The fan user's cheeks became pink thanks to Naruto's praise. Jiraiya grinned at this and had his students with a smug smirk. He snickered at the two. Oh, is it Temari-chan now, eh? You sure move fast, brat, Jiraiya giggled in a perverted manner. He could already smell inspiration for his novel. Whatever thoughts for his smut novel were banished as Jiraiya was hit by Temari's and Naruto's weapons. Get your head out of the gutter / quit being a perv, the two yelled, glaring at him, daring the seasoned ninja to continue with his perverted ways. Especially after dealing with Ryoga, neither of the two was in the mood to deal with their sensei's usual perverted ways. Anyways, when Naruto used his Q-Zarigama and the enemy went down, we thought he was down, but he had another surprise. But he got full of himself, allowing Naruto to cut his hand off and myself to finish the job, but he believed whatever was in it would give him a complete edge over us, Temari said. It didn't take a genius to realize something else had happened. Jiraiya knew this wasn't the place nor the time to ask. But it seemed whatever they went through not only forced Naruto to take his first kill after all the poison covering the Q-Zarigama is highly poisonous, but it seemed whatever the two went through had also brought them closer together. While teasing the two did sound like fun, they were still on a mission. Oh, well, I'll just find out what happened later, Jiraiya thought. He then summoned a small toad and handed him the documents and the syringe. Give these to Haim-chan, the Sunin ordered. The small toad nodded his head and shot a curious gaze at the syringe. The kids retrieved it from the enemy. It might be some kind of drug, Jiraiya said. When dealing with Orochimaru, you never know what you're truly dealing with. Sure thing, Jiraiya, the small toad said. It soon vanished in a puff of smoke. Now let's get you patched up. After all, not everyone can heal fast, Jiraiya said, but this was more directed at Naruto. Training with a new partner. 2 days later, Temari lowered her fans as Naruto lowered his. The desert kunoichi turned to Jiraiya, who was writing in a small notebook but didn't look like the one he used for his Ika Ika series. Have you got a message from my village? Temari asked. In those 2 days, they had already gotten paid and a congratulations from Konoha, but she hadn't heard back from her home. Not yet, but I should be expecting a message from them any day now, Jiraiya said. He watched as she smiled at this, no doubt missing her brothers. Sure, she and Kankuro weren't close to Gaara because of his former psychotic persona, but even back then, she loved her brother. Hey, Arosenin, remember when you and Toad Boss used that big fire jutsu? Naruto asked. Jiraiya knew which jutsu he was talking about. I was thinking of doing that but with a poison fog, Naruto said. Jiraiya grinned at this while Temari looked on, impressed. That's not a bad idea, kid. I was waiting until much later, but there's no time like the present, he said. He then turned to the female blonde. And you'll also be doing cooperation ninjutsu. We can work with both toads and weasels, Jiraiya said, causing both to smile. But first, I want to teach you a seal, Jiraiya said. Really, what kind of seal? Naruto asked. The fire sealing method, Fukahoin. It's a seal that allows you to seal away any fire ninjutsu, even attack as Amaterasu, Jiraiya said. Amaterasu? What's that? Naruto asked. It's the next step of the Manjikyu Sharingan. The only way to achieve it is to kill your best friend or a family member dying, Jiraiya said. Temari looked on in disgust while Naruto didn't look too happy either. In exchange for such a commitment, it also causes a person's eyes to evolve. Every Uchiha who unlocked theirs got their own unique ability. Shisui, Itaka's best friend, can use Kodo Amatsukami, a dojutsu that casts a powerful yet subtle mind-controlling genjutsu on the target. The ninjutsu is so powerful you wouldn't even know it or be aware you were being controlled. You would believe each action you took was of your own choosing, Jiraiya said. It was safe to say neither of them wanted to go up against someone like Shisui. Itaka's Manjikyu gave him the Tsukuyomi. It traps them in an illusion of his design. Through his unprecedented ability to alter targets' perception of time, he uses Tsukuyomi to subject victims to days' worth of torture in a matter of seconds. And it gave him the Amaterasu, a technique that allows him to command black flames. Once created, the flames will not stop burning until their target is completely incinerated. The flames cannot be extinguished with water, the passage of time, or any other normal methods. Only the user can put the flames out, Jiraiya explained. Which is why it's important for you to learn the Fukahoin. When we meet up with Itaki and his blue friend, you'll have a way to deal with Amaterasu. Now watch carefully, I'm going to show you the hand signs, Jiraiya said. He used the hand signs of rat, bird, a technique-specific seal, and tiger. He then began to show them the sealing formula. He watched as both wrote the sealing formula and activated the scroll. He then fired a lower-level fire jutsu and watched as both scrolls sealed away the small flames. Naruto, with a huge grin, jumped around in excitement while Temari smiled to herself at learning something new. Now, I'll be back. I need to head back to Mount Mayaboku to see if they have any toads that specialize in poison. Use this time to relax and take a break, you two need it, Jiraiya said. He then reverse summoned himself, heading back to the home of the toads. Temari turned and saw Naruto reading the Fuinjutsu book and chuckled at this. Even given time to relax, the blonde was still trying to improve himself. Naruto, I know we never talked about it, but seeing as we're alone, I think it's important we have to discuss something, Temari said. Naruto quickly became stiff and his eyes went wide. Crap, that's right, in front of her, a frantic Naruto thought. He then blushed, remembering the hug and kiss. It was rare for him to get a hug from a girl, and a kiss, well, he got a kiss from the snow daimyo, Koyuki, but he was unconscious, and the only type of affection he received from a girl his age was Sakura's fist. It also helped that Temari was far cuter than Sakura. Seeing he was still paying attention to her, she continued on. So that red chakra was Kyuubi's, right? Temari asked. He just nodded his head. Can you control it? Temari asked. I've only gone up to 2 tails so far, I'm still in control, Naruto said. She smiled at this. Well, I'm happy you used it, the female blonde said. Really, you are? A shocked Naruto asked. She nodded her head and smiled at the Uzumaki and placed his hand on her shoulder. Well, yeah, if you hadn't, I'd rather not think about it. So, I'm not used to saying this but, thank you, Naruto-kun, a blushing Temari said. Naruto's cheeks became a deep scarlet. Cute, Naruto blurted. Temari blushed, she then gained a nervous smile and muttered a thank you. I'm just happy you're safe, Temari-chan. I can't and won't let anything happen to my precious people, Naruto said. She smiled even brighter at this. Why you think I'm precious? Temari asked. He flashed her one of his famous grins. Sure, of course. I wouldn't ask for another partner. I mean, you're so cool, amazing, and smart. You're definitely the coolest girl I've met, you're even cuter than Sakura and Ino, Naruto exclaimed. Feeling the effect of the infamous Uzumaki grin made the Sand Konoichi's heart skip a few beats. Sure, many people had commented on her skills, but no boy had ever commented on her looks. She leaned in and kissed his whiskered cheek. That's for saving me and for saving my brother. Just so you know, that Sakura girl is an idiot for chasing Sasuke, Temari said, leaving Naruto frozen, and no doubt his own heart skipped a few beats. He even forgot to breathe for a few seconds. The two smiled at each other. The two quickly jumped back as Jiraiya had returned with another toad. He looked at the two, noticing Naruto was a blushing mess while Temari tried to put on a strong face. These brats are gold. Ahaha, the next Ikeika series will write itself thanks to these two brats, Jiraiya thought. This is Gameikaso, the son of Fukazaku and Shima. You'll meet his parents later, he specializes in poison. His poison ninjutsu is considered the best, Naruto said. Gameikaso's size is comparable to that of a human's, though, he is noted to be slightly bigger than the average male. His skin color is mahogany brown, an effect transcribed through the combination of his mother's purple skin color and his father's green skin color, respectively. Unlike Fukazaku, however, he does not possess any noticeable facial hair. His eyes also bear a striking resemblance to his father's, bright yellow in color with a noticeable black rectangular shape swimming in the center, a trait that displays his mastery over the element of senjutsu. He also coats his lips in a thick coating of lipstick, utilizing the dark purple shade of his mother, Shima. He wears an elongated black cloak that extends past the wearer's own knees. Beneath the dark cloak lies Gameikaso's true attire, comprised of a black kimono and complete with a pair of noble shinobi sandals. A white obi sash is tied around his waist, holding together his set of stone katanas. The large toad bowed at Naruto. It is an honor to meet you, Naruto-san, Gameikaso said. Naruto then got the feeling this toad was a big deal and gave the large toad a bow too. Nice to meet you, Naruto said. After all, it probably wouldn't do him any good to piss this toad off. He has a feeling this toad is far stronger than Gamabunta. He also didn't want to test Gameikaso's temper, especially if it was anything like Gamabunta's temper. Gameikaso smirked at Jiraiya. Well, the boy has more respect than you, Jiraiya, and he seems far more promising, the human-sized toad mocked, causing Jiraiya to pout at the son of the toad sage. This caused Naruto to snicker at Jiraiya. The large toad then turned to Naruto, and a member of the Uzumaki clan. You know how to pick your students, the smirking toad exclaimed. You know about the Uzumaki clan, the surprised Naruto exclaimed. Ever since he left Konoha, he still hasn't found any scrolls of the Uzumaki, which greatly disappointed him. Gameikaso chuckled at Naruto, causing Naruto's own temper to flare up. Everyone knows who the Uzumaki clan is. They, along with the Senju and Uchiha clans, were the strongest clans in the world, Gamekaso exclaimed. Naruto quickly glared at Jiraiya, who quickly looked the other way, whistling. No reason to be angry at Jiraiya, it was the Hokage's orders. Many people would kill and kidnap to get their hands on an Uzumaki. I have an idea. If you impress me, I'll tell you what I know, and I'll teach you a jutsu, deal? Gamekaso asked. He knew it was against the Hokage's orders, but he didn't really care. Naruto looked at Gamekaso in confusion before grinning to himself. Whatever it is, I'm ready, Naruto said, punching his palm. I hope so. If you can force me to use one ninjutsu, I'll uphold my promise, Gamekaso said, pulling out both of his stone swords. Now let's see what you've got, son of Minato, the sage toad thought. An unexpected challenge. Naruto grinned widely at the toad. He charged at Gamekaso with his Kyuzarigama. Gamekaso swiped at Naruto, who ducked low. He then threw a smoke bomb in his face. Naruto slammed an aerial kick on him, but Gamekaso used the flat side of his sword to push him back. The blonde teen then made a dozen clones, but this didn't deter him. To Naruto's surprise, Gamekaso destroyed each of the clones with his large swords in a matter of seconds, but destroying each clone caused a large smoke screen. As it cleared up, Naruto came crashing down with a Rasengan. Gamekaso used his tongue to wrap itself around Naruto's waist and tossed him to the side. You'll have to do better than that, Gamekaso exclaimed. He then appeared in front of Naruto and elbowed him in his head, sending him to the ground. Naruto quickly jumped back, nearly avoiding being crushed, but Gamekaso picked Naruto up by the foot with his tongue and tossed him to the side. The toad charged at Naruto, hitting him in the gut with his foot, causing Naruto to gasp for air. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain and unleashed a volley of wind blades. Gamekaso used the blunt side to take the damage. The large toad appeared in front of him and slammed the sword down. Naruto quickly substituted himself with a piece of tree bark. Gamekaso looked everywhere with a grin. Cheeky brat, Gamekaso exclaimed. He punched his hand through the ground, removing Naruto from the ground. The blonde child then grinned, confusing him. He then noticed a paper bomb attached to him. It exploded. Gamekaso's eyes widened as he felt 10 shadows above him. He looked up, seeing down clones, each with their own Rasengan. Gamekaso then threw his stone sword, destroying each clone. He then used his tongue to literally gut-punch Naruto, sending him falling to the ground, grinning at the groaning Naruto who lost his breath. Yo, Naruto, you dead? Gamekaso asked. Not dead, just need to get up, Naruto groaned. Gamekaso picked his sword up and stood in the group and sent rocks at him. Well, get up faster, Gamekaso said. He then hit more rocks, sending them at him. Naruto then clasped his hands together. Wind release aerial wall technique, Futon Kuku Cabe no Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed. The wind blast destroyed the rocks. Gamekaso then used his sword to block the attack, but it pushed him back. Gamekaso jumped high in the air. He then wrapped his tongue around Naruto, but the blonde Uzumaki swung his sickle and wrapped the chain around his left arm and face. Gamekaso then used his right hand to attack him, but a clone rose from the ground, wrapping a chain around his forearm. The Naruto in front of him then used the chain to trap his arm, pulling him tightly. The two clones tugged a few more times, bringing him to the ground. A few other Narutos rose from the ground, pinning his other limbs with a chain sickle. 5 Narutos then charged at him with a Rasengan. 3 others came at him with their Kyuzarigama and channeled wind nature through the blade, while 2 other clones released a volley of wind slashes. Gamekaso puffed out his cheeks and channeled water nature through himself. Water release, gunshot, Suten, Teppadama, Gamekaso exclaimed, firing a giant water projectile that rivaled the size of Gamabunta's own Teppadama. The real Naruto and his clones were then sent flying, sending the poor boy into the tree. I guess you brat. Gamabunta did say you have lazy luck, Gamekaso said. Jiraiya laughed loudly. You don't know the half of it, but never against the brat, Jiraiya said. He'd seen Naruto go through and beat the odds. He also looked at Naruto with pride. Before coming on the training trip, he would just send as many clones as possible, and now he actually had them coordinated. Naruto grunted in pain as the very ground felt like it was ringing. He then looked and saw a smirking Gamekaso. Told ya, old man. Naruto Uzumaki never gives up, Databia. Naruto grinned. If you have that much energy then you can use it to train, and I did promise to tell you about the Uzumaki clan. Just like the Uchiha clan has many temples, so does the Uzumaki clan, which contains ancient scrolls and sacred artifacts. Both Ashina and Mito were the strongest of the clan. Ashina was a master swordsman, a Fuinjutsu master, and his ninjutsu was powerful, and a master in water release. And Mito was the Hokage's wife and fought with him against Madara. Her skill in Fuinjutsu was so powerful she'd seal the 9 tails in herself. She was skilled in medical ninjutsu, she had chakra chains which can even contain a baijuyu, and she was talented in both fire and water release, Gamekiso said. Naruto smiled at this. With Jiraiya training him in Fuinjutsu, he was already on his way to becoming close to his fallen clan. But he had another goal, to retrieve any Uzumaki artifacts he finds. Now that's out of the way, let's get to training. We'll be creating a water ninjutsu and some poison ninjutsu. I'll be teaching you water release, high-pressured impact, Suten Kotsu. This technique allows the user to create a spiral of water on both hands of the user and fires it with great speed, dealing a great amount of damage to the enemy. And poison mist, Dekujiri. This allows you to create a poisonous mist. But together it makes water release, poison water bomb, Suten Dokudan, Gamekiso said. Naruto was then literally bouncing on his feet. While Gamekiso was busy with training Naruto and Kamatari, the two decided Temari should try learning at least one defensive ninjutsu. Jiraiya advised she learn a Doton and the summoner agreed. After all, she was the daughter of Raza, so the chances of her having his affinity over earth and water release was pretty high. Jiraiya decided to teach her earth release, Dust Storm, Doton, Seijinarashi, which requires the use of the hand signs of monkey, ram, snake, and hands clapped together. This ability allows the user to slam their hands on the ground, generating a large amount of soil, which is launched and manipulated toward the opponent as a fast wave with crushing force. While Kamatari plans to teach her the violent whirlwind, Resanpyu, the user produces a powerful stream of wind from their mouth. Temari panted heavily as she sent a small layer of soil. She rolled the sweat from her forehead. While she was getting tired of practicing the Doton ninjutsu, she knew this is something to help her and Naruto. She then blushed, remembering the kiss she gave him. Maybe it was a spur of the moment thing, but she did mean what she said about Sakura. Sure, Sasuke was cute, but he was a traitor and had caused his classmates to be put in the hospital. Hell, they were lucky to be alive. Except for Shikamaru, all he had was a broken finger while the others were much different. She remembers Gaara telling her about Kimimaro and was surprised there was yet another person capable of challenging her brother. But it seems like ever since Rock Lee had been her brother's opponent, there had been others to hurt him, like Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and the Bone User. While Naruto isn't the silent, cool type like Sasuke or some genius like Shikamaru, he is loyal and someone who has a strong drive. And she likes his eyes and whiskers. He definitely isn't the smartest, but she's glad to have him by her side. And at least he isn't lazy or arrogant. But you can trust him to always be there when you need him. She can't say she could see Shikamaru or any of the other guys to go as far as Naruto has gone. Plus, Shikamaru seems lazy to put in the extra work. But the blonde Jinchuriki was cute in his own way. It did make her heart flutter when he said she was precious to him. She honestly felt like Sakura was a fool for liking Sasuke. Sure, he was cute, but that didn't make up for his arrogance or his superior complex, which is something she couldn't stand, and he was a traitor. She really hopes she'll wake up to realize Sasuke isn't the type to care for others. Hell, if he was from Tsunagakure, they'd kill him. Her eyes glanced over to Naruto, watching him get propelled back. I really hope he realizes Sasuke isn't worth it, but if Gaara was in Sasuke's place, I would do anything to bring him back. The other difference of Gaara had become rogue was that he's my brother, Temari thought. She really hoped Gaara was taking care of himself. Thinking about her brothers had only driven her more. I'm the daughter of a cage, so giving up isn't an option, Temari thought. She rose to her feet and went through the various hand signs and performed the earth ninjutsu once again. The soil she was able to generate was far bigger than before, causing her to grin at herself. Jiraiya grinned to himself. He had to admit she has potential. Hell, he would say she has enough potential to be one of the strongest kunoichi in her village. But training him and Temari had reminded him of his time training Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. This also caused him to be sad. Ever since he heard the rebels had died, Jiraiya always blamed himself for the death of his students. He always wished he had stayed a bit longer or at least brought the children back to the village. This time I'll make sure both of them reach their goal. I won't let them fail like I did with the AIM kids and Minato, Jiraiya thought. Plus, he was sure if anything happened to any of the kids, Tsunade and Gaara would not only kill him but take turns. Plus, he knew Minato and Kushina would kill him in the afterlife. Jiraiya grinned widely as he watched and turned to Naruto, who had successfully mastered the water ninjutsu. He watched with pride as two large boulders were smashed through them, reducing them to small pebbles. He then felt sorry for the poor rocks. Gamekiso smirked at the boy. Congratulations, kid, you mastered the water release, high-pressured impact, Suten Kotsu. Now on to the next ninjutsu, poison mist, Dekujiri, Gamekiso said. He then showed Naruto the hand signs for snake, boar, ram, and horse. Gamekiso puffed out his cheeks and launched a purple mist of poison. After a few tries with clones, he had finally learned. But of course, this had left him exhausted. Gamekiso decided to allow the boy to rest. Naruto turned to look at Temari and was amazed that she too had learned the earth ninjutsu. She too seemed to be resting, no doubt exhausted from learning an affinity she wasn't too familiar with. Plus, not everyone is a stamina monster like him. Ever since the one-sided fight with Tenten, he was amazed. Plus at the time, he thought she was pretty. He still thinks she is now, and he did like her eyes, they kinda reminded him of the ocean. Is that your girlfriend? Gamekaso asked, causing him to jump with shock. Naruto's face became a deep shade of red. She isn't my girlfriend, Naruto exclaimed. Really, you could have fooled me. That's a pity, you two look good together, Gamekaso said. But I don't like Temari-chan. I like Sakura-chan, Naruto said, who was still red as a tomato. He then rubbed the cheek where Temari kissed. I don't like Temari-chan, she's just a friend, Naruto thought. Kuwabai scoffed at Naruto, rolling his eyes at his jailer. If she's only a friend, then why are you blushing? Kuwabai teased. He then decided to take a nap. The giant fox does have a valid point. Temari had treated him 100 times better than his pink-haired teammate, and she never hit him unless he deserved it. Plus, he was scared of what Gaara and Kankuro might do. Naruto then began telling Gamekaso about his crush on Sakura, and Gamekaso looked at Naruto like he was the planet's biggest idiot. I think you're an idiot, Gamekaso exclaimed. He had to say this, Temari girl was far better than his teammate. Hey, Naruto exclaimed. I also think you're a glutton for punishment. I say you should ask her out. You are a ninja, after all, you have no idea what might be your last mission. The last thing you want is regret, Gamekaso said. But we're from two different villages, Naruto said. Not right now, you aren't. Right now you are on a training trip with one of the strongest Sannin. Plus who cares if you are from two different villages? Gamekaso exclaimed, causing Naruto to smile. He was right, though. Who cares if they were from two different villages? He just didn't want it to feel awkward if she said no. Plus, she was so cool and smart, and he was just an idiot. His eyes then turned back to Temari, who turned to look at him. She simply smiled and waved at the blonde Uzumaki, who grinned back at her, who blushed. He, in return, seeing her blush, maybe he did have a thing for the fan user. Or maybe he was just an idiot. He honestly had no idea what was going on in his head. Maybe the fight the two of them had was still fresh in his mind, or maybe everything is just moving far too fast for him. Ever since the passing of the third Hokage, it felt like his life has just been spinning out of control. Okay, Naruto, let's begin with the collaboration technique, Gamekaso advised. Naruto nodded his head with a grin. He rose to his feet with excitement. Right, let's do this. Water release, high-pressured impact, Suten Kotsu, Naruto exclaimed, creating a spiral of water on both hands. Gamekaso puffed out his cheeks and expelled a poison mist from his lungs. Water release, poison water bomb, Suten Dokudan, Naruto roared. The high-pressure poison water hit a tree. It not only destroyed the tree but also began to melt it. Naruto grinned widely at this and pumped his fist high in the air. They then turned toward Temari and Kamatari, who channeled wind affinity through their lungs. Violent whirlwind, Resanpyu, Temari said. The two created a powerful stream of wind that literally knocked over numerous amounts of trees. Naruto looked on with a wide expression. I need to remember not to piss her off, Naruto thought. He honestly thought she might actually kill him if he did something increasingly stupid. God help him if he even decided to do something perverted. There was no doubt in his mind that Temari scares him more than Sakura ever did. Hey Naruto, you want to learn some Fuinjutsu, right? The sage toad asked. Naruto dumbly nodded his head. This caused Gamekaso to smirk. Good, there are two other jutsu I want to teach you: sealing technique, devouring void, Fuinjutsu Muchu Ni Boido, and barrier of decapitation, Awaoka no Yomon. The Muchu Ni Boido concentrates the user's chakra into a circular ring and forms the dragon hand seal at its center. You then raise the ring into the air above your head and release the hand seal. A dark vortex is then created which acts as a void and sucks the targets into the center of the vortex. Everything that gets sucked into the vortex gets crushed by tremendous forces and shoots out from the other side, Gamekaso said, shocking Naruto. This technique was also an A-rank technique. As for the barrier of decapitation, Awaoka no Yomon, it uses the hand seals of hare, horse, and boar. The technique is very simple but efficient. You basically create a barrier that is created around the head of the opponent, that then cuts their head clean off, Gamekaso said. The toad decided to teach Naruto the Awaoka no Yomon since it was much easier to learn. Gamekaso created several earth statues to practice on. Naruto used the necessary hand seals. It only really took 3 tries. Gamekaso wasn't quite surprised it only took the boy 3 attempts. With both parents being a Fuinjutsu master, it only made sense Fuinjutsu would come easier for him. Naruto grinned widely as he used the jutsu. He then gained a sweat drop at the destroyed statues. He then used the seals once again, and he watched as a dark blue barrier appeared around the statues' heads. The statue's head was then cut clean off. Hell yeah, I'm on my way to becoming a seal master. I'm catching up to you, Suzuki. Databia. Naruto yelled, causing Gamekiso to snicker at the hyper boy, while the others just shook their heads at the excited boy. Now the next one will be a little tricky. It is an A-rank jutsu after all. Make about 40 clones and split them into a group of 10, Gamekiso ordered. Naruto nodded his head, creating a large group. He then split them into various groups. Each of them concentrated their chakra into a circular ring and used the dragon hand seal at the center. Naruto and his clones raised the ring above their heads and released the hand seal. Some of the clones were able to get the ring above their heads, while others weren't. These clones were quickly replaced. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he struggled to have the circle stay above him before it vanished. For each time he failed, he quickly tried again from scratch. He then tried to focus more chakra in his hand. He grinned as he was able to get it above his head without vanishing. A dark vortex then slowly appeared. He grinned, but with him losing concentration, it vanished, causing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to groan in frustration. Naruto was then forced to create the same amount of clones since the ones before were destroyed. He then repeated the process again. Okay, so far, so good, Naruto mumbled. He watched cautiously as a dark vortex began to form. While some others had vanished since they couldn't stabilize the vortex, others were able to get it to stay. Naruto grinned vigorously as the vortex was fully formed. Naruto and his clones tested the vortex they created by throwing rocks, sticks, and anything they could find. They watched as the items that they had thrown were crushed with an insane amount of force, and it shot out of the other side. Each of the clones vanished. Naruto raised his fist high in the air with pride. His celebration was then put on hold as he collapsed on the ground. Gamekiso then turned to Jiraiya, who was walking over, carrying an equally exhausted temari. You got some promising kids, Jiraiya, Gamekiso said. Jiraiya grinned at Gamekiso. Yeah, don't I? Jiraiya said. He then smiled warmly at the sleeping Naruto. I think the Naruto might be able to do it, Jiraiya said, watching his godson sleep. Learn Sage Mode? The very thing you weren't able to master? Gamekiso asked. Unlike Minato, who was actually able to learn Sage Mode, Jiraiya wasn't. He needed the help from his parents to use it. But even then, Jiraiya didn't really use it, mostly because he hasn't fought anyone to force him to use it, and the man didn't like how it made him unappealing to women. A fatherly bond. That and maybe he can do what Minato and I couldn't, Jiraiya said. Oh, you mean to achieve peace, right? Gamekiso asked. He knew achieving peace was Jiraiya's dream. Even before signing the Toad contract, peace had always been his dream. Sure, the path to achieve peace had changed over the years, but the goal had always been the same, to live in a world that is no longer plagued by war and hatred, a world where people understand each other. While he didn't care for his perverted side, he still respected the man. Jiraiya nodded his head. Yeah, I believe he could do it. You know, every time I look at him, I can't help but to see his father, Yahiko, and Nagato. He reminds me so much of them, it's almost scary, Jiraiya said with a small chuckle. There had been a few times where he almost called him Yahiko, but to be fair, he just looked like Yahiko. Gamekiso then had a serious look on his face. So, when are you going to tell him? You know the longer you wait, he's just going to be angry with you, Gamekiso said. Yeah, I know. I'll tell him when he wakes up. I've waited too long. I failed to look after him, but I won't fail this time, Jiraiya said, looking at the sleeping child. Naruto was then replaced with a sleeping Minato. He really is Minato's kid. Minato would also pass out from training all day, Jiraiya thought. Even back when he taught his team, Minato was always a hard worker, always trying to improve himself. Gamekiso nodded his head at Jiraiya. You know, I've always liked your first book, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, better than that smut crap you write. Maybe you should start writing it again. The kid might start to respect you more if you write something better. Call me if shit hits the fan or if you need me to train Naruto. I can see why Gamabunta and Gamekiki like him so much, Gamekiso said. With a puff of smoke, he returned back to Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya just shook his head with a smile. While he had thought about training Naruto in sage art, he wanted to wait a little while. Right now felt too soon. Maybe after they return to Konoha, he'll teach him. Right now, he wants to teach Naruto the Hiraishin no Jutsu first before sage art. While he couldn't make heads or tails of the technique, he knew Naruto could master it. Jiraiya then picked up Naruto and dropped him on his shoulder. The white-haired Sannin then grinned mischievously. Naruto snuggled into his pillow. He couldn't remember the last time he had such a great sleep. Even his bed back home wasn't this comfortable. Even his pillow wasn't this comfortable. The same could be said for the sleeping bag he slept in. Actually, even the pillow he had wasn't this warm. This then raised questions. 1. When the hell was a pillow warm? And 2. Last time he checked, pillow sure as hell didn't move. Temari had also had the same realization. Blue and Teal eyes stared in shock. Both teens turned bright red. And Naruto, what the hell are you doing in my bed? The blushing fan user exclaimed. I don tknkn no, Naruto yelled. The last thing he could remember was successfully learning sealing technique, devouring void, fuinjutsu muchu ni boido, and then everything became black. Their blush became brighter as they realized they were holding each other quite intimately. The two quickly jumped away from each other. Naruto then heard an all too familiar sound of giggling and a pencil scratching. The two looked and found Jiraiya giggling away and writing in his book. "Damn you, Ero-sennin," Naruto yelled. He then threw various scrolls and books at his sensei. Jiraiya easily avoided them until Naruto threw one of Temari's fans at his head, causing him to fall back in pain. "Repent, pervert," Temari yelled, slamming her giant fan into him, causing him to plummet to the ground. No doubt the blow would impress Tsunade. Temari crossed her arms, turning away from him. "Stupid pervert," Temari muttered. She then blushed at how warm she felt being held by Naruto. She turned to look at him and noticed he was also blushing. No doubt the boy then realized the pillow he was actually laying on was her chest. She then turned to glare at him, pointing her fan at him. The blush vanished and was then replaced with fear. "You better not follow in his footsteps," Temari said. The tone promised pain. Naruto shook his head negatively. "I'd never peep on you like Ero-sennin, Temari-chan. I'm not like him and Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said. She lowered her weapon, satisfied with the answer. Naruto might not be the smartest person in the Fire Country, but he wasn't dumb enough to peek on Temari, and he was afraid of what her brothers would do to him if they found out. Temari-chan is definitely scarier than Sakura, Naruto thought. She didn't even need to yell at him. Just a stern look from the kunoichi scares him more than an angry Sakura or Ino. Temari then noticed Naruto had been staring at her for some time. She raised an eyebrow at her fellow. "What are you looking at?" Temari asked. She had to admit, the way he was looking at her felt different than at home back at Tsunagakure. People would always look at her with either fear or respect. They respected her for her skills as a kunoichi but also feared her for being Gaara's sister and being the daughter of the fourth Kazekage. So making friends seemed more like a pipe dream. But with how Naruto was staring, it wasn't the stare she got from the people at home, it almost seemed like admiration. Naruto's face then became so red you could literally cook an egg on his head. "Ill like yo why yo your eyes," a shy Naruto stuttered. Temari blushed, running her hand through one of her pigtails. "Whwh what about my eyes?" Temari stuttered. Naruto had once again taken her out of her comfort zone. It made her feel young. The last time someone had complimented her was her mother and uncle. Naruto looked down at his feet. He then gained the courage to look into her eyes, even though his legs were shaking with nervousness. "See, they remind me of the sea. They're vast and beautiful, just like the open sea," Naruto exclaimed. Temari stared in shock. She wondered, does he even know what he actually said? "TT thank you, and in Naruto-kun," Temari mumbled in a low tone. Jiraiya giggled at the two, completely ruining the moment. He then had a serious look on his face. He looked at Temari, then back at Naruto. "Oh, well, she's part of the team, and she seems a good fit for Naruto," Jiraiya thought. He then took a deep breath. "Naruto, there's something I need to tell you," a serious Jiraiya said. Both teens sensed the seriousness in his voice and knew it wasn't the perverted old man who enjoyed peeping in a good whorehouse. No, in front of them was Jiraiya of the Sunin. Jiraiya tensed up in his robes, taking out a picture and a book. The two stared at the photo, noticing Jiraiya was younger in the photo, but he was with 3 children. The blonde was obviously Minato Namikaze, while the other members looked like they could be an Akimichi and possibly an Uchiha. They then turned toward the book and were surprised it wasn't his Ika book. That book is called The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. It was the very first book I ever wrote. It didn't sell too well because of the time period, but your father loved it so much he named you after the main character, Jiraiya said, shocking Naruto. Both blonde teens then looked at the photo in shock. She stared at Naruto with shock and disbelief while Naruto had tears running down his face. "He also made me your godfather. Of course, I didn't do such a good job. Honestly, I have no excuse for how poorly I am as a godfather. The only thing I can blame is myself and my cowardice," Jiraiya said with a saddened look. He then dug in his robe again, taking out another picture. It was an image of a teenaged Minato and Kushina. "Even if Sarutobi-sensei had forbid me from taking you with me, I still should have. I failed your father, mother, and you, Naruto. I'm sure you finally figured out why you were chosen and probably why Kakashi and myself trained you. You aren't just a member of the Uzumaki clan but also the son of Minato Namikaze. You must be Disuv," Jiraiya exclaimed as an orange missile had crashed into him. Naruto then cried into Jiraiya's chest, bringing a smile to himself. I am not alone," Naruto mumbled. Jiraiya patted the boy on the back. Jiraiya wiped away a soul tear. The Toad Sunin shook his head negatively. "You were never alone, kid. I've always been watching you," Jiraiya said. He knew it was against the law to tell Naruto, but he didn't care. And he was sure Tsunade didn't care. He always thought hiding so much from Naruto was a horrible idea. While to be fair, there were a lot of things he didn't agree with his sensei, like allowing Danzo to live for one thing. He then turned towards Temari, who was also smiling, no doubt knowing the pain of loneliness. While she wasn't a Jinchuriki herself, she was a sister to one and daughter of a very strict and militarized father. Jiraiya then extended out his arm. Temari just shrugged her shoulders with a smile and joined in on the hug. She smiled at how warm Naruto was. And if she had to be honest, she wondered if this is how it feels to be hugged by a father. Her own father wasn't known to be very fatherly even when it came to them. He was always very militarized, thinking how to strengthen the village. But this felt nice. You better watch where you're touching, Temari joked. Jiraiya laughed at that. Maybe in a few ugh. Jiraiya grunted as Naruto punched him in the ribs. Okay, I deserve that, Jiraiya muttered. He then groaned in pain again as Temari's fist was then buried in his gut, causing him to groan. Yup, you definitely have Raza's temper, and Naruto definitely has his mother's temper. The three of them separated from each other. Temari then picked up the photo of his photos. She then smiled. She's beautiful, Temari said, showing Naruto the photo. He smiled widely at the picture of his mother. She was indeed beautiful. He could see why his father fell in love with her. He just wishes he actually got to meet her. Naruto then turned to Jiraiya. Everyone back home knows, don't they? Naruto asked. The ones who really knew them, yes. But for everyone else, no. The only ones who actually know are the clan heads and the advisors, Jiraiya said. He didn't like those old crows, especially Danzo. Those three were stuck in the old ways, refusing to ever move on with the times. He promised himself if Danzo ever tried to take Naruto into his root program, he'd kill the old warhawk himself. He didn't care if he was a necessary evil, he was still evil and someone who his sensei should have taken care of decades ago. Aren't you going to get in trouble? Naruto asked. Maybe? Who cares, though? I live for adventure. But you know your mother had a saying, don't give up until the very end, Jiraiya said. She was a very high-spirited woman, and much like her son, she was also a very skilled kunoichi. Back then, she was one of the most skilled Fuinjutsu masters, earning the moniker Ceiling Queen, Fun Noju. Temari looked at him with a smirk. You sure like to live dangerously, Temari said. We're ninjas, Jiraiya said with a wide smirk. That's fair, Temari said with a shrug of her shoulders. An enemy revealed. Kasuke then appeared in front of them, shocking the two while Jiraiya smirked at the tiny messenger. The toad handed him a scroll with the Tsunade symbol. Upon seeing her village's symbol, a smile appeared on her face. The small red amphibian then turned towards Tsunade and handed her an envelope. Temari looked confused at the small toad. It's a letter from your brother, Gaara, Kasuke said. Temari quickly hugged the envelope to her chest. With his mission complete, he turned back home. Naruto smiled at Temari. He then turned to Jiraiya. So, what's the mission? Naruto asked. Jiraiya grinned at him. Land of Fangs, we gotta deliver some important documents, Jiraiya said. Oh, yeah. I remember that mission, Naruto said with a nervous look. What, you did? Temari asked with a deadpan expression. Naruto then told her what happened. She just shook her head at Naruto. You're an idiot, Temari said, causing him to laugh nervously. Unknown to them, a new bee could be seen flying out of the room. The bee then flew towards a small campsite that's only a few feet away. The bug flew on a shoulder of an IWA shinobi. The man has black short spiky hair and pale skin. He has large, green, pupilless eyes and the lower half of his face was concealed by bandages. He wore a purple tunic over a black bodysuit, his hands also being covered by bandages. This man is named Son. Next to him is a female. She has long bluish colored hair which she ties in such a fashion as to form a ball on top of her head, using what appears to be a knitting needle, while two large locks with lightened tips frame the remainder of her face. Her typical attire consists of a short sleeveless dress, further adorned by the presence of numerous bandages that encircle various portions of her body, including her waist and thighs. Her name is Nabaki. And next to her is another female named Hatsu. Hatsu is a light-skinned woman with short black hair and golden yellow eyes, accentuated by feminine eyelashes. Hatsu is of slightly above average height with noticeably ample breasts. Both her fingernails and toenails are painted with dark red nail polish, and she wears red lipstick. Hatsu wears a typical IWA nin outfit, a brown Iwagakure-style flak jacket, a red Iwagakure uniform with both sleeves and lapels over both legs, mesh armor around her shins and ankles, and standard brown Iwagakure boots. Her scratched forehead protector is worn around her neck. In casual settings, her typical attire consists of a tight red dress with long kimono-style sleeves and slits on the sides that reveal her legs, as well as open-toed black high-heeled sandals. Nabaki then turned to Son with a raised eyebrow. So, is that him? Nabaki asked, polishing her reverse sword. Son nodded his head before he had a sinister grin. Yeah, that's him alright, and the children of Raza and Minato, the grinning Son said. Hatsu then created a clay dragonfly. She stared at the roof. Can we kill them slowly or ruthlessly? And what about the others, do we tell them? Hatsu asked. Son nodded his head. Yeah, the others like to know. We'll kill them ruthlessly, the man grinned. In Konoha, it was just as bright and warm outside like any other day. The only difference about today is that Tsunade isn't in her personal hell, aka paperwork, the greatest enemy of all Hokage. But Tsunade isn't just drinking the day away like she would usually do. Besides, Shizun would find out somehow. She wasn't sure, but the niece of Dan somehow knew she was drinking sake. Maybe it was due to the fact that the Ravenet just knew how Tsunade is, or it could be the fact that Shizun had spent her whole life with Tsunade. She just knew how the blonde's mind worked. A pervert's intuition. Tsunade watched as Ino tried to bring the fish back to life. She had to admit, this was one of Jiraiya's good ideas. Not that the man didn't have any good ideas, it was just that porn was usually on her teammate's mind. Ino had even told her about how Sakura was being trained by Kurane, which was good since the young Pinkett does have great chakra control. Even Kakashi had stated she could be good in genjutsu. Tsunade was then knocked out of her thoughts by the sound of a puff. She turned and saw a messenger toad who gave her a scroll. Tsunade took it and smiled at the small creature. Reading the paper had brought a smile to her face. She was happy to read about Naruto's improvement. While she wished she could have been there for Naruto after he took his first kill, she was still proud of the male Uzumaki's progress. It even seemed like Temari was a good influence on him, which was good. While she trusted Jiraiya to be able to train him, she didn't want the self-proclaimed super pervert to turn Naruto into a pervert. The village had enough perverts. Plus, the world doesn't need a second Jiraiya. She nearly shivered at the thought of Naruto peeping on females, writing his own perverted book, and proclaiming himself the world's biggest pervert. I swear if Naruto comes back as a pervert, I'm going to break every bone in that pervert's body and have Inoichi wipe his mind of anything Ika related and replace it with gay porn, Tsunade thought with an annoyed look on her face. With Team Jiraiya, Jiraiya shivered and felt true horror. Both Naruto and Temari looked at their sensei with a raised eyebrow. What is it? A curious Temari asked. She knew he was powerful, but he was also a perverted idiot. I don't know why, but I feel like I should protect my research at all costs, Jiraiya exclaimed, causing both of the blondes to stare at the white-haired man with a deadpan expression. Are you sure it's not BAHN cursing you? Naruto questioned. He knew with Jiraiya's hobbies, he was on the receiving end of Tsunade's monster strength more than humanly possible. Jiraiya simply laughed at Naruto, puffing out his chest with pride. Of course not. All the ladies can't resist me, Jiraiya exclaimed with a wide, stupid grin. Temari just rolled her eyes at Jiraiya. Are you sure it's not the money they want? Because you are as desirable as the wart toads you summon, Temari insulted, enjoying his annoyed look and his muttering about disrespectful children. Naruto snickered at the gloating Sunin. He then grinned at the female Kunoichi. Nice one, Temari-chan, Naruto exclaimed, smiling brightly at the daughter of the Kaze cage. A faint hue appeared on her desert skin. Temari smiled at the male, finding Naruto's bright smile cute. Seeing Temari smiling at him also made Naruto blush. After all, he never had a female smile at him like this before, well, excluding Hinata, but Naruto is oblivious when it comes to the female body. Jiraiya snickered in a lecherous manner. Temari gained a tick mark on the side of her head. Jiraiya then plummeted to the ground. Temari smirked viciously at him while she patted her fan. Naruto chuckled at Jiraiya. While Jiraiya just rubbed his head, mumbling about aggressive blondes, he glanced at the two, realizing just how close they'd gotten. These two honestly reminded him of his student Minato and his wife. The only difference this time is instead of a smart blonde and a brash redhead, there was a brash blonde and a smart blonde. And of course, Temari was just as scary as Kushina. Yep, Kushina would definitely like Temari, Jiraiya thought. He then chuckled, knowing how Kushina would act if she was alive today. The two blondes narrowed their eyes at Jiraiya but quickly stopped when they noticed it wasn't one of his perverted laughs. After being around him so much, they knew the man had a lot of regrets, no doubt thinking about the people he couldn't save. Even now, they knew the death of Minato and Kushina still weighed heavily on him. Naruto then got an idea. Hey, Jiraiya, Naruto said, shocking the man since he never called him by his name, it was always Erosenin. Seeing he had the attention of the Toad Sage, he decided to continue on. I started reading your book, your first book. I like it a lot and I think you should try to resell it, Naruto said, and it was true, it wasn't like the makeout tactics at all, which he was very thankful for since those are pretty much porn on paper. Really? You think so? Jiraiya asked. After all, when he tried to release the book, it was a total failure. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, you said it didn't sell well because of the time you were in, right? Then why not try again? I mean, we aren't in a war, Naruto asked, and he was sure the book would sell. Even though he didn't know jack shit about writing, he knew The Tale of a Gutsy Ninja was a good book and he thought of it as a family heirloom. Jiraiya then smirked at his godson. Yeah, maybe you're right, brat. I think I will. The perverted toad grinned. He then began reminiscing about his younger years back when he was a genin, before the death of Dan and Nawaki, before Orochimaru became obsessed with learning every jutsu, and before the Second Ninja War. Those were definitely peaceful times, and the time when he became a sensei. Those were the days. Temari then gained a downcast expression. Naruto, seeing this, decided to do something that would probably get him punched into the next time zone. He reached for her hand, causing the young desert kunoichi to jump in shock at the hand contact. She especially never expected Naruto to grab hold of her hand. She turned to the nervous and blushing Naruto. She watched as he nervously scratched his cheek. Are you okay, Temari-chan? You look down, Naruto asked, who was surprised he wasn't face-first with an imprint of a fan on his head. Temari tightened her hold on his hand, causing Naruto to look up at the older female and see a look of sadness which reminded him of the look he had when he was alone with barely any friends. I miss them. I miss Gaara, Kankuro, my home, Temari said. This was the first time she had been separated from them, especially now with Gaara's newfound look on life, the moment when Gaara finally stopped his psychopathic ways. Naruto knew he couldn't possibly understand how she feels. Even though he saw Konohamaru as a younger brother and Ayame as a big sister, he knew it wasn't exactly the same thing as having a real sibling. The only thing he could possibly think of was just to comfort her. An idea then came to mind. He grinned brightly at her. I have an idea, why don't you write to them? You can also write to your sensei too. I can send Gamekiki to deliver the letter, I just need some kind of snack, Naruto said. Naruto never did like seeing his friend sad, and for some reason, the notion of Temari being anything other than her usual confident self just felt wrong. Somehow, he would rather see her beautiful smile. He then blushed a darker shade of red for the strange thought. Temari smiled at the request. I think I might try. It sounds like a great idea. It'll be nice if they can message back. I am curious how Tsunagakure is doing. But why would you need a snack? A confused Temari asked. She really did appreciate him. Sure, he could be an idiot at times, but he really did come through. He definitely reminded her of how strong he was when he fought against her brother. He was someone you don't want to underestimate. He then gained a sheepish grin. Oh yeah, you see Gamekiki and his brother Gamatotsu usually do what I want when I have chocolate or some type of snack. At least it's better than what Gamabunta wanted when I first summoned him, Naruto said with a small laugh. What did Gamabunta want? A curious Temari asked. She remembered when he summoned a tiny talking toad at first, then he summoned a giant toad to battle with the fully transformed Shikaku. She and everyone paid no mind to Naruto, thinking him nothing but a loud-mouthed brat whose ego matched the velocity of his voice. They thought the one who could come out on top would be Sasuke, but even Sasuke, the last Uchiha, stood no chance against her brother. It really shows being a prodigy really means nothing in the ninja world. Then again, he's nothing like Itachi or Shisui, who could have easily handled her brother. She did think he was cute, but his whole attitude was definitely a turnoff. She honestly didn't understand why the females in Konoha liked him so much, especially the fact he betrayed the village. For Temari, Sasuke was following in Itachi's footsteps. Both decided to leave the village for power. Well, the only exception was Sasuke didn't murder his own family, but because of his superior complex, many of his classmates were injured, some even nearly died. Naruto was definitely a better catch. He was loyal, you can trust him to always have your back, and he was cute when he got this determined look in his eyes. Temari blushed an atomic red at the thought of her thinking Naruto was cute. He wanted me to share a drink with him, Naruto said. He could literally feel the grip on his hand tighten. Did you? Temari asked in a tone of voice that promised pain. Naruto, with fear laced in his very action, shook his head negatively. This seemed to calm her down, making her grip on his hand lessen. I told him I was too young to drink, so he said when I'm older we'll share a drink, Naruto explained. That's good. I don't want you picking up any of Jiraiya's habits, Temari said. Sure, she respected the man for his prowess and his vast knowledge, but she obviously didn't respect his hobby. Hell, she hates the fact that he would proclaim how he is a super pervert and his constant hobby of visiting the brothel. The world already has one super pervert, it certainly doesn't need a second one. Sure, Orochimaru might be grooming Sasuke into the next Orochimaru, but that doesn't mean Jiraiya needs to make Naruto into a perverted shinobi. Naruto smiled brightly at her, giving her his usual dopey grin. Don't worry, I won't ever turn into a pervert like Erosenin. I'll be a great shinobi like my father, Naruto said with a true smile. It wasn't his usual wide grin, but it was a smile that had depth in it. Temari then blushed at the thought of an older Naruto resembling his father. She then suddenly felt it was one of those hot days at Tsunagakure. Jiraiya glanced at the two and smiled as he noticed they haven't let go of each other. He now knew taking Temari was a smart choice, not just for strengthening the bond between both villages but more importantly, Naruto has someone he can depend on. He liked Temari way more than his teammate. She was a lot less loud and was better company for his godson. Plus, I don't want him to make the same mistakes I did, and finding someone that isn't like Tsunade will sure do it. All we need him to do is forget about Sasuke, Jiraiya thought. He wondered how many years had he wasted trying to get with his teammate who has still been in love with Dan after all the years that have passed. Jiraiya knew if he had just moved on, he could have had his own family. Hell, he'd actually be a grandfather right now if he had his own family. The Sannin glanced at Naruto and smiled at the young boy. He may not have a son of his own, but he does see Naruto as a son. Minato, Kushina, are you watching over your son? Are you seeing how far he's come? Jiraiya wondered as he stared into space. He wondered if in the afterlife, they are watching their son go through the struggles of being a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya also can't wait to see how his godson matures during the next years. If he's anything like his father, then Naruto could be quite powerful by the time they need to return to Konoha. He hopes by that time Naruto can be able to fight Orochimaru without the need for backup. After all, if Naruto was able to learn to completely master the Rasengan in only a few weeks, then he knew Naruto could learn other techniques. And with the usage of clones, that cuts the time in half. Jiraiya then let out a chuckle. What the hell are you laughing at, Erosenin? Naruto roared, glaring daggers at his godfather. He doesn't know why, but he knew the pervert was laughing at his own amusement. The Toad Sage's grin widened even more. Oh, it's nothing. It's just I never thought the son of the 4th Hokage and the daughter of the 4th Kazekage would make such a good couple, Jiraiya said while giggling like a schoolgirl. The two of them glared at Jiraiya. Naruto then clenched his fist while Temari gripped her iron fan. Jiraiya then pointed down. They followed where he was pointing and they noticed they haven't stopped holding hands. The two jumped away from each other, both sporting a nuclear blush. If one can look closer, they might see steam coming from their heads. Ahahaha, you kids make it too easy, Jiraiya laughed, holding his stomach. Naruto threw a shuriken at his sensei who easily dodged. He then laughed at the embarrassed Naruto. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough when an iron fan was thrown at his face. Jiraiya groaned in pain, clutching his face. He mumbled about disrespectful blondes and how Minato was never disrespectful. Temari smirked at the pain-filled Jiraiya. Maybe that'll teach you a lesson, pervert, Temari said, smiling at Jiraiya with a smug grin on her face. Jiraiya then hopped back on his feet, doing his usual pose. I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert, Jiraiya exclaimed with a goofy grin on his face. Both blondes stared at their teacher with a deadpan look. You forgot, world's biggest idiot, Naruto insulted, shaking his head. He wasn't very impressed the first time Jiraiya did this. He wasn't now either. He then let out a sigh. Come on, Temari-chan. We have to deliver this document, Naruto said, passing by his godfather. Temari nodded in agreement. Right, Naruto-kun, the female said. Jiraiya pouted to himself. Don't get a fat head just cause your precious Temari-chan got you a little smarter, Jiraiya joked, speeding past them. Both teens blushed in embarrassment. The two chased after the perverted Sannin. Unknown to them, they were being watched by a small group of bees. An enemy revealed. Later, inside a hotel, Team Jiraiya can be seen doing their own thing. Jiraiya had just had his toad send a manuscript of The Tale of a Gutsy Ninja to his editor. Temari was cleaning her weapons, and Naruto was studying a sealing scroll. While they were enjoying their free time before they get another mission, on the outside of town, Son and his Uegakure comrades sit around him. There are also 3 other IWA men who belong to the Uegakure Explosion Corps. They even had the 2 other B users, Kuromaki and Kauta. Their names are Gaio, Heike, and Bone. Gaio is a man in his 30s with shaggy spiky black hair and brown-colored eyes. He wears the standard Uegakure flak jacket and a red single-sleeve shirt underneath, leaving the entirety of his right arm exposed except for the presence of his scratched forehead protector, wrapped around the upper portion of the arm. The enemy's plan. He also has the traditional lapel hanging from the right side of his pants and shinobi boots. Heike is a heavy-set man in his late 30s with a full-grown beard and short brown hair. He has green-colored eyes. He wears his scratched forehead protector on his forehead, and he wears a sleeveless mesh vest over it. He wears an Uegakure Jounin vest, traditional lapels hanging from the right side of his pants, and brown shinobi boots. Bone is a young man in his mid-20s with black spiky hair. He has brown eyes. He wears the standard Uegakure flak jacket and a brown single-sleeve shirt underneath, leaving the entirety of his right arm exposed except for the presence of his scratched forehead protector, which is wrapped around the upper portion of his arm. He also has the traditional lapels hanging from the right side of his pants and black shinobi boots. Dio turns towards Son with his eyes narrowed. Are you sure this brat is the son of the Yellow Flash? Dio asked with suspicion. Sure, it is odd that Jiraiya's new student is blonde and the daughter of Raza. Son nods his head. Yes, I heard him say so himself. Think about it, the kid looks like Minato. His last name is Uzumaki. Who else in Konoha had that name? Son asked. He watched as Gyo narrowed his eyes and grinned darkly. This is our chance. We get to kill Jiraiya, the daughter of the 4th Kazekage, and the son of the 4th Hokage. We'll never get this chance again. Son grinned. Yeah, I hear you. The son of the 4th, people will pay millions for his head. Gyo grinned darkly. Exactly. But first, why not let Minato's brat come to us? Son grinned. Gyo matched his grin. They knew even their Tsuchikage would pay them a high price. An unexpected revelation. Back with Team Jiraiya, Jiraiya left the room, giggling in his usual perverted manner. Both Naruto and Temari sighed at the old man. Ugh, damn that pervert. Hey, did you have your wallet laying out? Naruto asked. She shook her head negatively and looked at him with confusion. Last time I left my wallet out, he took money and spent it on whores. Naruto exclaimed. The fact that Jiraiya left to screw some cheap whore doesn't really surprise her, but what does is that he took Naruto's money. She knew with him writing his book, he should have plenty of money to spend, especially with all the secret missions he'd done for both the 3rd and 5th Hokages. But he has his money, Temari stated. She was beginning to wonder if Konoha's specialty wasn't producing powerful ninjas, but instead producing perverts. Yeah, I know right. But he's a cheap, crusty man-whore. Naruto exclaimed. Temari then began to giggle at the open insult. She then smirked at the door before smirking back at him. Hey, how about you forget that pervert and teach me a fuinjutsu? Temari asked. She was starting to believe Konohagakure ninjas were too free-caring, especially Jiraiya. She also remembers Naruto telling her about his other sensei, Kakashi and Irika. She noticed all the grown UPS in Naruto's lives were perverted to some degree. Naruto blinked at her with surprise before nodding his head with glee. Temari smirked at his childlike antics. Sure, I can teach you the wind release trap, Futon Torapu. It's pretty simple. Just throw a special tag down at your enemy's feet, which unleashes a tornado of wind, launching them up into the air, Naruto explained. He then began writing the kanji in the scroll. Temari then poured some of her wind chakra into the scroll. The two smiled down at the scroll. Temari had to admit, the sealing formula on the paper was quite complicated. She herself wasn't very skilled in fuinjutsu, she just knew the basics of it. Then again, Tsunagakure hardly had any fuinjutsu masters. She smiled at the blonde male. Wow, Naruto-kun, this is amazing. I don't think I could ever come up with something like this or even that teammate of yours, Sasuke, Temari said. He blushed at the compliment. He rarely ever got one thanks to most people thinking he's just some screw-up. Not many ever praise him, especially not when comparing him to his traitorous friend, Sasuke. Really? You mean it? I don't think what I did was all that special, Naruto said in an embarrassed tone. He could only remember a few times someone had praised him. She nodded her head. Yeah, of course I do. And unlike Sasuke, you are loyal to your village. I know you will become the next Hokage, Temari said, leaving him shocked. She then ran her hand across his whiskered face, causing him to release a purr. Naruto blushed in embarrassment and comfort while she struggled to contain herself from not squealing at how cute the blonde was. He had no idea he had a weak spot. The two then brought their faces closer to one another, and Temari was content with playing with his whiskers. Naruto, not being able to pull away, just turned into putty in her very hands. Suddenly, their eyes then began to feel heavier, which was strange since neither were tired at all. Their eyes then began to feel heavy. They soon struggled to stay awake. Both of them soon collapsed against one another. Bees then crossed the room and took the form of Nabaki, who grinned down at the two children. Bee pheromones technique, Haki pheromone no jutsu, Nabaki thought with a smirk. She then stared at the two before keeping her focus on Temari. She carefully separated the two and slung the girl over her shoulders. She then grabbed Temari's weapon and shunshin-ed, dispersing in a cloud of bees. The blonde couldn't remember when he fell asleep. The last thing he remembers was staring into Temari's eyes. Maybe that was part of the dream, but he knew one thing: sleep never felt so good. Naruto's peaceful sleep was put to a halt as he was violently shaken from his slumber. As his eyes slowly opened, he saw the serious face of Jiraiya. The blonde looked around the room and didn't see her anymore or her fans. With a sleepy expression, he released a yawn. Is Temari-chan out training? A sleepy Naruto asked, wiping the sleep away from his eyes. Jiraiya decided to just hand him the note, confusing his godson. The sleep from his body was then kicked out as he read the letter. We have her. If you don't want her to be cut into pieces and shipped to Tsunagakure, meet us outside of town near the forest. Kamaizuru clan. Naruto was then overcome by an overwhelming rage flowing through him. The letter wasn't very long, but each word stuck with him. When he read the words "we have her," a cold chill ran through his very body. Not even the ice Haku used had made him feel so cold. He also felt another feeling: anger and loss. The same feeling he had when Orochimaru took Sasuke. But no, he felt even angrier in the pain knowing temari was taken. But this feeling felt different from when Sasuke left. Well, there is a huge difference. Sasuke left on his own accord, while temari was taken against her will. There was also the last word. The mere concept of temari being harmed in any way had hit Naruto as if he had the wind knocked out of him. And the very idea of these bastards doing something horrible such as cutting temari into small pieces and shipping each piece back to her home village, back to her brothers. There was one thing that ran through his mind, and that was kill. He was going to find and kill these bastards. It was something the large fox and himself both agreed on. Who are they? The rage-filled blonde snarled, scowling so hard his eyes began squinting. Every part of him was screaming at him to save temari and kill the poor bastards who kidnapped her. Jiraiya has to admit he's never once seen Naruto this angry before. Not even when he found out Sasuke left the village or when Tsunade had badmouthed the other Hokage. The Kamaizura clan was a clan of users from Iwagakure who were once very well known and revered. They are all descendants of Ishikawa, the first Hokage. Some time after his passing, Ishikawa's clan fell into disgrace. Nearly all of them had left Iwagakure. They no doubt figured out who you are, Jiraiya said. So, basically these bastards are like Shino but with bees? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded his head. Then what are we waiting for? We have to save Temari-chan. We can't let them get away with this. I won't let some bastard take those close to me, the blonde exclaimed. His mind then wandered towards the people he lost. He can still remember the words that Haku had spoken to him. Jiraiya placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder with a firm hold, preventing the young blonde from running head-on into a trap. The fact that these two aren't dead either means they want to kill Naruto when he's awake or they have some other plan in mind. Naruto, before we go, I need you to do everything I say and don't question me, understood? We're dealing with Jounin and Shinin. One wrong move and they'll most likely kill Temari. And it's safe to presume it's a trap, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. He needed Naruto thinking straight and not just running into it like a madman. Naruto looked down at his feet in anger. Hi, I understand, Jiraiya-sensei. I'll bring her back no matter what, Naruto said. He knew he couldn't mess this up. Temari's life was in danger. Do you have someone who is precious to you? Naruto thought. He then nodded his head. He does have someone precious to him. This time, he'll protect those special to him. Good, then head out and save your girlfriend, Jiraiya said. Naruto ignored the obvious jab. Instead, he spoke with Kuwabai. Seeing the look on Naruto reminded him of both Minato and Yahiko. It seemed like each of them can be very silly if not kind of an idiot, but when action calls for it, they become a hardened shinobi. Kuwabai stared at Naruto with narrowed eyes. The blonde can literally feel the very heat coming from the fox's mouth. You're saying you don't want my power? Why? With my chakra you can easily crush these fools before they even realize they were dead, Kuwabai growled. It seemed like traveling with Temari and Jiraiya hadn't made Naruto change all that much. The blonde still refuses to use his chakra. Now he had thought with that sandwoman taken, it would have forced Naruto to be begging before him. It's true, with your chakra, I could easily beat those bastards before they even know it. But I don't want to do that. If I'm going to kill these Iwagakure, it's going to be by my own hands, Naruto exclaimed, glaring daggers at Kuwabai. Kuwabai smirked at the blonde. I think you're finally growing up, brat. If you're going to be fighting people, the least I can do is give you a fighting chance, Kuwabai said. He then tapped Naruto on the forehead. Kuwabai informed him of the knowledge the fox has, especially when said information revolves around Mito Uzumaki, his first Jinchuriki, the person who first sealed him away. Temari's predicament. Back with the Iwagakure ninjas, Son grinned to himself, staring at the tied-up Temari who was dreaming of her brothers and a certain blonde. That is until she was awakened by a cold splash of water. Temari coughed out some water and quickly realized a few things. 1. She's not in the hotel room with Naruto, and 2. She's surrounded by various Iwagakure. Not only that, but both her arms and legs are bound. Wakey, wakey, Son exclaimed, grinning down at the tied female. Temari glared at the scratched headband. Son grinned at the tied Temari. Ah, no need to look like that, Son grinned with a dark look on his face. Hatsu grinned darkly as she grabbed Temari by the face harshly. Temari glared daggers at the woman with a scowl. If you continue with that look on your face, it'll get stuck, Hatsu mocked in a teasing manner. Temari, in response, spit at Hatsu. The black-haired woman in response simply slammed her head into the ground. She then pulled out a kunao, but before she could even lay one scratch on Temari, Son gripped her hand, stopping her. Hatsu looked at Son with an annoyed look. Hatsu clicked her tongue in irritation. She just leaned against a tree and wiped the spit from her face, grumbling about stupid kids. Son just chuckled at Hatsu. Now, Hatsu, the last thing we need is you to damage the merchandise. Sorry about Hatsu, she hates kids, Son said in a tone that sounded far too friendly for her liking. What do you want? Temari hissed with a scowl on her face, glaring death daggers at the man. Son then gained a fake look of pain. Ah, there's no need for that tone, and I thought I told you. Your face will freeze like that. Son joked with a dark look on his face. He then gained a twisted grin on his face. What I want is quite simple, your boyfriend is what I want. Son grinned with a look that would impress Kisame and Orochimaru. All the other Iwagakure ninjas each laughed and grinned at the angered Temari. Son had to admit, the look on her face reminded him a lot of the serious and stern look Raza would have. What do you bastards want with Naruto-kun? Temari growled. She had never met an Iwagakure ninja before, but she already didn't like them. Nabaki grinned at this with a mischievous look on her face. She then smirked at the other female on her team. Did you hear that, Hatsu? Naruto-kun, eh? Nabaki questioned with a sly smirk on her face. The idea of two offsprings of a cage liking each other, especially when their fathers were Minato and Raza, two of the most deadly and strongest shinobi of the previous generation. Hatsu grinned to herself. It seems like the little desert rose has fallen for a maelstrom. Hatsu mocked. Bone then tapped on his forehead protector. Isn't it obvious what we want? We may have left our village, but everyone knows of the yellow flash. I mean, come on, he's trained by Kakashi and Jiraiya. Hell, the damn brat looks like Minato for fuck's sake. We'd have to be blind and stupid not to put two and two together, Bone gloated. Temari then gave them a cocky grin. You guys must be quite foolish. There's no way you irk. Temari groaned in pain as Bone kicked her in the face. The young man then grabbed her by the hair and punched her in the face, causing her lip to bleed. He then released her and stomped on her head with a vicious grin. Not so tough, huh? Bone mocked as he repeatedly kicked her head. He then forcefully dragged Temari to her feet and pressed a kunai to her throat while he aggressively grabbed onto her breast and licked her cheek with a twisted perverted look on his face. I know how we can hurt that yellow flash spawn. How about we have some fun with Blondie here? Bone giggled. Temari bit her already bleeding lip, avoiding the gleeful looks of many of the men who had their own perverted grins on their faces, while Nabaki and Hatsu didn't even look too concerned. Damn it! These guys are insane. Naruto-kun, Jiraiya, where the hell are you guys? Temari thought with concern and worry. Confrontation. Time skip. Hatsu, Kuromaki, and Kauta grinned at each other as they saw Jiraiya and Naruto heading their way. Seeing the three Iwagakure ninjas caused the two to stop dead in their tracks. Jiraiya then pulled the blonde boy behind him. He glared at each of them. Where's Temari? Jiraiya demanded. Returning back to the room and missing one blonde child did not sit well for him. He had to admit, Temari had begun to grow on him. A fateful battle. The three grinned at the two Konohagakure shinobi. Hatsu grinned at the scowl on Naruto's face. She then let out a whistle as if she was impressed. Yep, there's no doubt in my mind you are the son of the yellow flash. You have that bastard's eyes. Nabaki laughed with a dark grin. Hatsu and Kuromaki also chimed in, laughing at the two. Where's Temari-chan? Naruto growled with a scowl on his face as he stared at the three with utter disgust. These people didn't matter to him. The only thing that did matter to Naruto was saving Temari. Everything else came second. Kauta grinned at Naruto as he licked his lips. She's alive, for now, unfortunately. If I had it my way, I'd have a taste of that desert rose you care so much about. Kauta grinned, giving the two a twisted, crooked grin. He enjoyed looking at the angry look on both Naruto's and Jiraiya's faces. The young man then gained a fake sob expression. Unfortunately, only one of you can get by while the other stays with us. Kauta grinned. Naruto, go. Jiraiya ordered without a second thought. He passed by them. He knew Jiraiya could take these bastards. One, he was a Sunin, and they were just some cheap Abarame knockoffs. Naruto was then forced to jump to the side as an explosion tag nearly hit him. He turned and glared at Heike who was grinning at him from a tree. Naruto scowled at the man who grinned at the blonde. You sure do have your father's eyes, Heike said. The man chuckled to himself. If this kid was anything like his father, then this might actually be a fun fight. The blonde stared at Heike with a cold tone and deadly look in his eyes. The blonde then summoned his Kusarigama. Where the hell is Temari-chan? Naruto growled with a hardened tone. Heike's hand glowed bright with explosion release. You'll have to get through me to get to your little girlfriend. Now show me what you got, Uzumaki. Heike exclaimed with excitement. The man charged at Naruto with a straight punch. Naruto jumped to the side, avoiding the exploding punch, but the debris had thrown him towards a tree. He groaned in pain as he hit the tree. Heike then jumped down with an exploding kick. Naruto then quickly backflipped away, avoiding the explosion. Heike appeared in front of Naruto and punched the blonde in the chest with a dark grin. He blasted an explosion in Naruto's face. Naruto panted in pain as blood dropped from his face. Heike laughed at the bloody-faced Naruto. Heike then used the hand seals of snake, dog, boar, rat, ram, ox, and rabbit. He extended both hands out. Explosion release, great explosion line, Bakutan, Ritoeka no Shivurain. Heike exclaimed with a wide grin. A orange beam of power headed Naruto's way, shocking the blonde. The blonde quickly replaced himself with a substitution jutsu. Naruto stared in shock at the blast. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the large crater where the explosion had landed. He knew if he hadn't used substitution, he'd be dead right now. The man then concentrated his explosion release into his hand and punched the ground, sending rubble everywhere. He then launched an explosion punch which had sent the rocks at Naruto at a fast speed. Naruto gritted his teeth. He then created a large earth wall, taking the blunt of the attack. Unfortunately, the wall was then destroyed by Heike. Naruto quickly fired an air bullet at him which hit dead on. Naruto created several clones and each charged at Heike, who easily handled them with swift strikes. The clones that were destroyed created a smoke screen. Naruto then threw his Kusarigama, but Heike used his explosion to deflect the blast. Kukiku, you'll have to do better than that. Heike mocked. I did, Naruto said. Heike then gasped in pain as he was struck in the back by a Rasengan. The man jumped to the side as a wind-infused Kusarigama slashed. Heike then released an explosion propelling him to Naruto, catching him off guard with a knee to the face. He then punched Naruto into the temple, causing him to skid across the floor. The man jumped high in the air with an explosive axe kick. Naruto sickly deflected it with a wind slash that had thrown the two back. The blonde quickly swung his Kusarigama, unleashing vertical wind slashes. Heike combated this by unleashing massive explosions. Naruto gritted his teeth as the explosions had scorched his skin. Naruto was then forced to jump back as the man fired small explosion balls. But as they hit the ground, Naruto's field of vision was blinded by a bright light. Naruto then gasped in pain as Heike knocked the wind out of him with a single punch. Heike then gave Naruto an explosion uppercut punch, launching him high in the air. Heike then followed up with a bell drop, sending Naruto face first into the ground. The man then let out a laugh. Ha ha ha. So, this is the legacy of the Yellow Flash. Ahahaha, what a fucking disappointment. Explosion release red planet technique, Bakutan Akaiwakasei no Jutsu. Heike roared, bringing down a giant orange orb. He was expecting to see Naruto to be reduced to nothing but ash. But instead, one of the destructive orbs made contact with golden chains. Heike stared in shock at the chains. He then narrowed his eyes at the chains surrounding the blonde. Heike was then forced to jump back as chains shot up from the ground. Damn it, those chains can stop my Akaiwakasei, Heike thought. He then punched a tree, sending splinters at Naruto, but the blonde created a dome of wind blades which protected him. Heike charged at Naruto. The blonde dodged a left punch but was caught by a surprise jab to the throat and a side kick. Naruto gasped in pain as Heike hit him with an explosion palm strike. While he was sent flying, Naruto threw a wind-infused shuriken which had nailed Heike in the eyes. Naruto, with gritted teeth, jumped high in the air with a backflip. While upside down, he then swung his chain sickle around his body. Wind release, Idaten Typhoon, Futon Idaten Teifu, Naruto said. He unleashed a powerful gust of circular wind that slashed Heike, who was literally below him. The man screamed in pain as the poisonous wind slashes cut deep into his body. The man fell to his knees, gasping for air. Naruto, covered in blood, used the Ram and Tiger hand seal. Each of his fingertips ignited with white flames. Uzumaki sealing technique, Fierce Sun God, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hagashi Teoshin, Naruto exclaimed as his hand slammed against Heike's chest. The man then screamed in pain as his very being was burning. He tried to fight off the pain, but all it did was burn him even more until he was ash in the wind. Naruto then collapsed to his knees, mentally thanking the fox for showing him Mito Uzumaki's the Fierce Sun God technique. Naruto then panted heavily. Damn, that last one took a lot out of me. Explosion release, it's simple but effective, Naruto said, panting hard. He then slowly rose to his feet and began to travel through the forest. He then sensed Temari's chakra and began to run towards the direction. He then narrowed his eyes as bees began to make a trail. He then followed the bees. A twisted game. It took him only a few minutes until he saw Son, Nabaki, and Hatsu surrounded a beaten Temari. Seeing Temari in such a state only fueled his anger. He also noticed Temari was being gagged. The blonde glared at the three. What the hell did you bastards do to Temari-chan? Naruto demanded. He definitely was not liking the smug look on Son's face. Son just playfully waved him off. Oh, nothing. Those are just love taps. You know she has quite the mouth, as you can see, Son said, wrapping his arm around Temari in a death grip, smirking at Naruto who was just glaring at him with the most disgust. The concept of bringing Sasuke back to the village wasn't even on his mind, or the promise he made to Sakura. For the young blonde, Sasuke, Sakura, and the promise of a lifetime meant absolutely nothing to him. He just wanted to save Temari from these bastards. Nabaki grinned at Naruto with a silent command. Thousands of bees fired off their poisonous stingers at Naruto. The blonde swung his sickle, deflecting each of the bees. He then released 4 vertical wind slashes that killed the bees. A horde of bees charged at Naruto. The blonde quickly backflipped away, throwing 4 exploding tags. He then unleashed a wind blade which had destroyed the bees. Hatsu threw several small clay creatures. Naruto summoned his chakra chains which had created a barrier, protecting him. Hatsu threw a clay centipede. Naruto quickly fired a wind bullet. The clay creation exploded prematurely. So, this one can mold his explosion release in clay. He's different from the other one I fought. Damn it, of course both of them are long-range fighters, Naruto thought. He quickly created a clone at which the clone threw the original at Nabaki. She avoided the flying kick. While still in the air, he threw his chain sickle at her. She leaned to the side, avoiding the blade. She then grabbed a hold of the chain and pulled the chain back. She punched the blonde straight in the face. Hatsu then appeared next to him and gritted his teeth at the punch to the ribs. She grabbed him by the head and kneed him in the face. She swiftly pulled out a kunai and stabbed him in the shoulder. The blonde yelled in pain. Even though every fiber of his being was screaming in pain, he gave her a vicious headbutt, breaking her nose in the process. Naruto then released a gale wind at her, tossing her back. Naruto then created 5 clones. Each one attacked Hatsu. The first 2 clones threw shuriken at the man's legs, causing him to scream in pain. Another clone performed a handstand and kicked Hatsu in the stomach with both feet, causing the man to gasp in pain as the wind was knocked out of him. The clone then kicked him in the chin with a wind-infused kick. Another clone hit the man with a wind strike, causing him to fly higher in the air. Naruto then began to send wind-infused air palms to the man, causing him to hover in the air. The blonde poured chakra into his legs, launching himself higher in the air. The man gasped in pain. He gritted his teeth as he pulled out multiple clay birds. Naruto paid no mind to this and spun in mid-air, slashing the clay creations with his sickle blade. He ignored the burning of his skin and slammed the blade into Hatsu's shoulder. Flash barrage. Naruto roared. Hatsu was slammed into the ground. Naruto then stumbled as he stood and grabbed hold of his now bleeding side. Even though he's slowly healing, that doesn't mean taking the type of an explosion hadn't caused him pain. One down, Naruto said. His eyes then bulged wide in pain as Nabaki kicked him so hard on the ribs a crack could be heard. Temari can only watch in horror as Nabaki ruthlessly punched Naruto. She cursed herself for being in this type of position. As Temari watched as Nabaki ruthlessly punched Naruto, she felt shame and fear. Shame for herself for being captured so easily and fear for Naruto, the boy who went out of his way to save her brother. And now he's doing the same, going against these Iwagakure bastards. The last time she felt this much fear was during the Konoha crush. At that time, she was scared of the freed Shikaka running rampant and killing her and her brother. Now she fears that this woman might kill Naruto. Nabaki grabbed Naruto by the collar and repeatedly punched him in the face. The blonde wasn't sure but he was positive everything was spinning. The blonde pulled out a flash bomb and blinded Nabaki who dropped him on the floor. The blonde quickly made space between the two. He then gained a grinning smirk as he threw 3 exploding tags which had burned a good part of her face. Why you bastard? You ruined my face. I'll fucking kill you. Bee honey drizzle, Mitsubaki no Kozumi, the burnt Nabaki roared. The bees created hardened needle honey. She even had the other bees fire their poisonous stingers. Temari stared wide-eyed with fresh tears as over 1,000 sharp weapons were ready to turn Naruto into a pincushion. As the projectiles headed closer to him, he channeled a large amount of wind chakra through his Kusarigama. Dance of sickle blade rampant arc rampage, Hagama no Might Bako Choreo. Naruto roared. He created a dome of wind sickle-shaped blades around him to defend against the incoming weapons. Naruto ran at her, cutting through the various bees. But as they were cut, they exploded in honey, stopping him in place. Nabaki grinned at the blonde as she stabbed him in the gut with a kunai. Red chakra then covered his body, melting the honey. With a mighty roar, he stabbed the blade into her chin. The woman choked on her own blood before her body soon became limp. Naruto removed his blade, allowing her dead body to fall to the ground. Naruto then pointed his chained sickle at Son. You're next. Now get the hell away from Temari-chan, you fucking bastard. Naruto yelled, glaring daggers at Son. Son just lazily rose to his feet. How scary. If you were any other person, you'd be long dead. It must be your Uzumaki bloodline. I can't wait till I hand you over to the Tsuchikage and I bet your sand friend would make a good slave. Lots of people would pay a high price for Akage's daughter, especially one so fresh. Son said as he ran his hand over Temari's bruised cheek. Seeing this had enraged the already angry Naruto. His body then began to tremble with pure, unadulterated hate. Don't you fucking touch her. Naruto roared in anger. The blonde Uzumaki threw a volley of shuriken. Son easily deflected it with a kunai. The man clapped his hands together and shot out stone bullets. Naruto then created wide wind blades that stopped the rock bullets. Son then appeared in front of Naruto and punched him in the chest, throwing Naruto back. The blonde quickly created a wide number of clones. Son grinned at this and commanded his bugs to fly at the clones. Each of these bees seemed to have an explosion tag, shocking Naruto and his clones. Suddenly, over a dozen exploding tags went off. Naruto groaned in pain. His eyes shot open in shock as an exploding bee flew by his face. The blonde quickly replaced himself with a log. He then glanced at temari. He knew he had to find a way to free her. The blonde then smirked to himself. I just need to cut this bastard once and it's over, but that's easier said than done. I need temari's help. I feel like I might collapse any minute. And I'm not sure if I can use that fierce sun god, Naruto thought, staring at the aged man. The elder shinobi sent his bees at Naruto. The blonde, in response, hit them with an air bullet which had destroyed them. Naruto grabbed a handful of flash bombs and threw them at Son, blinding the man. He then ran at Son with a flying kick, but Son dodged to the side, grabbed a hold of Naruto's leg, and threw him to the ground. Naruto then backflipped away. You don't seem upset about your friends. Don't you care they are dead? Naruto asked. We're shinobi, kid. We expected death the moment we put this on. Son exclaimed, pointing to his forehead protector. Death is uneventful for us ninjas. A true shinobi embraces mortality, knowing that death is an inevitable conclusion, whether on the battlefield or elsewhere. I welcome death, Son declared. And once I deliver your head to the Tsuchikage, I'll be so wealthy I can finally retire. Naruto's eyes burned with a venomous glare. He was racked with pain, every muscle screamed, and standing felt like torture, yet he refused to waver, to give in, not now. With a death grip that nearly drew blood, Naruto clutched his Kusarigama. I promise you this, with absolute certainty, I will not surrender, he exclaimed with fierce conviction. Son unleashed a massive swarm of bees upon Naruto, who instantly summoned 4 clones. Each clone summoned a pair of demon windmill shuriken, infusing the giant blades with wind chakra to make them even sharper. They launched the weapons, each one covered in exploding tags that tore through the bee swarm. Son, caught in the crowd of his own bees, was forced to leap away from Naruto's wind-fueled slashes. Son then thrust his kunao into Naruto's abdomen. The blonde ninja's lips curled into a dark smile as his body began to dissolve into mud. Son gasped in pain as a powerful gust of wind slammed him into a tree, shattering the trunk. Wiping blood from his face, he slowly turned to see a bruised temari, her eyes filled with a murderous glare. Son stared in disbelief, realizing Naruto must have replaced himself with a clone during the explosion. While he was distracted, Naruto had freed temari. Naruto met his gaze with a dark glare. Tisk, you cheeky little brats. Son scoffed, creating another massive swarm of bees. The two blondes sliced through the insects. Temari-chan, let's go! Wind release, whirlpool rose technique. Temari and Naruto yelled in unison. Temari used her giant fan to conjure a tornado, trapping Son within it. Naruto then hurled a demon windmill shuriken with several exploding tags, using the shadow clone technique to create multiple copies of the weapon, which all detonated, creating a fiery vortex. As the flaming tornado dissipated, Son's charred and mangled body hit the ground. The battle finally over, Naruto dropped his Kusarigama and collapsed to his knees. Before unconsciousness could claim him, he was tackled by a lavender-clad blur. Naruto was shocked but smiled, gently patting the weeping Temari on the back, overjoyed to have her safe. He was exhausted and in pain, but having Temari beside him simply felt right. 3 weeks had passed since Temari's kidnapping. The two blondes had grown even closer, rarely leaving each other's side. With Iwagakure ninjas now aware of their identities, they knew it was only a matter of time before more enemies came for them. Jiraiya had decided to travel to the land of Firefly, a small village. After everything they had been through, he felt the two deserved some time off. Both Tsunade and the Sand Village, specifically her siblings and sensei, were furious but also deeply impressed with Naruto, not only for rescuing Temari but for handling ninjas far stronger than himself. Jiraiya went to meet with a contact while Temari and Naruto explored the town. A festival was underway, so they decided to join, both dressed in kimonos. Naruto wore a dark blue and black kimono, while Temari wore a lavender one. Seeing her in a kimono was a surprise, but what truly stunned him was that she had let her hair down. Naruto could only stare in awe at her natural beauty. The moonlight seemed to make her even more breathtaking. To him, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Beautiful, Naruto mumbled, though his voice was perfectly clear. Temari's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She smiled softly. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You look handsome too, she said, and now it was Naruto's turn to blush a deep red. She took his hand. Come on, Naruto-kun, you're treating me to some yakisoba, she said. Naruto simply smiled as Temari led him toward a food stall. Time skip. The three figures could be seen walking toward the main gate. The two gate guards stared in shock at Jiraiya, Naruto, and Temari. They recognized Jiraiya and Temari easily, but the blonde's identity was a mystery until they noticed the whisker marks. The bandaged man's eyes widened in pure shock. "Naruto, is that you?" he asked. Izumo blinked at the grinning blonde. "Holy crap, it is Naruto," the stunned Chunin exclaimed. Naruto smirked to himself. "About time you guys noticed me. We'd better get going before Grandma gets angry," Naruto said. All three men shuddered and nodded, and enraged Tsunade was something none of them wanted to face. With that, the three headed into the village. Naruto smiled, realizing the village hadn't really changed, except for the new addition of Tsunade's face on the Hokage monument. He glanced at Temari with a bright smile. "How about after we meet up with Grandma, we go on a date?" Naruto asked. Ever since the festival, the two had been a couple, and they couldn't be happier. Temari smiled, loving the idea of a date with Naruto in his home village. She then smirked at him. "I expect you to treat me to some sweet chestnuts and kenshin soup," she said. Naruto grinned. "Sure, anything for my Mari-chan," he said. He pulled her closer and kissed the beautiful woman. She moaned into the kiss, wrapping her arms around his body as Naruto held her tighter. And Naruto! Sakura exclaimed in shock. She, a student of Kurane, was with Ino, Tsunade's student, and Team Ebisu, minus their sensei. The two blondes broke apart, staring blankly at Sakura, Ino, Udon, Mogi, and Konohamaru, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, an eager Konohamaru ran up to the wind users with a huge grin. "Big bro, you're back. Is this your girlfriend?" he asked, wiggling his eyebrows slyly. He looked at Temari and remembered her from the fight with Shikamaru. Naruto grinned back at Konohamaru, his arm wrapped around his girlfriend. "Yep, this is Temari of the Sand," a happy Naruto exclaimed. Temari smiled softly at her blonde boyfriend. She remembered this kid was the third Hokage's grandson and Asuma Saratobi's nephew. The young brunette's eyes sparkled with amazement. "That's so awesome. Just what I'd expect from my rival," Konohamaru exclaimed. Temari smirked. The kid definitely reminded her of a younger Naruto. Konohamaru then grinned widely. "Hey, bro, check out my new sexy clone technique," he exclaimed, missing the pale look on the Jinchuriki's face and his gesture for him to stop. Konohamaru transformed into a busted brunette with large breasts and hips and blew them a wink. Jiraiya, with a perverted grin, gave the young Saratobi a thumbs up, his nose bleeding. Naruto facepalmed. Konohamaru had not only used a perverted jutsu in the middle of the street but had done it in front of three angry women. Sakura, Ino, and Mogi all looked furious. Before any of the Konoha females could reprimand the perverted Saratobi, Temari struck him on the head with one of her small war fans. The blow sent the young genin face-first to the ground. Jiraiya gulped, remembering the times he had been on the receiving end of those fans when he peeped on women or tried to write about them in his books. Naruto let out a small chuckle. "I've outgrown those little games, Konohamaru," he said, catching them all off guard, especially Ino and Sakura, who were used to the blonde always goofing off. As Konohamaru got back to his feet, rubbing his head, he was sure Temari's blow had left a dent. He looked up at his role model as Naruto patted his head. "If I'm going to be the next Hokage, I can't be messing around with silly jutsu. Besides, if you want to see something cool, check this out." Naruto grinned. He took out 4 shuriken and covered them with his wind affinity. Everyone but Jiraiya and Temari looked on in shock as the shuriken began to rotate and hover above his palm, spinning with incredible speed. "Naruto, what is that?" Udon asked, staring in amazement. Though he didn't know his own affinity like Konohamaru, he knew whatever jutsu this was, it wasn't easy. Naruto grinned widely at the genin. He could see that Konohamaru and Mogi were completely captivated. Both looked on with a starstruck expression. "Wind manipulation. Pure wind manipulation," Naruto said with a grin. "Hey, Naruto, do I look different?" Sakura asked with a small smile. Temari raised an eyebrow at the pink-haired girl. "Yeah, you do. I can tell. Not just you, but you too, Ino," Naruto exclaimed. He could tell with a single glance that they were nothing like they had been as genin. He knew Sakura had the potential to be a powerful kunoichi, she just needed someone to bring it out. The same could be said for Ino. He remembered she used to care more about her looks, but this Ino seemed far more confident. Sakura smiled at this, then chuckled nervously. "It definitely wasn't easy after having to prove to Tsunade that I could be a ninja," she said. She could still remember how devastated she was when Tsunade stripped her of her rank. Naruto and Temari looked at Sakura in confusion. "I'll tell you guys later. It's a long story," the pinkette said. Naruto and Temari nodded. Ino turned away from Naruto and looked at the kunoichi from the sand village. She gained a sly smile. "So, you and Naruto? I honestly thought you would have ended up with Shikamaru," Ino said. After all, she had heard that during the Suzuki retrieval mission, she and her teammates had saved Shikamaru, Rock Lee, and Kiba, and those two would make a cute couple. He was lazy, and she would kick him for it. Temari shot Tsunade's student a stern look. "Me and the Nara? No way. I just wanted to get him back for humiliating me during the Chunin exams. Besides, he would just complain about everything, unlike Naruto-kun here, Temari said, smiling. He matched her smile with his own. She then ran her hand over his whisker-marked face, and the boy let out a low purring sound, shocking everyone. Jiraiya, Udon, and Konohamaru's noses began to bleed. She placed a chaste kiss on his cheek, then turned her attention to her sensei. Jiraiya, shouldn't we head to the Hokage Tower? You haven't sent a messenger toad in over 2 months. I'm sure Tsunade-sama will be very happy to hear why, Temari asked with a smirk. Her Jinchuriki boyfriend snickered at Jiraiya's pale expression. A rain cloud appeared above him as he muttered about vicious blondes. Temari took Naruto's hand and smiled at him. He smiled back, making her cheeks flush a light pink. The two began walking toward the tower, with Jiraiya trailing behind, hoping Tsunade wouldn't break anything important. He shivered, remembering a certain beatdown he had received from the woman. Naruto waved lazily at them. Sakura and Ino ran to follow, while Konohamaru and his team waved at Naruto. Big bro Naruto, you're going to teach me a new jutsu, right? Konohamaru yelled with a large grin. Naruto gave the young teen a big thumbs up. Naruto, train me too. I want to be strong too, Udon exclaimed. He remembered hearing about how Naruto had not only fought in the Konoha Crush but also how he had defeated Gaara of the Sand, something even the prodigy Sasuke Uchiha couldn't do. Udon was positive Naruto had grown even stronger, probably as strong as Konohamaru's uncle. The orange-haired teen jumped in excitement, a large grin on her blushing face. Me too, train me too, Naruto, Mogi exclaimed with a bright smile. She had learned a lot from Ebisu, but he wasn't the strongest jonin, so there was only so much she could learn. But with Naruto, he had not only been trained by Kakashi, one of the most capable jonin in the village, but also by one of the legendary Sunin. Tsunade was not in a good mood. She still hadn't heard from her perverted teammate, and the endless paperwork never seemed to end. And of course, Shizun wouldn't let her have a sip of her precious sake. It sure has been peaceful, hasn't it? Shizun said, though they did get some trouble from Konohamaru. Before Tsunade could even say a word, a knock came at the door. Her eyes glanced toward Shizun, who opened the door and smiled at the blonde. The first thing she noticed was the lack of orange, though his scarf and open shirt still had orange flames on them. She pulled the young teen into a big hug. Tsunade smiled at the scene, happy her favorite blonde had returned. It's good to have you back, Naruto, Tsunade said. Naruto smiled at her, then snickered as her expression instantly shifted from happy to furious as she stared at Jiraiya. The man chuckled nervously, then gulped loudly as she grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt and glared daggers at him. Hey, princess, Jiraiya said. Normally, he would use this as a chance to peek at her large breasts, but the look on her face warned him not to. Don't you hey, princess me. Why the hell haven't you sent a messenger toad in over a month, and you'd better have a good reason, Tsunade demanded. To make her point, she shook him viciously. Everyone laughed at the scene. Ino coughed into her hand, catching her master's gaze. Master, maybe you should let Jiraiya-sama down, Ino advised with an uneasy look. Tsunade clicked her tongue and groaned, knowing her student was right. She dropped Jiraiya, who swung from side to side. Yeah, I hear you, Ino. So, tell me, Jiraiya, Tsunade demanded, narrowing her eyes. Alright. The reason I hadn't sent you a toad was that one of my spies informed me of the identities of 2 members of the Akatsuki. They are Kakuzu from Takigakur and Haiden from Yugakur. My informant told me that Kakuzu has somehow been alive since the time of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. I'm not sure how, but I'm positive it's some kind of jutsu. As for Haiden, all I really know is that he's part of some cult that worships Jashin, Jiraiya said. He also needed to tell her about the lab Orikimura used during his time in Danzo's Umbu Root faction. She understood the look in his eyes that told her he would tell her the rest at another time. She understood. With a proud smile, she looked at Naruto. Well, you certainly look much stronger, brat. Before I decide to give you the rank of Jonin, and by that, I mean those old fossils, want to see if you truly deserve it. Tsunade explained that the council members, Danzo, Homura, and Koharu, wanted Naruto to remain a genin and stay protected within Konohagakure's walls, but she fiercely disagreed and shut down their idea immediately. I have someone who would be the perfect person to test both you and Sakura, Tsunade said with a smile. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the female Sunin. Really, who? Anko-sensei? Niji? Shikamaru, she asked, listing off people who might be their opponent. All good questions, but no. You can come in now, Tsunade ordered. Instead of the door, a window opened, and the famous copy ninja, Kakashi, stepped inside with a lazy smile. I see you've returned, and you have grown, Kakashi said, giving them an eye smile. Both turned and smiled at their sensei, happy to see the laid-back man. Naruto was then hit with a realization. He dug into his bag. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. I got you a present, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grinned, snickering as his sensei became a stuttering, bewildered mess at the sight of Makeout Paradise. This is the latest in the Ika Ika series. I haven't read it, though. It's not my thing, and besides, Mari-chan would kill me if she caught me reading this book, Naruto said. He could still remember the first time he used his sexy clone jutsu. Temari had beaten him until he was black and blue. Temari, with her arms crossed under her chest, smirked at Naruto with a cocky grin. You can bet your ass I would. Sure, Jiraiya might be a hopeless pervert, but that doesn't mean I want you to be like him, Temari said. Naruto grinned at her with his cheesy smile. Well, it's good to see my perverted teammate didn't turn you into a pervert, Kakashi, Tsunade said, turning to the man, who lazily looked at her. He put his book away and looked at the two with his sole eye. His eye focused on Naruto, then back to Sakura. With a mere glance, he could tell they were far stronger, not only mentally but physically. This brought a smile to his face, but he didn't allow anyone to see such emotion. He was supposed to be their cool Kakashi-sensei. Meet me at our usual training ground. There, I will explain how this exercise will proceed. Well, until then, see you later, my cute students, Kakashi said, vanishing. He was no doubt wanting to get started reading. It had been 3 years since he'd been able to read the newer issues. Tsunade shook her head at the man, then muttered about being surrounded by perverts. Third training ground. Naruto and Sakura stood in front of their sensei. Not far away, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Ino, and Temari stood at a distance. Tsunade glanced at Raza's daughter with a raised eyebrow. Shouldn't you be on your way home, she asked. She was sure the young blonde Kunoichi not only missed her own village but her brother's, too. It's fine, Tsunade-sama. Besides, Naruto-kun can just get me home, Temari said in a respectful tone. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at this. She knew Jiraiya had left out some information. For one, he would only tell her the bare minimum of what ninjutsu Naruto was capable of. All he ever said was that the boy was growing fast and had caught up in skills with his other classmates. She also knew he didn't want someone like Danzo, or Akimaru, or the Akatsuki to get their hands on this information, but she trusted the man. From now on, the two of you will come with me on team-related missions. It's different than before. It's no longer teacher and pupil. Starting today, we're equal Konoha shinobi. First, I'm a bit curious as to how you've developed, Kakashi said. The man pulled out a familiar set of bells. The rules are the same as when I first met you. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you will never succeed in getting the bells. The rules are the same as before. No matter how, try to get the bells from me. You have until sunrise tomorrow. Kakashi knew that, unlike last time, he would have to take this seriously, or he might get seriously hurt. The special Jonin and Shinin looked around the training ground with a nostalgic look on each of their faces. I've missed it. Well, this place, said the smiling blonde Jinchuriki. He hadn't realized how much he missed this place until recently. Yeah, said Sakura. Kakashi looked up from his book. Ah, that's right. This is where you first trained, isn't it? Asked Kakashi. Team 7, Sakura muttered, remembering the good times they had in their genin days. The three-man team, said Naruto, staring down at the ground. That time. Sasuke was around, too, wasn't he? Kakashi asked, but this question was more so directed at himself. Kakashi watched as Sakura gained a solemn look on her face and tightened her fist. As for Naruto, the blonde narrowed his eyes, thinking about Sasuke. These two reactions caused Kakashi to stare with curiosity. He was honestly expecting the two to be devastated at the mention of Sasuke, but this response was interesting for the man. So those two have grown up quite a bit, Kakashi thought. He then closed the book, gaining the attention of both Naruto and Sakura. Well then, shall we begin? Asked Kakashi. This caused both of the young youths to grin in response. Naruto tightened his forehead protector and grinned at Kakashi. You won't do it while reading the book this time, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto. He then stretched out, letting his bones pop into place. Sakura smiled to herself as she put on her combat gloves. You've already finished it? Asked Sakura. No, I think I should save the enjoyment for later. Besides, this time, for some reason, I have the feeling I should take it a little seriously, too, said Kakashi. He then unveiled his Sharingan. Naruto removed his sword, holding it in a reverse grip, and narrowed his eyes at Kakashi. He unleashed several shuriken. Kakashi threw his own. Seeing the weapons coming his way, Naruto planted his sword in the air and jumped off it. He then created a clone. The clone threw him to the side. The original grabbed his sword, but Kakashi grabbed hold of his arm. His use of Kage Bunshin, the timing is very clever, thought Kakashi as he sensed another Naruto behind him. This one wielded a kunao. Well, your haste hasn't changed, said Kakashi. Naruto grinned in response at his sensei. The man smiled at the memory of their first training exercise. Back then, Naruto had rushed in without thinking. This train of thought brought a smile to his face. You've matured, haven't you, Naruto, thought Kakashi. Alright, then, start, said the man. He then vanished in a cloud of smoke. Right, above, left, behind, if he's not anywhere, thought Sakura. She then went through several hand signs. Earth release, shattering foundation technique, exclaimed Sakura. She focused her earth affinity into her hand and punched the ground, causing it to split apart, showing Kakashi, who looked on in shock, while Naruto stared in shock at the raw power of Sakura. Ino smiled at this. Sakura, you've really changed, haven't you? Ino said in a low tone. Temari looked at Ino with a raised eyebrow. That jutsu, so it allows you to mold the earth around you to split apart the ground beneath you. Very smart of you, Sakura. I guess it should make sense Sakura would have grown stronger, too, but to be able to perform the jutsu takes quite a lot of chakra control. But then again, genjutsu would be perfect for someone like Sakura, who has amazing chakra control. She may even become a better ninja than Godame, thought Kakashi. The man smiled inwardly, proud of Sakura and Naruto, but he knew he couldn't make it easy for them. Flashback, 3 years ago. Anko Mitarashi was known for many things, being sadistic, torturing any poor soul she faces, her hatred for her former sensei, and her love for dango and liquor. But the one thing she hates more than dealing with the old fossils is someone interrupting her dango and sake time, which someone was doing right now. Anko glared down at the pink-haired girl who was bowing her head before her. Scram, kid, can't you see I'm busy, said an annoyed Anko. She remembered the last time someone interrupted her dango time was during the month off during the finals of the Chunin exams. If she remembered correctly, this girl was the teammate of that loudmouth blonde and that Uchiha kid. Please, train me, Anko-sensei, exclaimed Sakura, with her eyes shut closed, ignoring the stick of dango that was thrown at her head. If she remembered correctly, this woman was a skilled special jonin and someone who was trained by Orochimaru. She knew if she was taken under Anko's wing, she might learn some insight into Orochimaru. Anko had been one of the few jonin who watched the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. If asked any of them which fight was the worst, it was the fight between Sakura and Ino. It was clear neither of the two had any real interest in being a kunoichi. Sure, both had the potential to be phenomenal ninjas, but that hidden potential was being wasted when they were chasing after Suzuki. To kunoichi like Anko, Kurane, and Yujeo, they were a mockery of a kunoichi and everything they stood for. Unfortunately, there have been other fangirls they've known who died within a week of leaving the village for a mission. I saw you and the Yamanaka brats fight. I'm actually surprised you two even made it this far, no doubt thanks to your teammates, said Anko. She then smiled as the warm liquor went down her throat, filling her stomach with that warmth. Sakura looked down, remembering how useless she was during the bell test, wave mission, Konoha crush, and in the forest of death. And the only reason that fight was even a draw was because of that loudmouth friend of yours. Hell, at least with Blondie, she actually has some training under her belt. You, on the other hand, have none, said Anko in a casual tone, but the tone of her voice was anything but casual and fun. With each word that came from the snake mistress of Konoha, she had struck a chord. I know that. You don't think I know that. I know the only reason why I've even come this far is because of Kakashi-sensei, Suzuki-kun, and Naruto. I know the one who's really been dragging Team 7 down is me. They're always having to protect me. And I couldn't do anything to stop Suzuki-kun. I just stood there screaming, doing nothing. I'm tired of being weak. I don't want to be a burden anymore. I want to be able to support my team and village. Suzuki-kun is gone training with Orochimaru, and Naruto is off with Jiraiya-sama. Even Kakashi-sensei went off to train some more. But I don't want to be left behind, please. Anko, train me. I promise I won't complain or backtalk, pleaded Sakura. Anko hummed to herself. She lazily looked over at Sakura. You won't complain, eh? We'll see about that. Well, this gives me the chance to test a new jutsu I'm working on, says Anko. This caused Sakura to shiver in fear at the look in Anko's eyes. She had that look Naruto had right before he pulled a hardcore prank. Flashback end. Kakashi's eyes glanced between the blonde and the pinkette. He then took a deep breath and sighed, knowing he was definitely not going to be able to read his book anytime soon. Okay, test 1. Ninjutsu, said Kakashi. The man went through the hands of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique, exclaimed Kakashi. He took a deep breath and released a very large fireball. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He clapped his hands together. Kakashi missed the grin that was on his face. Water release, high-pressured impact, exclaimed Naruto. This technique allows the user to create a spiral of water on both hands of the user and fire it with great speed. Kakashi's eyes became wide in shock. Water style. He knows water style, thought Kakashi. He watched as the two techniques came together, creating a fog of mist. Suddenly, the fog was cleared up by Naruto. Kakashi watched as a small gust of wind was being held in the palm of his Naruto's hands. Naruto then summoned a 4-point pinwheel demon windmill shuriken. The giant shuriken was 2 times bigger than a regular-sized one. Kakashi stared at Naruto with a cautious look. The giant shuriken was coated with wind chakra. He then tossed it towards the ground, but just as it was a few inches from the ground, it began to float, shocking everyone excluding Jiraiya and Temari, who were just smirking to themselves. Wind release, cycle hawk technique, said Naruto. He jumped on the windmill. They stared in shock as Naruto flew above them. Sakura stared in amazement at her teammate. You can fly, exclaimed a shocked Sakura. I've never seen such a jutsu before. What kind of training did you and Jiraiya-sama do, wondered Kakashi. With his Sharingan, he could see the giant windmill shuriken was covered in a wind affinity. He's never seen a wind jutsu like this before. Naruto looked at Sakura with a wide grin. You can thank Temari-chan for this technique. You see, I wanted to learn how to use my wind affinity to fly like Temari-chan, so she helped me develop this technique. I channel my wind chakra through the windmill, allowing me to control it. Think of this technique like an advanced version of the chakra control exercise, but instead of balancing on top of water, I'm balancing on air, explained Naruto. This technique also requires a lot of chakra and stamina. Luckily, Naruto has both. I guess I better not hold back. I might seriously get hurt. Naruto, Sakura, you two have grown. I'm sorry for not being there when you two needed me, thought Kakashi. The famous copycat ninja went over 100 different hand signs with lightning-fast hand movements. Both Naruto and Sakura prepared themselves for the jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, exclaimed Kakashi. A dragon was formed from water. Its yellow eyes glared down at the blonde and pink-haired duo. The dragon roared in anger and charged at Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the water dragon. He flew at the water dragon. He jumped in midair and made his windmill spin sideways. Naruto then focused the heel of his feet, balancing on the spinning windmill shuriken. Wind release cycle hawk, eclipsing night technique, exclaimed Naruto. He then kicked the spinning windmill shuriken. The wind surrounding the windmill shuriken increased in size, becoming a giant wind buzzsaw. It cut through the water dragon, causing it to burst into sparkles of water droplets. Sakura went through a various set of hand signs. She focused her chakra into her hand. Learning from Tsunade had allowed her to use Tsunade's massive strength, and with the combination of an earth affinity, it increased the power even further. Earth release, cherry blossom impact technique. Sakura shouted, with a powerful cry, she punched the ground, causing a massive wave of stone fragments to erupt from the earth. Seeing the incoming barrage of stones, Kakashi created a wall of earth, taking the full force of the jutsu. Kakashi let out a nervous chuckle. Ninjutsu test, passed. Now let's see how you two handle a genjutsu, Kakashi said. The man vanished from his spot. Both Naruto and Sakura stood back to back. The two heard a sound coming from a nearby bush, and out of it crawled an injured Sasuke. NN Naruto, SS Sakura. Help me. Sasuke pleaded, groaning in pain. The two members of Team 7 stared at the illusion of Sasuke with a sigh. Both Naruto and Sakura broke out of the genjutsu. Is that all, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto joked with a wide grin on his face. One of his disadvantages was genjutsu, so Jiraiya and the Toads trained him to learn how to detect and release genjutsu. Thanks to his control and massive amounts of chakra, it was impossible for him to ever be able to cast genjutsu. We won't fall for a trick like that, Kakashi-sensei, exclaimed Sakura. She then used the hand signs for rabbit, dog, cat, ox, boar, and clone. Illusion technique, serpent gaze song, said Sakura. Everything began to warp around Kakashi. Instead of being in the training ground, he now stood in a tropical forest. Kakashi stared on in surprise as various white snakes wrapped themselves around him, pinning him to the ground. Kakashi gritted his teeth at being brought to his knees. Not bad, Sakura, Kakashi said. Thanks to his Sharingan, he was able to break out of the genjutsu, which was good because both Naruto and Sakura were now wielding their own swords, Naruto with his Jian sword and Sakura wielding a Kodaki. Her Kodaki had a sharp edge. The pommel of the sword was shaped like a lotus flower and was royal blue with a light pink lining. The handle of the blade was black. Kakashi quickly used a katana to block Naruto's sword. He then held Sakura's arm in a tight grip. So you both learned Kenjutsu, huh? Well, this just got interesting. Okay, I wasn't planning on a Kenjutsu test, Kakashi said. Everyone in the village knew that Kakashi had joined the Umbu and became its captain, and this included his two students. He then gave them a nice smile and was soon replaced by a piece of log, causing the sword to fumble. Kakashi appeared next to Naruto and elbowed the blonde in the jaw. Naruto took a quick step back and slashed at Kakashi, who parried each slash that came his way. He blocked an overhead slash and kicked a left kick to Naruto's ribs. Kakashi then blocked her blade. He then kicked her leg, causing her to lose balance. Kakashi threw his kunao in the air, confusing Sakura. He used this to his advantage and grasped hold of her Kodaki, keeping her in place. She gritted her teeth as she tried to move. His eyes then widened as he sensed Naruto behind him. He quickly replaced himself with a log, saving him from being cut in two. From the trees, a volley of shuriken were thrown in their direction. Naruto and Sakura deflected the flying weapons. Kakashi jumped into the middle between the two. Kakashi gave them a nice smile as the two slashed at him from both sides. Just like he did with Naruto and Sasuke all those years ago, he threw both Naruto and Sakura away from each other. Kakashi held his kunai in a reverse grip. That stance, muttered Kakashi, recognizing the same stance Yujao and Hayate used. He smiled to himself, proud of how far Sakura had grown. Sakura swung her sword in a circular motion, leaving a trace of afterimages behind, which, befitting the name, mirrored that of a moon. Sakura then rushed at him to deliver a blow, taking advantage of the difficulty in following her movement. Hazy Moon Knight, said Sakura. Unfortunately, she was dealing with Kakashi, someone who had the speed to keep up with her. The two of them traded blows with Sakura on the defense. She followed up with a side slash and sent a roundhouse kick to the side, pushing him back a few feet away. He then puffed out of existence in a cloud when Naruto stabbed him through the gut. The blonde was forced to jump away from the exploding tags. Naruto narrowed his eyes and performed a 360 overhead slash, forcing Kakashi to back away. He then covered his kunai with his lightning affinity. His kunai slashed with Naruto's blade, which was coated in wind chakra. The two sent a kick at each other, but both feet met, one trying to push the other back. Kakashi backed away and jumped in midair and threw the lightning-infused kunai at Naruto, who leaned to the side, just barely missing the ninja tool. Kakashi created a single clone. Both of them threw their own volley of shuriken. Kakashi and his clone covered the shuriken with fire and lightning affinity. Naruto gripped his sword with a one-hand reversed grip. Uzumaki sword technique, whirlpool's velocity, exclaimed Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto's image changed into his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. He watched in shock as Naruto unleashed fast vertical and horizontal sword slashes by slashing the sword down in a reverse motion and flipping his sword straight. This unorthodox way of this technique had cut the shuriken to ribbons. Fortunately, Kakashi was able to escape with only his arm bleeding. That Kenjutsu style, that was Kushina's. I'm sure of it, thought Kakashi. He had been on the receiving end of the sword style in his youth during his time with his team. It was always him and Obito being on the receiving end of that technique whenever he and Obito were arguing, which was quite often. Most of the time, to make them stop, she would just smile at them, and they would settle down. This almost feels personal, said Kakashi with a sweat drop. Kushina was a very beautiful woman, but she was also a very terrifying woman on the battlefield. Besides being known as the red-hot-blooded habanero to anyone outside of the village, she was known as the Scarlet Death, a kunoichi famous for her red hair and her skills in fuinjutsu and kenjutsu. Naruto and Sakura just had a cheeky grin on their faces. Nothing personal, sensei, said Sakura. This is a test, said Naruto, causing Kakashi to sigh before glancing between the two of them. Alright, let's see how your taijutsu is, wondered Kakashi. The man then went through a various set of hand signs. Water release, water bullet technique, exclaimed Kakashi. He then expelled a torrent of water at them, forcing them to jump away from the shot of water. Naruto and Sakura gritted their teeth in frustration and annoyance as a pair of flash bombs landed before them, and without a second later, their sight was overwhelmed by a bright light. As their sight came back to them, both Sakura and Naruto found themselves alone in the training ground. I knew this would be tough, but I guess that's what you expect from copycat Kakashi. And he can counter whichever jutsu we throw at him, said Sakura with a frustrated look. Maybe not. I have an idea, said Naruto. Sakura looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Meanwhile, Kakashi was leaning against a tree with his usual lazy look, but his eyes had a very serious look. Those two sure have grown. Jiraiya trained Naruto, and Sakura had been taught by Konoha's most skilled kunoichi in the village. I definitely can't read it now, thought Kakashi as he patted his back pocket, where the issue of Makeout Paradise was. After all, Kakashi is the only person brave enough to walk around reading those books out in public. Just as his hand slid into his back pocket, grabbing hold of his favorite book, his senses went off. Cha! Earth release, Rose Thorn of Heaven, exclaimed Sakura. She performed a powerful drop kick. She gathered a dense concentration of chakra in her foot that they released on contact with a target. The resulting damage was enough to seriously damage living targets and would likely also do some collateral damage to the surroundings. Ground that was affected by this jutsu fractured and sent small, flower petal-sized particles into the air. Kakashi's eyes widened as the flower petals began transforming into rose trees. The vines began to ensnare Kakashi. Damn genjutsu again. Only this time she added genjutsu into her attacks. Smart move, Sakura. Kai. Release, exclaimed Kakashi. He quickly leaned his head to the side, avoiding a left hook from Sakura. He jabbed her in the stomach and kicked her in the legs, causing her to fall back. She quickly performed a handstand and kicked her leg out. Kakashi jumped in midair and sent a side kick to her head, but she exploded in a cloud of smoke and was replaced with a log. But this log had 3 exploding tags attached to it. Kakashi quickly replaced himself with a shadow clone. The real Kakashi was standing on the tree branch with his Sharingan eye. I'd better not push myself too much, thought the walking scarecrow. He then jumped from his spot as a pair of kunai were just thrown at him. Sakura sent a flying kick at Kakashi, who blocked it. Kakashi's eyes went wide as he realized he couldn't move. His eyes glanced down and noticed his legs were wrapped in gold chains. A sealing formula of the Uzumaki clan appeared all over him. Kakashi stared down in shock. He glanced behind him and saw Naruto using the snake hand seal. Adamantine sealing chains, bondage of restrictions, said Naruto. Kakashi heard a familiar sound. He turned his eyes and found Sakura with the bells, smiling to herself. She then smiled at Naruto. "It looks like your plan worked," exclaimed Sakura. Kakashi blinked his eyes at them. "We knew that whatever jutsu we threw at you would just be countered by you, so we came up with the idea of layering a ninjutsu with a genjutsu," explained Sakura. "We know you are an expert in most shinobi skills, but I remember there is one ninja art you aren't familiar with, and that being Fuinjutsu. Not only that, but there is no Fuinjutsu capable of rivaling an Uzumaki seal," grinned Naruto. He then released the seal, causing Kakashi to stumble. The man then covered his Sharingan and gave his 2 students an eye smile. Tsunade and the others walked over to them. She gave the 2 youths a confident grin. "Well, you have become strong, huh? I'm amazed you were actually able to get the bells," said Kakashi. "I can tell whatever this pervert helped you with paid off. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki, Special Jonin. I'm sure with you back, I'm expecting some trouble." Tsunade grinned in a joking manner while ignoring the defeated look on her teammate's face. Naruto's stomach then began to make its presence known with an audible growl. Temari rushed to his side, sandwiching his arm between her bust. "Come on, Naruto-kun, take me to that Ichiraku stand. Think of it as my treat for passing the bell test," says Temari. Naruto grinned at Temari with a nod of his head. His stomach growled in response. As Temari dragged her boyfriend away, he waved at Sakura and Ino. "I guess I'll see you guys later. Sakura, we'll definitely bring Sasuke back," Naruto yelled. Sakura smiled and waved at him as he vanished from her sight. She gained a somber look on her face. "Sasuke-kun? I haven't thought about him in 3 years. I've mostly been focused on training. I haven't had any real time to think about him," thought Sakura. She hadn't thought about the rogue Uchiha since she began training under Anko. She had even gone on a date with Lee. Of course, the young Taijutsu user was a little too much for her. The guy was nice, he just tended to overdo a lot of things. She did meet a boy when Konoha 11 was in Tsunagakure for the Chunin exam. "Kazekage-sama, the meeting is soon," said an elder. "Okay," says Gaara. The 2 headed back into the building. "In the past few years, our village's power has stabilized and has maintained good relations with all of our allies," said ZA. "Plus, we have good results from the curriculum of the training program we brought in from our new allies, Konoha, and our very own Temari of the Sand has been training alongside Jiraiya-sama and Naruto Uzumaki," said Ria S.A. Seiya grinned to himself. "There's a Chunin exam soon. I'm looking forward to the results of that," grinned the man. "We can remember the Chunin exam from 3 years ago. Well, this close to the Chunin exam, there's been a rumor," said Yura. Everyone turned to look at him with serious expressions. Even Gaara narrowed his eyes at the man. "What is it?" asked Beiki, narrowing his eyes. Yura gained a serious yet grave look, causing the tension in the council room to be even more tense than it already was. "This information is from Jiraiya of the legendary 3. You've all heard of an organization called Akatsuki?" asked Yura. Many of the men nodded their heads. "Yes, we have. They are an organization comprised of S-rank shinobi. We were able to learn about 2 members of these S-rank shinobi, Itaki Uchiha from Konohagakure and Kisame Hashigaki of Kirigakure. We've learned these shinobi usually operate in a pair of 2, said Beiki. The man narrowed his eyes. His eyes glanced over to Gaara, who sat in silence, not uttering a word. They also discussed other things, such as candidates for the Chunin exams and who to have as a proctor for the Chunin exam. They even talked about how, thanks to their relationship with Konoha, they were able to get better missions. "Well, this is the end of the meeting," said Beiki. Hearing this, many of the council members left the room, either heading back to their homes or to continue with their duties. Yura was walking with Seiya. The grin never left the elder's face. "I'm glad I could advise the superiors I've worked for the past 4 years, and furthermore, the source of the information was Jiraiya-sama. I had to make a decision quickly," said Yura. "Not only that, but they even found out that before Itaka joined the Akatsuki, Orochimaru belonged to the group but left, no doubt after he foolishly tried to capture Itaki. But well done, Yura. Have them tighten the security of the village," commented the man. Out of nowhere, a switch was flipped in Yura's head. The younger man stumbled with each step. This action confused Seiya. The man looked at Yura with concern. What's wrong? Asked a worried Seiya. No, it's nothing. It's just a lack of sleep, groaned Yura. Just a moment ago, the young man felt fine, but without any warning, his head felt like it would cave in on itself. Seiya looked at the struggling Yura with a look of concern and wariness. Take care of your body, advised Seiya. But Yura just simply waved him off and continued walking with much difficulty. Seiya muttered about young people pushing themselves too much. So that was it. Yura groaned, his gaze narrowing into the distance. Somewhere within the vast, sandy landscape, two figures could be seen, one of average height, and the other hunched over. But the most striking thing about these two was their attire. Both mysterious figures wore black cloaks with red clouds. So, the ones Orochimaru manipulated are up ahead, yeah. It seems for some reason, he leaked our information and became a traitor, yeah, said Deidara, a blonde man from Iwagakure with the rare explosion release. We have no other choice, it appears. I don't know what he's like after using that jutsu, either. Is it alright just with that bag? Our opponent uses the power of human sacrifice, warned Sasori, the strongest puppet master Tsunagakure had ever produced. The young man grinned to himself. My jutsus are all artistic, so I came up with my favorite, number 18. Yeah, because our opponent is the one-tails, yeah, said Deidara. Just as he removed his hand from his claw pouch, the mouth on his palm licked up the clay. What's that? Wondered a shinobi. His eyes narrowed, seeing the two Akatsuki members. That's a logo like red clouds on a black cloak, the man thought. He narrowed his eyes as he sensed someone behind him. He turned and saw Yura. Captain Yura, exclaimed the shocked man. Don't worry, it'll be over soon, said Yura. As the puppeteer and the bomb expert waited outside Tsunagakure's walls, the gates began to open. They revealed Yura standing alone with his dead comrades lying on the ground, the walls covered in blood. Well done. You remembered me? Asked Sasori, staring at the man with a blank look on his face. Yura bowed down before the two rogue shinobi, neither paying much mind to the bowing man or the bloody carnage. Yes, sir. Of course, Sasori-sama, exclaimed the man. All right. If you'd forgotten, I might have had to use my jutsu, yeah, exclaimed Deidara with his natural grin. Since your memories have returned, you are my faithful servant, said Sasori in a tone void of any real emotion. The mouth on one of his hands began to chew. All right, then, here we go, said Deidara. The hand spat out a piece of clay. He closed his hand, and when he opened it, the clay had turned into a bird. He then turned to his partner. Sasori, your husband should watch, too, yeah, joked Deidara. He threw the clay bird in the air and performed a hand seal. It was then engulfed in a huge mass of cloud. We will attack the village from above. How is it? This artistic modeling, yeah, said Deidara, grinning at Sasori. I can't wait, said Sasori. As the blonde man took to the sky one-tail Shikaku's power of human sacrifice, Gaara of the desert, yeah. Well, then, what kind of person is he, wondered Deidara. From the information they had on him, he was an unstable Jinchuriki prone to killing anyone but had changed. Deidara grinned down as he used his camera eye to take pictures. 1, 2, 3, there are 3 sky guards, yeah. However, this village's artistic design isn't too shabby. It's definitely worth ruining it, yeah. I guess I'll make a sneak attack here, said Deidara. He dug into his pouch and pulled out 3 small clay spiders. He then threw down each spider. Each spider quickly attached themselves to their target. As hard as they tried, they wouldn't come off. With a simple hand sign, they exploded, killing their targets. Deidara grinned at his work. The clay bird flew down to the Kaze cage tower. Deidara quickly hopped off and landed with a grin. Infiltration successful, grinned Deidara. As he looked up, he saw Gaara staring down at him with his cold eyes. From the corner of his eye, he saw sand heading his way. He quickly jumped off the building and onto his bird. Gaara sent out his sand and jumped on it. The Jinchuriki is useful, isn't it? Thought Deidara as he watched the flying Kaze cage. However, you knew it was me, yeah, exclaimed Deidara. In this desert, no like that bird exists, said Gaara, staring at him with a cold look. Seems like my sneaking in was a failure, yeah. Thanks to that, I don't need to search for you, yeah, exclaimed Deidara. Gaara glared at him without saying a word. He raised both arms, and a massive wave of sand rose from the ground. As one would expect, he has the geographical advantage. It's risky, yeah, said Deidara. Location, Kanahagakure. Irika smiled at the blonde duo. So, you are a special jonin. That's great, Naruto, exclaimed Irika with a look of pride. When he heard Naruto had returned, and to his surprise, returned with a new look and a girlfriend, he paid for their food as congratulations for his promotion. Both Tuki and Ayam smiled as their favorite blonde devoured bowl after bowl. He may have grown up, but he still eats ramen like a black hole. So, the other jonin are Shikamaru and Niji? Well, that's no real surprise. Those two definitely have what it takes, said temari. If she had to guess, Shikamaru was probably even smarter and even more lazy. She hoped Niji wasn't as arrogant as she remembered. Naruto grinned at temari. And knowing Shikamaru, he probably said being a jonin is too troublesome. Laughed Naruto, mocking Shikamaru, causing everyone to snicker at the joke. He then thought back to Gaara. Kaze Cage, huh? I guess you got a head start, thought the blonde. Flashback, 2 years ago. Location, Land of Steel. Naruto slammed his hand on the ground and grinned down at Gamekishi. Hey, boss. What's up? So you have a treat? Asked the toad who had grown in size in a year. Naruto rolled his eyes at the toad. Yeah, I got you a treat, said Naruto. He then dug into his back pocket and pulled out a candy bar, which he fully took. Gamekishi looked around but didn't see any real damage. All he really saw were lots of trees, mountains, and horses. What's up, Naruto? You're not in a fight or are you on a mission? Asked the confused toad. Naruto shook his head negatively at his toad companion. Nah, nothing like that. Erosen let Temari-chan and I take a break. But I need you to give this to Gaara, says Naruto, giving the small toad a wrapped box. Gamekishi cringed at the mention of Gaara. Gaara, as in Gaara of the Sand. The one you fought when Orochimaru invaded the village, exclaimed Gamekishi. He definitely didn't want to be killed by that guy. Naruto, seeing the traces of fear on Gamekishi's face, just chuckled. He won't hurt you, he's changed. Look, if you're that scared, just find him, give him the box, and leave, advised Naruto. Though, he couldn't blame Gamekishi for being scared of the Sand Jinchuriki. Hell, everyone in Konoha 11 was scared of Gaara when he fought and destroyed Rock Lee. Sure, that'll work, said Gamekishi. He then was engulfed in a cloud. Flashback end. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes went wide. He then narrowed them. Temari caught the sudden change in her boyfriend and looked at him with confusion and wariness. What is it? Asked Temari, her teal-colored eyes looking into his blue orbs. It's Gaara, he's in trouble, said Naruto. The blonde rose to his feet, abandoning the bowls of ramen. Kazekage-sama? Wait, how do you know this? Naruto questioned Irika, staring at Naruto like he had just lost his mind. Irika didn't understand it. 1 minute he was happily sitting down with them, eating his ramen with a dumb grin, then without warning, his mood switched. No time to explain, Irika. I want you to go to Grandma and tell her the Kaze Cage is in trouble, and it is possible it's an Akatsuki attack, demanded Naruto. Before Irika could even question his favorite blonde ninja, Naruto scooped up Temari and put her on his back. The blonde duo then vanished in a flash of yellow, leaving all three of them shocked at what they had just seen. Damn it, Naruto, cursed Irika. It hadn't even been a week, and trouble had already begun to start. The Chunin slapped down the necessary amount of money and stormed off towards the Hokage's office. Naruto and Temari appeared on top of a building. The male brought out his giant demon windmill. He then turned back to look at Temari, who had a serious and concerned look on her face. You ready, Temari-chan? Asked Naruto. The fan user nodded her head at her boyfriend. She then jumped on his back, snuggling against her favorite blonde. Naruto then threw his giant shuriken and hoped on it. The two took off. Naruto then dug into his pocket and pulled a prolonged kunao with a ceiling rise. He threw the kunao, and the two vanished in a yellow flash. With Tsunade. The busted cage sighed as she had just finished an overly large stack of papers and was now working on the next stack. She was hoping if she finished this stack, she would head out and buy some delicious sake. Her peaceful thoughts were cut short by Irika storming into the office. Irika, what the hell is wrong with you? Demanded Tsunade. Not only had the academy teacher stormed into her office, but the loud bang of the door being opened too hard caused every paper to fall to the floor, causing Tsunade's eyebrows to twitch in annoyance. It's Naruto, exclaimed Irika. Tsunade then went on guard, wondering what had happened. After all, the blonde had just returned, and besides, just how much trouble could the blonde possibly get in? He said Gaara was in trouble, and it's possible it's the Akatsuki. And I think him and Temari left to confront whatever trouble Kazekage-sama is in, explained Irika. You think? Irika. What the hell do you mean you think? Demanded Tsunade, who was in no mood to play games. He vanished. They vanished in a flash of light, said Irika. Tsunade nearly fell back at what Irika had just said. She only knew one jutsu by that description. She then jumped to her feet. Shizun, get me, Team 7 and Ino. Right now, yelled Tsunade. The whole building shook at the sheer volume of the Godame's voice. Irika gulped in fear. Hi, Tsunade-sama, yelled Shizun, followed by the sound of a pig. Location, Tsunagakur. Gaara vs Deidara. 3 swan-like clay birds flew at Gaara. The Jinchuriki of the One-Tail simply formed the sand around him to form a sphere made out of sand. Unknown to Deidara, he was being spied on by one of Gaara's sand eyes. It's like the eggshell protects the inner contents, says Deidara with a smirk. But the smirk had been on his face during the whole fight. but to be able to guard against all that is totally impressive, yeah, thought Deodara. His eyes went wide as he was soon surrounded by a giant mass of sand. This is bad, yeah, commented Deodara. His bird flew them out while Deodara was barely able to escape from being crushed to dust. His clay figure wasn't so lucky. Just as Deodara began to start free falling, his arm was caught by sand, shocking Deodara. Gaara held his hand in a familiar motion, one that everyone in Sunagakure knows of. Sand binding coffin, said Gaara. Just like many others, once the sand has a hold of you, it crushes you. Seeing no other option, Deodara created an owl and flew off, abandoning his now severed right arm. You're good, yeah, commented the man. His hand dug into his clay pouch once again. Oh my. I've only got a little bit of clay left, just enough for one more attack. I see the sand that he used to crush my hand and the sand that he protects with is different from the normal desert sand that he brings up in terms of speed and power. So that means that he's always walking around with a set amount of sand in his gourd. So, in other words, only that sand is specially made sand, made from a ton of chakra all gathered up, thought Deodara. And so, that's where we get that ultimate defense of sand, as well as sand to attack in an instant. So in that case, that hole in the sand right there is the result of him crushing my hand. All I have left of explosives is number 18 and this homing bird, yeah, thought Deodara. He held his clay to create a small figurine. From looking at the shape, we can assume that Kazekage-sama's opponent is probably a member of the Akatsuki organization, said Beiki. The man still can't help but feel unsettled. Sure, Gaara had the advantage in this fight, but Deodara didn't even seem alarmed at the loss of a limb. It's just as I thought, said Kankuro, glaring at the clay figure. The puppeteer tightened his fist, not liking his younger brother was risking his life to stop Deodara while all he could do was just watch. Hurry, prepare for battle. We're going to back up the Kaze cage. Medical team, set a barrier and guide the civilians in there, ordered Beiki. The bald man didn't like how dragged out this fight was. In most cases, Gaara would have already killed the enemy by now, but it's clear this man is obviously a cut above the rest. Behind Beiki and Kankuro, a small group of medical ninjas dropped down, each of them kneeling before the man. Sir, exclaimed a medic nin. Kankuro, says Beiki. What is it? Asked Kankuro, looking at Beiki with a look of confusion. His sensei looked at him with a serious and grave look. Consider the idea of Gaara going crazy again in your head, as well as a scenario when Shikaka comes out, too, warned Beiki. Kankuro scoffed at the very notion. That won't happen. Gaara won't harm the people of the village, said the confident man. He remembered talking to his younger brother and Gaara's desire to be needed in forged bonds just like Naruto. Deodara's figurine was covered in a thick cloud. Once the cloud of smoke vanished, the figurine was much larger than his previous clay creations. That's it, I'm going to destroy this town, yeah. However, he was stronger than I thought. It's just like Sasori said, I was unprepared. To be stopped from below would put me in such a bad mood. That and I'm tired of your expressionless face. Hee, the explosion clay doll that I made of clay and chakra from the mouth and the palm of my hand, said Deodara with a twisted look of enjoyment as a large clay bomb dropped to the ground. He took it in, watching the shocked and horrified expression from shinobi and civilian alike. From all the things I can make, my specialty number 18 has my highest level chakra, C3, put into it. Its exploding strength is my greatest artistic achievement, thought Deodara. Everyone could only stare in fear at the massive bomb. What the hell is that? This is bad. Spread out, ordered a fearful Beiki. You're too late, yeah, said Deodara with a dark look on his face and a grin plastered on his face. But just before he could use the hand seal to detonate the bomb, it came in contact with a large sealing formula that appeared just below the bomb. Everyone watched, including Deodara and Gaara, who stared in utter shock. The clay then vanished, confusing many of the others. Fortunately for Deodara and Gaara, they saw the bomb suddenly appear outside of the border of Sunagakure. When the blast went off, a huge sandstorm hit the people of Sunagakure. The force of the blast had nearly knocked many of the people to the ground. The others covered themselves from the powerful blasts of wind. What the hell? Get away from my brother! Temari screamed, slamming her fan into his face and knocking him off his bird. Gaara stared in shock at his sister's sudden appearance, standing utterly stunned. Well, that was close, said Naruto, shocking Gaara, who had just appeared on a nearby roof. He watched as the two blondes flew up to him. The blonde Konoha shinobi looked at Gaara with concern. Are you alright? Wondered Naruto, but his eyes never left Deodara. So, that's Deodara the mad bomber. If he's here, then his partner must be nearby, Naruto thought. I'm alright, but he's been giving me trouble, said Gaara. His eyes then glanced at the kunao he had thrown at a roof, then back at Naruto. He then turned to his sister but kept his focus on Deodara. So that's the Jinchuriki's sister, Temari of the Sand. Unlike the Kaze cage, she doesn't use sand but wind. She's no doubt talented in that area, thought Deodara. He then turned his attention towards Naruto. The man then began to grin from ear to ear. Ah, Now it makes sense. No wonder you were made a Jinchuriki, Ninetales. I can't believe I didn't realize sooner. You are the Yandame's legacy, grinned Deidara. He also couldn't believe he had both the One Tails and Nine Tails standing in front of him. Naruto crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes at Deidara. So, what about it? Do you want to kill me? I've met other Iwagakure ninjas who wanted to outright kill me, says Naruto, looking at Deidara's mouth hand. Deidara simply shook his head negatively while keeping a playful grin on his face. Nah, whether you're the Yandame's son doesn't matter. I don't care who the Yellow Flash killed, that has nothing to do with me. But 3 against 1 doesn't seem fair, does it? Yeah, said Deidara. He then mentally cursed himself, seeing as Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique was a big problem. That one jutsu is capable of killing over 1,000 people. He may have been too young to be in the Third Shinobi War, but he remembers stories of Minato Namikaze, and he didn't want to be on the receiving end of those infamous kunao. Temari scoffed at the man with a scowl on her face. Fair. You speak of fair when you attack my village. You threatened my brother and attempted to destroy my village. You don't get to speak of fairness, you Akatsuki trash, snarled Temari, glaring daggers at Deidara's grin that had never left his face. Damn, this isn't good. I wasn't expecting the Nine Tails to suddenly be here. Not only that, but I don't have enough clay and a plan to capture the One Tails, thought Deidara. He wasn't sure if he was going to make it out alive, but if he did make it out alive, he was definitely going to take Sasori's advice. The man then grinned wider as a clay bird flew by Gaara. Just as the creature exploded, a flash of light could be seen. As the cloud from the explosion blew away into the wind, they saw the sand sphere crumbling apart, revealing no one inside, confusing everyone except Naruto and Temari. The blonde then looked down at a building where Gaara was teleported. The red-haired Kazekage looked confused at what had just happened. What the, this must be Naruto's doing, thought Gaara. He watched as Deidara tried to escape. This caused Gaara to narrow his eyes. He raised his hand, and bullets of sand were launched at him. The bird managed to dodge the various volleys of sand. Temari took out a pair of her miniature fans. Oh no, you don't. Wind release, dance of blades, exclaimed Temari. With her fan, she created a wind gust that morphed as it traveled through the air into a plethora of crescent-shaped blades that pierced through the clay bird, slicing it to pieces. Naruto flew towards the falling Deidara. He quickly extended his left hand out. Golden chakra chains were formed and quickly wrapped themselves around the male. Naruto then removed his sword and placed it on his neck. Deidara slowly turned his head. Don't even bother trying to escape. These chains can hold a Baijuyu. I doubt they'll have a problem holding you. Now, I have a question, where is your partner? Demanded Naruto. But Deidara didn't say a word. Instead, the man just grinned. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance. If this guy is anything like Deidara, he must be somewhere else, thought Naruto. He then turned towards Kankuro. Kankuro, go after the other member. He must be outside the village, ordered Naruto. Kankuro looked at his brother, who just nodded his head. Right, Temari, I'm going on ahead, yelled Kankuro, taking off. Gaara turned to Baki and his men, who each bowed to their Kazekage. Send out a pursuit team to follow Kankuro immediately. And send an urgent message to Konoha about this situation. This is an emergency, said Gaara in a flat tone. Roger. Kazekage-sama, exclaimed the men. As each of them ran after Kankuro, Gaara floated in the air next to Naruto and glared at the man who had endangered his village. Sasori watched as Naruto and Gaara surrounded the contained Deidara. I told that fool he should have prepared himself. Then again, I wasn't expecting the Nine Tails to suddenly appear, thought Sasori. What? What's this? Exclaimed Kankuro, looking at the bloodied bodies of his comrades. The young Jonin growled in anger. The young youth continued to run and saw the hunched-over Sasori. Wait, where do you think you're going? Demanded Kankuro, glaring at the man who just stared back with an emotionless look. You think I'll let you walk out of here? Growled Kankuro. He then tossed 3 scrolls to the ground. Each exploded in a puff of smoke. As the wind blew away the smoke, it revealed his 3 puppets, Crow, Salamander, and Black Ant. Like hell I'll let you go, snarled Kankuro. With his chakra strings, he commanded Crow to attack Sasori, but the man caught the puppet with his mechanical scorpion-like tail. Since I don't like waiting or making people wait, I'll end this quickly, said Sasori in a cold tone void of any emotion. Location, Konohagakure. Sakura and Ino glanced at each other in confusion. The atmosphere in the room was so cold and tense, and the serious and angry look of Tsunade was only making things worse. Sakura really hoped Naruto and Kakashi would arrive already. She had to admit, it was weird that Naruto wasn't here yet. He never missed a chance for a mission. Kakashi entered the room and quickly put away his book, seeing that Tsunade looked quite angry. I have just been informed that Gaara, the Godame Kazekage, could possibly be taken by the Akatsuki, but there is something else. Naruto Uzumaki, along with Temari of the Sand, have recently left the village to stop the Akatsuki, said Tsunade. She watched as the look of shock and horror appeared on her students' faces and Kakashi narrowed his eye. Your mission is simple, go to Tsunagakure and provide Naruto backup, find out the situation, and relay it to Konoha, ordered Tsunade. Each member nodded their head. The only thing that ran through their minds was what danger Naruto had gotten himself into. Location, Tsunagakure. Kankuro panted heavily and wiped away sweat from his forehead. Damn it, said Kankuro as his puppets lay around him, destroyed. Your plan was good, it's just not good enough against me. Your puppet's whole poison preparation mechanism is worthy of praise, said Sasori. Why? This is the first time my puppet's preparation has been read into so deeply, thought a furious Kankuro. Ahaha, you have a strange look on your face, why were your preparations known? It's because the one that created your puppet dolls, Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander, was none other than me, said Sasori, shocking the young puppeteer. A cute youngster like you being my opponent, it was the most fun battle I've had in a long time, says the man. Kankuro's eyes stared in shock. So wait, you're the one they called the Puppet Army's genius model creator, Sasori from the Red Sands, right? Asked a fearful Kankuro. He had heard of this man among puppeteers. The man was the strongest puppet master Tsunagakure had produced. For my name to be known all the way down to a kid like you is an honor, says Sasori. You left the sand over 20 years ago, why? Asked Kankuro. What good is it for a person about to die to ask that? Questioned Sasori in a deadly tone. Don't count me out yet, growled Kankuro. The young puppeteer growled in anger and fear. Damn it! Out of all the people who had to face, it had to be Sasori of the Sand. I guess I have to use those. Gaara, Temari, Sakura. I'm not sure if I'll make it out, thought Kankuro. He then pulled out 2 storage scrolls. As each scroll opened, one scroll had the word Black Shark and the other had Crocodile. Each scroll was engulfed in a cloud of smoke. As it vanished, Sasori stared with interest at the 2 new puppets Kankuro summoned. The 2 new puppets Kankuro summoned resembled a shark, while the other one resembled a crocodile. Sasori hummed to himself with interest as he stared at the shark puppet, which resembled a great white shark, and the crocodile puppet, which resembled a crocodile. These toys must be your own creation, but I highly doubt they are going to be an even match for me, mocked Sasori as his poisonous tail moved lazily but was ready to defend or attack if necessary. Kankuro snarled at him. He then panted heavily. Damn, I can already start to feel the poison's effect. Black secret technique, sunrise flame, thought Kankuro. The shark puppet opened its mouth, releasing a purple mist from its mouth. He then commanded Crocodile to open its mouth, and a stream of flames escaped from its mouth. As the flames came in contact with the purple mist, it ignited and exploded in a torrent of flames. Kankuro smirked as he saw the image be consumed by the flames. Kankuro then howled in pain as he was stabbed in the back. He slowly turned his head to stare at Sasori, who had removed his poisonous tail. The poison should be making its rounds soon enough. Phew, if you want to live so badly, I won't kill you. However, that poison will kill you in 3 days, said Sasori, walking away, leaving Kankuro lying on the ground in defeat. Later. It's a new poison. We haven't found any kind of antidote, said the man, looking down at the poisoned Kankuro. If we don't hurry, he won't last. 3 days is our limit. We call the siblings, though I'm not sure how willing they will be to help, said a worried Beiki. He then glanced at Temari, who was standing over her brother with a worried and concerned look. Damn it, Gaara was saved in the end, but Kankuro was seriously injured. Damn it, I'm their sensei, and I couldn't do anything to help them, thought Beiki. He then glanced over at the 2 Jinchuriki. He walked over to them. Naruto, you said you informed your team, correct? Asked Beiki. Yeah, it should take them about 2 days, I believe, said Naruto. Beiki nodded his head in acceptance. Do you know if there will be a medic? Our medics here can't make heads or tails on the poison, asked Beiki. Actually, I do. My teammate, Sakura Harano, has been studying under Tsunade Senju, said Naruto. He was smart not to call the blonde Senju the nickname he has for her. Beiki stared in shock. He then smiled widely. Really? A student of the Godame? That's great, exclaimed Beiki. Maybe this can turn around. He was also thankful for Naruto. Not only was their leader safe, but they even had Deidara captured. The man was held captive, surrounded by Umbu. He also had a suspension seal on him, and 2 Naruto clones watching over Deidara. Sometime later, Team Kakashi, with the addition of Ino Yamanaka, entered the hospital room. Well, Sakura ran into the room. Kankuro-kun, exclaimed Sakura. Just as the other occupants turned towards the pinkette, Cho's attention was on Kakashi's face, which had set something off in her head. She stared at Kakashi as if she saw a ghost. The white fang of Konoha, exclaimed Cho. She moved with incredible speed for someone her age, but Kakashi looked at the elderly woman in shock and confusion. Before she could even land a hit on her, a kunai landed in front of her, and Naruto flashed in front of her. He caught her fist and kicked her back a few feet. "What are you doing attacking Kakashi-sensei? This isn't the White Fang," exclaimed Naruto. "She's probably as old as the old man, but there sure was a lot of power behind that punch," thought Naruto, glaring at the elderly woman. She glared at Kakashi, not even paying any kind of attention to what the blonde shinobi had said. "I remember that time, that White Fang of Konoha. My son's enemy. I will get my revenge for him today," declared Cho in a hardened tone. Naruto picked up the flying thunder god kunai and held it in a reverse grip. "Ah, no, I'm not," exclaimed Kakashi. "There's no use in arguing," exclaimed Cho. But before she could charge at him once again, her brother stepped in the way, halting her actions and confusing her. "Sister, take a good look, there's a strong resemblance, but he isn't the White Fang of Konoha," said Ebizo. Cho stared blankly, with her eyebrow twitching. After a minute of awkward silence, everyone waited for her to respond. She then began to laugh it off. "No I was just pretending to be stupid." "Yeah ha ha," laughed Cho. Everyone sighed at this, while Kakashi breathed a breath of relief that the old woman seemed to have finally calmed down. Ino and Sakura turned towards the other Tsunagakure shinobi. "More importantly, Kankuro needs to be treated quickly," exclaimed Ino. Gaara nodded his head. "Please, continue," said Gaara in a solemn tone. But they could see the red-haired youth was just as worried for his elder brother as Temari was. The two siblings were also angry at the man for putting their brother on death's door. Ino then began working on retracting the poison from Kankuro. She smiled at this. "Got it. I don't think there's any need to worry about his life anymore. I've directly removed the poison," said Ino, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Temari released a breath of relief. Sakura then turned towards Cho. "Now Ino and I have to make an antidote for the little bit of poison in his body. We can't relax yet, so please gather what I say," said Sakura. Cho glanced at the two female kunoichi. "You two remind me of that slug woman. The two girls like you would come," says Cho. She also hadn't expected to have so many young Konohagakure shinobi to help. Ino and Sakura smiled while Cho stared at the two in silence. Even Naruto was surprised at how much the two former fangirls had grown. "Yes, it's because Tsunade-sama is our master. And Tsunade-sama said that the two of us should come here," says the smiling Ino. The platinum blonde glanced at Sakura, who was holding Kankuro's hand. "Sister, time really is slowly flowing by," said Ebizo. The elderly members smiled at the close friendship between the sand and leaf. "Ino, do you think Sakura can handle this on her own?" "There's something Gaara and I need you for," said Naruto, confusing Ino. But with a quick glance from Sakura, who nodded at her best friend, she simply followed after her blonde as he walked over to the kaze cage.